Su Yin had spent years grinding his way to the top, finally becoming the owner of an MCN agency in his previous life. Just when he was about to enjoy the wealth and success he had worked so hard for, he woke up one morning and found himself transported into a parallel world. Now, he was a down-and-out college student at Beihuai University who happened to share his exact name. Still trying to come to terms with his transmigration, Su Yin was delighted when he activated what seemed to be the standard perk for every transmigrator, a romance system. At first, he assumed it would work like a dating simulation game, allowing him to effortlessly raise affection levels, earn money, and achieve financial freedom. But after spending days experimenting with it, he discovered that the system was unbelievably useless. Aside from displaying a girl's appearance score, body score, and real-time affection meter, it had no practical functions whatsoever. Every interaction option remained locked, making it impossible to profit from the system as he had imagined. A full week after arriving in this world, Su Yin had barely adjusted to his miserable circumstances. In his previous life, his career had flourished and his future seemed limitless. Now, however, he had inherited what could only be described as a nightmare start. The original owner of this body was painfully ordinary in both looks and personality. Worse still, he was known around campus as a pathetic simp who constantly chased after the school goddess. After being publicly humiliated and looked down upon by the girl he liked, he had jumped into a river in despair, allowing Su Yan's soul to take over. Searching through his wallet, Su Yan found only 187 yuan left. With more than half a month remaining before his monthly allowance arrived, he walked through the commercial street behind the university gates, clutching a bag of freshly fried potatoes and worrying about how to survive on such a tight budget. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Target locked, Lin Wanwan. She was none other than the childhood sweetheart whom his roommate, Wang Xiaojia, had been pursuing for years. The panel displayed her stats clearly. Asterisk appearance, 93 points. Asterisk figure, 90 points. Yet her starting affection level sat at only 34 points. Worse, her status tag was glaringly labeled dislike. The system also noted that her affection level had not reached the unlock requirement, leaving all system functions sealed. Su Yin had long since given up expecting anything useful from the system. But when he spotted Lin Wanwan outside a nearby hotel, intimately holding the arm of a tall, unfamiliar young man, his instincts immediately sensed juicy drama. Casually munching on his fried potatoes, he pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of the pair heading into the hotel together. Then he sat down nearby and waited. 5 or 6 minutes later, the young man emerged from the hotel alone and hurried away. That guy's faster than the Flash, Su Yin thought. Afterward, he entered the hotel himself. Putting on an expression of righteous fury, he slammed his hand onto the reception desk and demanded to know Lin Wanwan's room number. The two young receptionists, intimidated by his grim demeanor, quickly informed him that she was staying in room 808. They even whispered excitedly to each other, convinced they were about to witness an explosive cheating scandal. As soon as Su Yin headed upstairs, however, all traces of anger vanished from his face. According to the original owner's memories, neither Wang Xiaojia nor Lin Wanwan was particularly innocent. Wang Xiaojia was a hopeless fool who endlessly showered her with affection, while Lin Wanwan enjoyed his devotion without ever committing to him. And right now, Su Yin was nearly broke. With such a valuable piece of leverage practically falling into his lap, asking for a little hush money as startup capital seemed perfectly reasonable. Standing outside room 808, he knocked repeatedly. A soft, pleasant voice came from inside. Mistaking him for the young man who had just left, Lin Wanwan casually asked whether he had forgotten something. The moment the door opened slightly, Su Yin shoved it wider and strode inside. Holding up his phone, he rapidly took photos of Lin Wanwan, who had just finished showering and was wrapped in a white bath towel. Her damp hair rested against her shoulders. Her delicate features and stunning figure created a naturally alluring yet innocent charm. No wonder the system had rated her appearance at 93 points. Having spent years cultivating internet celebrities in his previous life, Su Yin could instantly tell that her beauty far surpassed that of carefully manufactured influencers. Recognizing him as Wang Xiaojia's roommate, Lin Wanwan's affection level immediately began plummeting. Pretending to be outraged, Su Yin loudly accused her of betraying Wang Xiaojia's sincere feelings. When she insisted that she had merely rented a room to rest alone, he calmly showed her the photographs he had taken outside the hotel. Panicked, Lin Wanwan tried to seize his phone and delete the evidence, but failed. Finally abandoning her pretense, she bluntly stated that she had never agreed to be Wang Xiaojia's girlfriend. His pursuit had always been one-sided. Seeing that Su Yin remained silent while holding all the leverage, she eventually demanded to know exactly what he wanted. At that moment, the system panel refreshed. Her affection level had dropped to 16 points. The dislike tag became even more glaring. Slowly, Su Yin uttered a line dripping with pressure. Wanwan, you wouldn't want this to happen, would you? He threatened to post every photo on the university confession page, turning her into the laughingstock of the entire campus. With each threat, her affection level sank even lower. Meanwhile, Su Yin calculated how much hush money to request. Since she was only a college student, he couldn't ask for an impossible amount. Yet he still needed enough capital to start rebuilding his life. 8,000 yuan seemed like a reasonable figure. But before he could name his price, Lin Wanwan suddenly did something he never expected. The towel around her body slipped to the floor. Her perfectly proportioned figure was revealed before him. Her eyes brimmed with humiliation, embarrassment, and intense disgust. Without speaking, she lay face down on the bed and urged him to finish quickly, believing this was the only sacrifice she could make to protect her reputation. Because of the continuous misunderstandings, her affection level finally crashed below the critical threshold. Just as Su Yin stood there in shock, the system's cold mechanical voice rang out. Target affection level has fallen below 0. System unlock condition satisfied. Unlock process initiated. The sudden announcement filled Su Yin with excitement. He had always assumed that unlocking the system required raising girls' affection levels. Given the original owner's terrible looks and lack of charm, he had thought activating the system would be impossible in this lifetime. Who could have imagined that extreme hatred worked just as well? Looking at the anxious and humiliated Lin Wanwan on the bed, Su Yin eagerly opened his personal status panel. Asterisk appearance, 54 points. Asterisk system evaluation, ugly beyond redemption. Asterisk charm, 30 points. Asterisk virtually no attractiveness. Asterisk constitution, barely within sub-health standards. Asterisk assets, 187 yuan. Asterisk skills, none. Asterisk items, none. It was a true hell difficulty start. Yet now, with the romance system finally unlocked, Su Yin felt a surge of confidence. No matter how low his starting point was, he believed he could use the system to recreate the success of his previous life and rise to the very top of this brand new parallel world. Thinking about it that way, Su Yin felt a little better. Then he looked toward Lin Wanwan, who was lying face down on the bed. What a waste. A back this nice should at least have some cupping therapy done on it. He sighed dramatically. Target locked, Lin Wanwan. Appearance, 93. Figure, 90. Current affection, 0. Extreme hatred. Hidden traits, not visible. Special CG unlock progress, 0. No special CGs unlocked. Why is this system so weird? Su Yin frowned. Why does it even have special CGs? This system seems a little suspicious. Asterisk, isn't this basically some kind of dating game? Asterisk. A sudden realization struck him, leaving him stunned. Can you hurry up already? Lin Wanwan urged again from the bed. Being stared at by Su Yin for so long made her increasingly uneasy. This guy has such strange tastes. Critical story event triggered. Warning. Host, please choose carefully. Your decision will affect the target's final ending. Asterisk asterisk. Option A. Asterisk comfort Lin Wanwan. Delete the photos and promise to keep her secret. Reward. Affection plus 10. Special title. Keeper of secrets. Option B. Asterisk fire at will. Charge. Attack. Reward. Affection plus 10. Cash plus 50. 000. Option C. Asterisk teach Lin Wanwan a lesson and make her admit her mistake. Reward. Affection minus 10. Special skill. Insight. Shut up. Stop rushing me. Su Yin barked. Lin Wanwan's constant chatter was making it impossible for him to think. Given his current situation, option B was clearly the most urgently needed. 50,000 yuan would instantly solve his money problems. However, both options A and C offered unique rewards. He had no idea what Keeper of Secrets or Insight actually did, but in the long run, they would probably be more valuable than 50,000 yuan. Suyin wasn't worried about earning money in the future, so he eliminated option B. That left option C as the most suitable choice. As for option A, Lin Wanwan's affection had already dropped to 0. Whether it increased or not didn't matter. Judging from the system's behavior, driving her affection even lower seemed like the optimal strategy. Without further hesitation, Su Yin walked toward the bed. After being shouted at, Lin Wanwan had quieted down. Hearing his approaching footsteps, she tensed once again. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the hotel room. What completely caught Lin Wanwan off guard was that Su Yin made no other move. Instead, he simply delivered a firm slap. A sharp sting shot through her body, causing her to cry out. Ow! A vivid red mark immediately appeared. Affection -1. Su Yin didn't stop. He continued. This time, Lin Wanwan's body visibly trembled. How dare you sneak around with another guy behind Wang Xiaojia's back? Do you know what you did wrong? Su Yin demanded. Lin Wanwan gave no verbal response. She simply started crying. Affection -1. Affection -1. Affection -1. Gradually, Lin Wanwan stopped complaining about the pain. In fact, her trembling became even more obvious. Su Yin couldn't help but pause. Something feels off here. Did I accidentally unlock some strange hidden attribute? But the system's requirement was clear. He had to make her admit her mistake. So he continued. Yet when her affection reached -10, it stopped decreasing. Finally, after a long while, Lin Wanwan spoke. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Her voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Su Yin almost didn't hear it. The system, however, immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the special skill, Insight, ***. Insight allows the host to see hidden traits of targets. Su Yin froze for a moment before immediately testing it. Target locked, Lin Wanwan. Appearance, 93. Figure, 90. Current affection, -10 fear. Hidden traits, ***. Refined self-interest. *M. Special CG unlock progress, 0. No special CGs unlocked. Looking at Lin Wanwan on the bed, Su Yin couldn't help thinking. So it really was you. I worked myself to exhaustion, and somehow you're the one enjoying it. Walking around to the side, he saw that her innocent-looking face was covered in tears. All right, since you know you were wrong, let's leave it at that. Su Yin spoke calmly. Then he cleared his throat. You should get dressed first. Lin Wanwan looked at him in disbelief. She had already prepared herself for the worst tonight. Don't look at me like that. I mean exactly what I said. Although she couldn't understand why Su Yin had decided to let her go, she endured the lingering pain, got up, and wrapped herself in a bath towel. Oh right, do you have any money? Give me 10,000 yuan as hush money. Su Yin said. Lin Wanwan froze. Then she seemed to realize something. Wait, you took those photos because you wanted to extort money from me? Su Yin didn't deny it. Instead, he defended himself. I didn't even get the chance to explain before you took your clothes off. Lin Wanwan almost laughed from sheer disbelief. She had instinctively assumed that every guy was after her body. Who would have thought Su Yin was after money instead? But then why did you hit me? Thinking about what had just happened, Lin Wanwan felt utterly wronged. Su Yin coughed awkwardly. He couldn't exactly tell her it had been a system mission, although the system only said to teach her a lesson, without specifying how. So he put on a serious expression. What? Are you saying you didn't deserve to be educated? Meeting Su Yan's gaze, Lin Wanwan lowered her head fearfully. Yet beyond the fear in her eyes, there seemed to be something else as well. Chapter 3. That's not how Gal games work. Do you guys think Su Yin still isn't back because he went to jump into the lake again? Inside a men's dormitory at Beihuai University, Wang Xiaojia, dressed head to toe in designer brands, laughed as he teased. Suze, if Su Yin really dies this time, you'll be carrying a lot of responsibility. The slightly handsome, expressionless young man beside him curled his lip in disdain. What does that have to do with me? Wang Xiaojia continued. If Li Xia hadn't accepted your confession, Su Yin wouldn't have been so heartbroken that he jumped into the lake. Into the lake. Suze looked speechless. How was I supposed to know he secretly liked Li Xia too? Besides, we're all adults. If something that small makes him lose the will to live, then his mental resilience is way too weak. Wang Xiaojia had never liked Suze's superior attitude. Ever since they started university last semester, he'd found him annoying. Still, Compared to that, Su Yin trying to kill himself because his crush got together with his roommate was far more entertaining. It was practically a joke worth watching. Chen Feng, give him a call. Make sure he didn't really go jump into the lake again. If he absolutely wants to lose it, he should at least wait until senior year. Maybe then the whole dorm can get recommended for graduate school. Wang Xiaojia said with a grin. He casually ordered around a dark-skinned, plainly dressed roommate nearby. Brother Jia, why do you even care? I can't even be bothered with him. Chen Feng replied. However, Wang Xiaojia immediately put on a serious expression. He's still our roommate. Don't talk about him like that. After being lectured, Chen Feng could only obediently nod. Okay. Of course, he knew Wang Xiaojia didn't actually care. The guy just liked pretending to be a decent person. Before Chen Feng could make the call, the dormitory door opened. Su Yin had returned. Wang Xiaojia immediately walked over with a familiar smile. You're finally back. If we didn't see you tonight, we'd probably have to go fishing you out of the artificial lake again. Su Yin couldn't even be bothered to respond. Wang Xiaojia constantly joked about the original owner's suicide attempt. Although that foolish act hadn't been committed by Su Yin himself, he had inherited the original owner's identity and memories. Naturally, he had no reason to give Wang Xiaojia a pleasant attitude. Truthfully, dorm room 201 was a gathering place for extraordinary people. In Su Yan's opinion, all three of his roommates were complete scumbags. Still, after having just taught a lesson to Wang Xiaojia's beloved Lin Wanwan, he didn't feel like arguing. Ignoring Wang Xiaojia completely, he climbed directly onto his bed. I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you? Seeing Su Yin ignore him, Wang Xiaojia became irritated instead. But this time, the obedient and timid Su Yin from before didn't react at all. Thinking about Su Yan's previous suicide attempt and the look in his eyes just now, Wang Xiaojia suddenly remembered stories about dormitory murders. He muttered a few curses under his breath, but stopped mocking him. Just in case, Su Yin snapped one night and took him down with him. Su Yin had no interest in wasting time on Wang Xiaojia. The system had only just unlocked. He hadn't had time to properly study it at the hotel. Now was the perfect opportunity. Host, Su Yin. Appearance, 54 asterisk. Calling you ugly is actually a compliment. Asterisk. Charm, 30 asterisk. Absolutely no charm whatsoever. Asterisk. Constitution, 60 asterisk. An unhealthy college student. Asterisk. Personal assets. Yin 10, 187.00. Skills, none. Special skill, insight, LV.1. Inventory/items, none. After studying it for quite some time, he finally figured out the system's basic mechanics. It called itself a romance system. But the more he looked at it, the more it resembled the Gal games he had played in his previous life. Then he realized why not everyone had a status panel. The system's so-called romance targets required an appearance score of at least 85. Shop system, locked. Special CGs, locked. Character missions, locked. The number of available functions had increased. Unfortunately, nearly everything was locked. The endless notifications left Su Yin speechless. After searching around, he finally found something useful. Claim beginner's gift pack. Yes/no. Su Yin naturally selected yes, without hesitation. Congratulations. You have obtained the all-attribute enhancement package. The text flashed briefly. Su Yin immediately felt a strange change spreading through his body. It wasn't painful. In fact, it felt surprisingly comfortable. He quickly checked his attributes again and immediately noticed the difference. Host, Su Yin. Appearance, 60 asterisk. At least you're no longer painful to look at. Asterisk. Charm, 60 asterisk. Throw you into a crowd and nobody notices. Asterisk. Constitution, 60 asterisk. An unhealthy college student. Asterisk. Personal assets. Yin 10, 187.00. Skills, none. Special skill, insight, LV.1. Inventory/items, none. Su Yin jumped down from his bed. Walking to the balcony mirror, he inspected himself carefully. The changes weren't dramatic, but they were definitely there. His previously unattractive face now looked noticeably more pleasant. Had even the system felt sorry for him? Was this body starting situation so terrible that the system had decided to buff him a little? At the very least, all of his basic attributes were finally above average. By 10 o'clock that night, Su Yin had showered and gone to bed early. While continuing to study the system, another notification suddenly appeared. Daily missions updated. Multiple selection available. I knew it. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Gal games aren't supposed to work like that. How could there be no quests? He was very satisfied. ####. Perfect boyfriend development plan. Long term. 1. Fitness is the foundation of romance. ***. Complete morning runs for 1 week. No less than 3 kilometers per day. Reward *** Constitution plus 10. 2. Start from the top ***. Get a new hairstyle and start fresh. Reward *** Cash plus 1,000. 3. Clothes make the man ***. Upgrade your wardrobe with outfits that suit you. Reward ** Cash plus 1,000. Su Yan had expected difficult missions. Instead, these daily tasks were surprisingly daily, and they could all be accepted simultaneously. Naturally, he accepted every single one. Meanwhile, additional missions continued appearing. ###. First step forward, limited time. 1. Romance route ***. Increase the affection level of any valid target. Reward ** Charm plus 1. 2. Villain route ***. Decrease the affection level of any valid target. Reward * Charm plus 1. The second page contained only those 2 options. Since there were no penalties, Su Yan accepted both. Finally, he opened the last page of the mission list. ###. Heartbeat moment. Special. Make any valid target's heart rate exceed 180 BPM. Reward ***. Special skill. Golden ratio smile. ** Appearance plus 5. Su Yan froze when he saw the mission. The difficulty was undeniably high, but the rewards were equally impressive. Just from obtaining insight, he already understood how valuable special skills were. And a 5-point increase in appearance was no small matter either. Still, making a romance target's heart rate exceed 180 beats per minute? That wasn't going to be easy at all. ###. Chapter 4. One of life's 3 greatest delusions. She likes me. Damn, I've actually been pretty busy all day. Looking at the long list of accepted system missions, Su Yan couldn't help cursing inwardly. Most of them didn't seem particularly difficult. Still, taken together, they practically filled his entire day. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least he had a direction now. It was much better than the confusion he'd felt right after transmigrating. There were plenty of students jogging on the university track that morning. Most of them clearly looked like athletes. Only Su Yan stood out. He looked completely exhausted. This 60-point constitution is way too weak. It's not even as good as my 30-something-year-old body from my previous life. Su Yan gasped for breath while complaining to himself. Not far behind him, a girl with a high ponytail was quietly following along. She wore a sports tank top and athletic shorts, showing off a pair of long, eye-catching legs. Many of the students running nearby couldn't help glancing her way. She watched Su Yan's back with a complicated expression. I'm dying. After finishing the 3-kilometer run, Su Yan was drenched in sweat. Even more depressing was the fact that his constitution stat hadn't increased at all. It remained stubbornly fixed at 60. Previously, he'd looked down on the system reward of plus 10 constitution for running every morning for a week. Now, all he could think was, dear system, there were too many missions outside earlier. Just as Su Yan was catching his breath and preparing to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Su Yan, you really don't have to do this. Instinctively, he turned around. Standing there was Li Xia, the girl who had been following behind him all along. Target locked, Li Xia. Appearance, 94. Figure, 85. Current affection, 67, plus 1, acquaintance. Hidden trait, sensitive constitution. Special CG, unlock progress, 0. Today's strategy mission completed. Please claim your reward. Su Yan was surprised. He hadn't expected to run into Li Xia while jogging. Even less had he expected to complete a mission because of it. Still, he could roughly guess what she was thinking. After all, she was the girl the original owner of this body had secretly loved. Li Xia was undeniably beautiful. A different kind of beauty from Lin Wanwan. She was naturally outgoing and straightforward. She often initiated conversations with the original Su Yan. As a result, he had fallen victim to one of life's 3 greatest delusions. She likes me. Then, when he learned that Li Xia had started dating his roommate Su Zhe, the original owner completely broke down. Li Xia herself hadn't expected Su Yan to persist for so long. He looked so physically weak. Watching him run lap after lap, she couldn't help thinking, He really does like me that much. Regardless of whether she had feelings for him, knowing that he liked her, and had even jumped into a lake because of her, made him seem somewhat different in her eyes. But she had a boyfriend now. She had deliberately avoided Su Yin recently. Yet seeing him show up for morning runs today, she felt she couldn't keep avoiding the issue forever. She wanted to make things clear once and for all. Su Yin, I really don't want to see you keep doing this. Su Yin immediately understood. Li Xia came to the track every morning. She had naturally assumed he'd come specifically because of her. Don't worry. I won't bother you. Su Yin replied. His tone was surprisingly calm. To be fair, Li Xia wasn't like Lin Wanwan. She had never intentionally led the original owner on or played emotional games. Besides, she'd just contributed a point of affection and helped him complete a mission. Naturally, Su Yin was in a pretty good mood. Sigh. Watching Su Yin walk away, Li Xia let out a helpless sigh. His words only made her feel that he hadn't truly moved on at all. Since they had an 8 a.m. class, the residents of dormitory 201 woke up at the last possible moment as usual. However, the sleepy Wang Xiaojie happened to notice Su Yin returning from outside. Where'd you go? Seeing Su Yin covered in sweat, he paused. Then his eyes widened. Wait, you went jogging on the track? You still haven't given up? Wang Xiaojie's comment caused Su Zhe to glance over as well. Everyone knew that Li Xia, captain of the university volleyball team, had a habit of jogging every morning. Back when Su Zhe was pursuing her, he had actually joined her morning runs for over a month. But after they started dating, he quickly stopped bothering. Wang Xiaojie watched eagerly. He hoped Su Zhe would warn Su Yin or say something confrontational. A fight would be even better. Unfortunately for him, Su Zhe merely glanced at the two of them before turning away to wash up. It was obvious that he didn't consider Su Yin any sort of threat. Move. Su Yin said coldly as he looked at Wang Xiaojie blocking his path. Wang Xiaojie froze. You fool. The curse stopped halfway out of his mouth. Seeing Su Yan's icy gaze, he swallowed the rest. Instead, he comforted himself. I'm not wasting my time arguing with a lunatic. In the past, he would have simply started a fight. In his eyes, Su Yin had always been nothing more than a loser. But after the lake incident, he genuinely worried that Su Yin might be unstable enough to drag him down in some reckless act. After washing up, Su Yin hesitated briefly. Then he decided to skip his morning classes. As someone who had already attended university once, he knew very well that some classes simply weren't worth attending, especially the filler courses during freshman year. Freshman year was actually the best time to skip classes. Most students just lacked the experience to realize it. By sophomore year, when everyone became veterans, many of those easy classes had already disappeared. He first visited a nearby shopping mall. After getting a textured fringe haircut, he bought a simple black casual sports outfit. The entire makeover cost less than 1,000 yuan. Not because he couldn't afford more. There simply wasn't any need. Still, after putting in a little effort, he looked significantly better. At the very least, he appeared energetic now. Gone was the awkward, unimpressive appearance he had before. Of course, the system's attribute enhancement probably helped too, pushing both his appearance and charm stats above the passing line. Even so, Su Yin still didn't fully understand what charm actually represented. Most of his current system missions were nearly complete. Only the special mission remained. Make a target's heart rate exceed 180 beats per minute. That objective left him completely stumped. How was he supposed to accomplish something like that? Once everything was done, it was finally time to harvest his rewards. Cash plus 1,000. Cash plus 1,000. Cash plus 1,000. Charm plus 1. Perfect. After collecting a long string of mission rewards, Su Yin immediately felt refreshed and satisfied. #### Chapter 5. Lin Wanwan. Don't come any closer. Where the hell did Su Yin go? How did he skip the entire morning of classes? Inside a lecture hall, Wang Xiaojie complained in a low voice. Maybe he's too embarrassed to show up after what happened. Chen Feng guessed from the side. From the side. Ever since Su Yan's attempt to jump into the lake, he had become somewhat famous around campus. Calling him a laughingstock wouldn't be an exaggeration. Wanwan, good afternoon. The moment he entered the classroom, Wang Xiaojie spotted Lin Wanwan sitting near the back. Since it was a general education course, students from several majors attended together. Lin Wanwan's class happened to be one of them. Xiaojie, why don't you sit up front? I'm sitting with my roommates. As soon as she saw Wang Xiaojie moving toward the empty seat beside her, Lin Wanwan hurriedly spoke up. Wang Xiaojie looked slightly embarrassed. Still, faced with Lin Wanwan's gentle voice and innocent, beautiful face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right then, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Lin Wanwan revealed a sweet smile and nodded. Sure. The beauty's smile instantly satisfied Wang Xiaojie's vanity. Feeling pleased with himself, he returned to sit beside Chen Feng. Brother Jia, have you still not confessed to Lin Wanwan? Chen Feng asked casually. A subtle change flashed across Wang Xiaojie's expression, but he quickly smiled. No, not yet. You wouldn't understand, lifelong single. The most exciting part of a relationship is the period before you're officially together. Once you're actually dating, it loses some of the magic. Chen Feng nodded as if he understood. In reality, he couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous. He had personally witnessed Wang Xiaojie confess to Lin Wanwan and get politely rejected. The guy was obviously just saving face. Truthfully, he was completely wrapped around Lin Wanwan's finger. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't choose someone like Lin Wanwan. A gentle, sensible girl like Shen Mo would make a much better girlfriend. Despite his plain appearance and unfashionable clothes, Chen Feng had already started imagining things. Chen Feng kept watching the classroom entrance. He was probably the only person who actually hoped Su Yin would show up. Back in the dormitory, he was constantly mocked by Wang Xiaojie because he came from a rural background, had little money, and dressed poorly. His solution wasn't to resist, nor was it to ignore the insults. Instead, he extended the hierarchy downward. As long as he joined Wang Xiaojie in mocking Su Yin, he could preserve a tiny sense of superiority. His favorite pastime was watching Su Yin embarrass himself, including the lake incident. To him, it had become nothing more than another joke to laugh about. Who's that? Su Yin. When Chen Feng spotted the figure entering the classroom, he froze. Mainly because Su Yin looked like a completely different person. It had only been one morning. Not only had he changed his hairstyle and clothes, but he also looked far more energetic. He no longer resembled the pathetic loser everyone remembered. Did he get plastic surgery or something? After confirming it really was Su Yin, Chen Feng couldn't help blurting out the question. Of course, he was joking. But the change truly was dramatic enough that he had almost failed to recognize him. Su Yin, what is he trying to do? Even Wang Xiaojie looked confused. Then he snorted dismissively. So what if he got a haircut and changed clothes? Does he really think that makes him handsome? The original owner of this body hadn't just been unattractive. He had also been somewhat sloppy and completely uninterested in maintaining his appearance. As a result, he always looked like a stereotypical loser. After the system's beginner gift boosted his appearance score to a passing grade, all Su Yin had done was get a new haircut and buy clothes that suited him. Yet the difference felt enormous. After all, a 17 or 18-year-old guy only needed to look clean and presentable to leave a much better impression. No elaborate grooming was required. Besides Su Yan's roommates, several girls seated near the back also turned their attention toward him. The first was Li Xia. She was the girl the original owner had secretly loved. Combined with the fact that he had once jumped into a lake because of her, she found it impossible to completely ignore him. Subconsciously, she assumed this transformation was still because of her. He still hasn't given up. Meanwhile, sitting in the same row was Li Xia's roommate, Lin Wanwan. The moment she saw Su Yin, her body instinctively stiffened. The lingering pain from the previous night seemed to return all at once. Fear flashed across her innocent, delicate face. At the same time, her legs subconsciously pressed together beneath her white skirt. Su Yin scanned the classroom. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's memories, his gaze instinctively landed on Li Xia. But he quickly looked away. Then his eyes settled on Lin Wanwan. A familiar mission prompt appeared before him. ###, heartbeat moment, special. Cause any valid target's heart rate to exceed 180 BPM. Reward asterisk. Asterisk special skill, golden ratio smile. Asterisk appearance +5. Su Yin had already thought of a way to complete it. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward the empty seat beside Lin Wanwan. No way. Don't come over here. Lin Wanwan screamed internally. The events of last night had left her genuinely afraid of Su Yin. Is this seat taken? Su Yin asked politely with a warm smile. His demeanor was refined and courteous. There was absolutely nothing to criticize. Yes. Lin Wanwan instinctively wanted to say yes. She disliked having any guy sit beside her. Even Wang Xiaojie wasn't an exception. The main reason was that she didn't want to be misunderstood. There were already far too many fish in the pond. Avoiding misunderstandings was essential. But the moment she met Su Yan's eyes, she lost the courage to lie. Her voice trembled slightly. And no, nobody's sitting here. For several seconds, the lecture hall became unusually quiet. Everyone's attention shifted toward them. It couldn't be helped. The four girls in Lin Wanwan's dormitory were all famous beauties. They had appeared on the university confession page countless times. Whenever the four of them walked together, they became a scenery line of their own. After receiving permission, Su Yan calmly sat down beside her. Even under the gaze of so many people, he remained completely composed. After all, mentally speaking, he was already a man in his 30s. This kind of situation was nothing. He actually sat there? Chen Feng's jaw dropped. The reaction of the other two roommates was even stronger. Both Wang Xiaojie and Su Zhe's expressions darkened immediately. Su Zhe assumed Su Yan was still pursuing Li Xia and had intentionally chosen a nearby seat because of her. Naturally, he was unhappy. As for Wang Xiaojie, he was furious because Su Yan was sitting next to his goddess. Even though he knew Su Yan wasn't necessarily interested in Lin Wanwan, deep down he still felt. Asterisk, how does a loser like Su Yan deserve to sit beside my goddess? My goddess? Asterisk. After all, when Wang Xiaojie had tried to sit there earlier, Lin Wanwan had immediately sent him away. In his eyes, Lin Wanwan had only failed to reject Su Yan because she was too kind. As for Su Yan, he was simply taking advantage of her kindness and shamelessly pushing his luck. Chapter 6. Captain Lin Wanwan crashes. Wanwan, tell Su Yan for me that I already have a boyfriend. Tell him to give up and stop doing this. Sitting beside Lin Wanwan, Li Xia tugged gently at her sleeve and whispered. Her expression was completely sincere. She genuinely felt troubled by the situation. More than anything, she hoped Su Yan would stop obsessing over her. She was worried he might do something extreme and hurt himself again. Last time it had been jumping into a lake. What about next time? No one knew. Lin Wanwan didn't particularly want to talk to Su Yan. She had a strange feeling that when he walked over earlier, his gaze hadn't been on Li Xia at all. It had been fixed on her. Still, since Li Xia had asked, she reluctantly leaned closer and passed on the message. Li Xia wants you to stop bothering her. She has a boyfriend now, and he's your roommate. If you keep this up, it'll just make things awkward for everyone. Lin Wanwan tried her best to sound calm and persuasive. But Su Yan's response instantly made her body stiffen. Does it still hurt? Su Yan completely ignored what she had said. Instead, he simply asked what sounded like a concerned question. Anyone else hearing it would have been utterly confused. But Lin Wanwan understood immediately. After all, even walking to class that morning had felt a little uncomfortable. And it was entirely Su Yan's fault. Target locked, Lin Wanwan. Appearance, 93. Figure, 90. Current affection, -11, -1, fear. Hidden traits, asterisk. Asterisk refined self-interest. Asterisk M. Special CG progress, 0. Today's villain mission completed. Please claim your reward. The mission notification appeared. Even Su Yan was surprised. He had genuinely only asked out of casual concern. He hadn't even started trying to complete the heartbeat mission yet. Yet Lin Wanwan's affection had dropped by another point all on its own. Was she really that afraid of him? He wasn't going to eat her. You promised you wouldn't bring that up. Lin Wanwan bit her lip and whispered through gritted teeth. Sorry, I forgot. At that moment, Lin Wanwan became completely certain. Su Yan wasn't here because of Li Xia. He had deliberately come to sit beside her. Ever since the lake incident, he seemed like an entirely different person. The Su Yan sitting beside her now felt unfamiliar. Nothing like Wang Xiaojie's loser roommate from her memories. Meanwhile, the professor arrived, and the classroom quieted down somewhat. It was a large public lecture, and the instructor was an experienced veteran. Many students either slept or played on their phones. Only a handful of diligent students, people like Li Xia, actually paid attention to the lesson. Everyone else was busy with their own things. Lin Wanwan suddenly let out a startled cry. She jumped to her feet. The entire classroom, including the professor, turned to look at her. Sorry, professor. I thought I saw a bug and got startled. She quickly apologized. The professor simply waved a hand and told her to sit back down. Where's the bug? Li Xia immediately lowered her head and started looking around. She wasn't afraid of insects and wanted to help get rid of it. I don't know where it went. It was tiny. It's fine. Lin Wanwan forced a smile. At the same time, She shot Su Yin a glare. "What are you doing?" she hissed. Su Yin replied innocently. "I was just checking to see if your injury had healed." Lin Wanwan bit her lip. Her annoyed expression, paired with her naturally innocent and alluring face, created a strangely captivating image. She had never expected Su Yin to be so bold. This was a classroom. A classroom. And yet he still dared to act so casually. Checking an injury? Only he could say something like that with a straight face. "I'm warning you. You already took the money. Behave yourself." Summoning her courage, Lin Wanwan finally issued a warning. "Of course. I'm a man of my word." Su Yin answered calmly. Just as Lin Wanwan was about to relax, he suddenly held up his phone. On the screen was a photo she recognized immediately. It showed a girl lying face down on a bed. Distinct marks stood out clearly against fair skin. Even the outline of 5 fingers was visible. "When did you take that?" Lin Wanwan stared in shock. Su Yin said nothing. He merely pulled the phone back before she could snatch it away. "Name your price." "How much this time?" she asked through clenched teeth. She had already paid him 10,000 yuan before. At this point, she no longer cared. Losing money was better than inviting trouble. "This time, I don't want money." Su Yin smiled. "I just need you to be patient for a little while." Lin Wanwan blinked. "What does that even mean?" Su Yin merely smiled without answering. A moment later, her eyes widened. Her body visibly trembled. Only then did she fully understand what he meant. She immediately lowered herself over the desk, trying to avoid attracting attention. The classroom remained noisy with quiet conversations. The professor's lecture droned on from the front. Yet Lin Wanwan couldn't focus on anything. Her face felt hot. Even her ears burned. How is he so experienced? The thought flashed through her mind. Compared to her own understanding, Su Yin seemed absurdly practiced. If she were a rookie pilot, then Su Yin felt like a veteran co-pilot who had guided countless flights before. Around her, classmates continued whispering. The professor's voice carried across the room like a lullaby. But Lin Wanwan wasn't sleepy at all. In fact, she had never felt more awake. She had never imagined finding herself in a situation like this. There were so many people around. So many eyes. What if someone noticed? If that happened, she would be finished. The tension, embarrassment, and fear all mixed together until her heart felt like it might burst from her chest. Heartbeat moment, special, completed. Please claim your reward. Seeing the system notification, Su Yin smiled. Apparently, his plan had worked perfectly. As for Lin Wanwan, she remained leaning over the desk with her eyes closed. She wasn't asleep. Not even close. In her imagination, Captain Lin Wanwan looked toward the clouds ahead. Control tower, control tower. We've nearly reached maximum altitude. Requesting permission for final acceleration. The captain reported excitedly. But just then, the aircraft suddenly shook violently. Her co-pilot, Su Yin, vanished without warning. With the co-pilot gone, the aircraft stalled midair. Then it plunged straight toward the ground. Just when it was so close to its destination, it crashed. "No!" Captain Lin Wanwan cried out in despair from the cockpit. Hashtag Chapter 7. Not girlfriend material, perfect mistress material. Lin Wanwan looked up at Su Yin. Her eyes seemed almost liquid with emotion. With emotion, there was confusion in them as well. The blush on her face had yet to fade. It was as if she were silently asking why Su Yin had suddenly stopped, especially at such a critical moment. Su Yin ignored her. The system notification had already appeared. Now that the mission was complete, he had entered a state of complete calm and satisfaction. Biting her lip, Lin Wanwan unexpectedly reached out and tugged on his sleeve beneath the desk. "Please." The words slipped out before she even realized it. At this point, her mind was barely functioning. "You're getting a little too talkative," Su Yin replied. "Handle it yourself." He was busy claiming his mission rewards. Yet Lin Wanwan still refused to let go of his sleeve. She looked at him with pleading eyes. "Come on, behave yourself, will you?" Su Yin said helplessly. Then, slightly annoyed, he instinctively gave her a firm pinch. He had to admit, it felt just as good as it had the night before. Soft, rounded, and surprisingly elastic. Lin Wanwan already had what could be called a lingering injury. Combined with her current state, the sudden sting made her collapse onto the desk again. Her right hand clutched tightly onto Su Yan's arm. Her body trembled in small, but rapid shivers. No way. Su Yan was stunned by the sight. Then he remembered her hidden traits. He truly hadn't intended to explore that side of her. The problem was that this seemed to be part of her nature. Meanwhile, Li Xia, who had been diligently taking notes, suddenly noticed the desk shaking. She glanced toward Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, are you okay? Lin Wanwan didn't answer. Or rather, she couldn't. Only after Li Xia gently patted her shoulder did she finally reply in a trembling voice. I'm fine. My stomach just hurts a little. After taking a closer look, Li Xia frowned. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? She instinctively reached out and touched Lin Wanwan's forehead. It was indeed alarmingly warm. I'll take you to the hospital. Li Xia looked genuinely worried. No. I'll be fine after resting for a bit. And class is almost over anyway. Lin Wanwan quickly refused. Her expression inevitably carried a trace of panic. What had just happened was simply too overwhelming for her. At long last, the public lecture ended. By now, Lin Wanwan had mostly recovered, though a faint blush still lingered on her cheeks. Without question, this had been the most intense class she had attended since starting university. She unconsciously glanced beside her, only to discover that Su Yin had already left the moment class ended. She breathed a sigh of relief. Yet for some reason, a faint sense of disappointment quietly surfaced in her heart. Wanwan, are you sure you don't need a hospital? Li Xia asked once more. Lin Wanwan shook her head. No need. I'm feeling much better now. At the same time, Wang Xiaojia, who had overheard the conversation, immediately looked concerned. Wanwan, you're sick? The moment class ended, he hurried over. Not really. I'm just feeling a little unwell. But I probably can't go out for dinner with you tonight. A trace of apology appeared on Lin Wanwan's innocent, delicate face. Combined with the lingering blush, it naturally inspired a protective instinct in others. Of course, she couldn't go out to dinner with Wang Xiaojia. Originally, she had planned to use her upcoming birthday as an excuse to persuade him to buy her an expensive gift. But now, all she wanted was to return to her dorm, take a shower, and change into fresh clothes. Everything that had happened during class had left her feeling utterly exhausted and disheveled. That's okay. Your health comes first. Should I take you to the hospital? Wang Xiaojia immediately offered. His enthusiasm was obvious. I'll accompany Wanwan. Wang Xiaojia, you don't need to get involved. Li Xia stepped in at once. As a fellow girl, she thought she understood the situation. She assumed Lin Wanwan was simply suffering from menstrual discomfort. Naturally, that wasn't something she wanted a guy like Wang Xiaojia to ask about. Momo, what's wrong? Standing beside Lin Wanwan was another beautiful girl who looked quiet and well-behaved. She stared thoughtfully at Lin Wanwan's departing figure. During class, she had noticed something rather interesting. A faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. Nothing. Let's go. Shin Mo replied softly before following after her roommates. Claim reward. Congratulations. You have obtained the special skill, Golden Ratio Smile. Appearance +5. Host, Su Yin. Appearance, 65 asterisk. Calling you ugly is practically a compliment. Asterisk. Charm, 65 asterisk. Still lacking any real presence. Asterisk. Constitution, 60 asterisk. Sub-healthy college student. Asterisk. Personal assets, Yen 18, 221.11. Skills, none. Special skills, Insight, LV.1. Golden Ratio Smile, LV.1. Inventory, empty. Su Yin carefully examined the updated panel. To his satisfaction, he had cleared every available mission. Even the difficult special mission had been completed successfully. The method had been somewhat unconventional, but rewards were rewards. Still, what exactly was this Golden Ratio Smile? Curious, Su Yin immediately opened the skill description. Golden Ratio Smile. Asterisk. When the host smiles, charm increases dramatically. The exact bonus varies by target, ranging from +10 to +100 charm. The effect wasn't particularly surprising. The skill's name had already made its purpose fairly obvious. Overall, it wasn't useless. At the very least, it guaranteed a minimum increase of 10 charm points. Of course, his current base stats were still quite low. With only 65 charm to begin with, even a 10-point boost wouldn't push him past 80. There was still plenty of room for growth. Aside from that, there was the cash earned from daily missions. Altogether, he had made roughly 10,000 yuan. Even after accounting for his haircut, new clothes, and other expenses, the earning rate was impressive. At the very least, it solved his immediate financial crisis. No need to rush. Su Yin wasn't the impatient type. Now that he had accepted the reality of transmigrating into another world, his mindset had completely changed. He could finally enjoy university life properly. With the system helping him, there was no need to grind as desperately as he had in his previous life. Back then, he had worked so hard that he never even experienced a proper relationship. And now, he had been given a romance system. If he didn't date at least a few girls, wouldn't he be letting the system down? Lin Wanwan. No, not Lin Wanwan. In Su Yan's opinion, Lin Wanwan wasn't suitable as a girlfriend. She was better suited as a lover. In fact, she would probably be a perfect lover. After all, with her unique disposition and unusual preferences, she was undeniably fascinating. Hashtag Chapter 8. A banquet with hidden intentions? Morning. On the athletic field, it was now the final day of Su Yan's one-week morning running challenge. After today, the mission would be complete. Host, Su Yan. Appearance, 70 asterisk, an ordinary-looking college student. Asterisk. Charm, 73 asterisk, maybe some girls will actually like your type. Asterisk. Constitution, 64 asterisk, a sub-healthy college student. Asterisk. Personal assets, Yen 80, 254.56. Skills, none. Special skills, insight, LV.1. Golden ratio smile, LV.1. Inventory, empty. His basic stats had been improving rapidly, mainly because they had been so low to begin with. Besides that, his constitution had also increased noticeably. Consistent running really was effective. At the very least, completing 3 kilometers no longer felt like torture. Morning. Target locked, Licia. Appearance, 94. Figure, 85. Current affection, 70, slight favorability. Hidden trait, sensitive physique. Special CG progress, 0. Licia responded somewhat awkwardly. Over the past week, she couldn't help but pay attention to Su Yan, mostly because she was worried he might do something reckless because of her again. Yet the reality was completely different from what she had expected. During the entire week, Su Yan had behaved remarkably normally. Whenever they met, he simply greeted her politely. Aside from that, he hadn't even sent her a single message. It felt completely unreasonable. Looking at his bright, sunny smile, Licia suddenly realized something. Su Yan actually looked pretty handsome now. Before, she had never been the type to look down on others. Still, her impression of Su Yan had always been that of a somewhat unattractive, sloppy college student with strong loser vibes. But now everything was different. He had switched to a clean, refreshing hairstyle. His wardrobe had improved dramatically. Most importantly, his overall presence felt completely transformed. He looked energetic and confident. Golden ratio smile activated. Target, Licia. Current charm, 87, plus 14. The system panel flashed. Su Yan wasn't surprised at all. This wasn't the first time. Honestly, he had underestimated how powerful golden ratio smile was. A guaranteed minimum of plus 10 charm was incredibly useful. It had even turned him into someone who smiled more often. As expected, people who smile tend to have better luck. Su Yan. As they approached the final lap, Licia, who had been running behind him the entire time, finally caught up and spoke first. What is it? Su Yan looked slightly surprised. This was one of the rare occasions during the entire week that Licia had initiated a conversation. Normally, he was the one who started talking, mostly because he wanted to see if he could casually gain a little favorability. Your running posture is a little off. It could hurt your knees. You should try landing on the balls of your feet first, then let your whole foot come down. Licia finally offered her advice. She genuinely felt it was necessary. After all, Su Yan had shown up every single morning for an entire week. Whether or not he was doing it because of her, that level of persistence was admirable. She had hesitated for several days before finally deciding to mention it. Then she hurriedly added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm only concerned as a classmate." "Got it. Thanks." Running beside her, Su Yan smiled naturally. There was none of the awkwardness Licia had expected. Golden ratio smile activated. Target, Licia. Current charm, 99, plus 26. For a moment, Licia found herself staring blankly. His smile had caught her completely off guard. Several seconds passed before she snapped back to reality. She quickly turned her head away. Although it wasn't obvious while running, her face had definitely reddened. This has to be an illusion. Why did my heart suddenly start beating faster? I don't like Su Yan. Licia hurriedly reminded herself. See you tomorrow morning. After receiving the mission complete notification, Su Yan gradually slowed down. Then he waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Li Xia nodded. Somehow, she had gotten used to running alongside Su Yin every morning. Back when Su Zhe was pursuing her, he had joined her for morning runs a few times as well. But after they officially started dating, he quickly stopped showing up, claiming he couldn't wake up early. Mission completed. Constitution +10. Su Yin suddenly felt his tired body become lighter. It even felt as though he could immediately run another 3 kilometers without any problem. His constitution jumped from 64 to 74 in a single leap. Congratulations. Skill acquired. Basic running technique. LV.1. ***. Huh. Su Yin paused. He hadn't expected a bonus reward. This time, however, it was only a normal skill rather than a special one like Golden Ratio Smile. Still, he was perfectly satisfied. After all, it was essentially a free extra reward. When he returned to the dormitory, it was still early. Since it was the weekend, his 3 roommates were all asleep. Su Yin briefly considered moving out. Now that he had money, he really didn't get along with the others. After taking a shower, he stepped out of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Su Zhe suddenly spoke from his bed. Today Li Xia and I are treating everyone to dinner. Our dorm and their dorm together. Everyone's coming. In Su Yan's memory, Su Zhe was clearly a rich second-generation kid. The type who obviously came from money. Back when they first entered university, everyone had still been unfamiliar with one another. At the time, Su Zhe had pretended to get along with everyone. But after learning that his roommates came from ordinary families, he gradually stopped hiding his arrogance. His contempt became obvious. So his sudden invitation puzzled not only Su Yin, but also Wang Xiaojie and Qin Feng. Well, my family had some issues recently, so I wasn't in the best mood. If I offended anyone, please forgive me. But Li Xia and I wouldn't have gotten together without you guys. So this dinner is the least I can do. Don't worry about saving me money. Order whatever you want. For the first time in ages, Su Zhe appeared approachable and friendly. The dorm room fell silent for a moment. Then Qin Feng grinned. Then we'll gladly take advantage of your generosity, Brother Zhe. Someone else was paying, and it would probably be somewhere nice. There was no reason to refuse. Lying on his bed, Qin Feng quietly thought exactly that. Oh, and Su Yin, you have to come too. I know things between you and Li Xia are a little awkward, but that's all in the past now. Let's put it behind us. Su Zhe looked at Su Yin, who had just emerged from the bathroom, and spoke with apparent sincerity. Su Yin paused. Then he smiled and nodded. Sure. He wanted to see exactly what Su Zhe was planning. Whether it was a friendly dinner or a trap disguised as hospitality, he was definitely going to show up and find out for himself. #### Chapter 9, One Dorm, All Beauties. On the girls' dormitory side, after finishing her morning run, Xiaoli returned with breakfast for all her roommates. Sis Xia, you're an angel. You're way too good to us. Lying in bed, Lin Wanwan spoke with a smile. Although Lin Wanwan was indeed a master of playing the innocent flirt, and had even considered deliberately seducing the wealthy second-generation Su Zhe before, it had to be said that Xia Li's bright and cheerful personality made her hard to dislike. She treated all of her roommates sincerely, including Lin Wanwan herself. As a result, while Lin Wanwan wasn't particularly close to the other 2 girls in the dorm, she had become genuine friends with Xiaoli. Cut the cheesy stuff and come eat already. Xiaoli laughed and teased her. Lin Wanwan struggled out of bed. For some reason, after what happened during yesterday's public lecture, her mental state had actually improved considerably. She even felt a strange sense of release. That moment had seemed to wipe away all her stress and exhaustion, leaving behind nothing but relief. She had seen similar comments online before. At the time, she had dismissed them completely, assuming they were just nonsense from people getting carried away. Lin Wanwan had always believed one thing. She should make the best and most valuable use of her physical advantages. But after experiencing it firsthand, even after an entire day had passed, she still found herself thinking about it. Sometimes, she even caught herself reliving the memory. I must be losing my mind. Lin Wanwan muttered to herself. What? Xiaoli hadn't heard clearly and asked again. Nothing. Lin Wanwan shook her head with a smile. Everything that had happened between her and Su Yin had become a top-secret classified matter in her mind. There was no way she could tell anyone. As for Su Yin, he probably wouldn't go around talking about it either, right? After all, he still needed it as leverage against her. Whenever Lin Wanwan thought about being threatened, ordered around, or disciplined by Su Yin, Logic told her she should hate it. Yet not only could she not bring herself to hate him, deep down, she even felt a faint sense of anticipation. Sis Xia, are you and Suze really treating both dorms to dinner tonight? At that moment, another girl climbed down from the bunk across the room. After fumbling around, she finally found her rimless glasses on the desk and put them on. The four girls in Lin Wanwan's dorm were widely recognized as beauties. Each had her own unique charm and style. Baiji was the famous ice-cold academic star of their department. She rarely interacted with boys and carried an unmistakable aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Yet whenever she actually spoke with people, she was remarkably polite and refined, giving off the impression of someone from a scholarly and distinguished family. Even among her roommates, she maintained a subtle sense of distance, never becoming particularly close to anyone. Dinner. Hearing Baiji's question, Xiaoli froze. A slight frown appeared on her face. Because she knew absolutely nothing about it, Baiji simply nodded. Suze messaged me about it earlier. Xiaoli fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan buried her head in her breakfast and wisely chose not to say anything. Everyone in the dorm knew that when Suze first approached them, the contact information he'd asked for wasn't Xiaoli's. It was Baiji's. Later, perhaps because Baiji was too cold and distant, barely responding to him, Suze eventually shifted his attention and began pursuing Xiaoli instead. The two girls were completely different types of beauties. In Lin Wanwan's opinion, Suze was simply the type who judged entirely by looks. Though honestly, that wasn't unusual. Guys liked beautiful girls. That was hardly surprising. Lin Wanwan had long grown accustomed to it. In the end, Xiaoli forced out a smile. Yeah, Suze and I are treating everyone to dinner. I got busy and forgot to tell you all. Baiji merely nodded and said nothing more. Anyone with eyes could tell that Xiaoli genuinely hadn't known about it. Suze had made the decision without discussing it with his own girlfriend. But now that things had reached this point, Xiaoli couldn't exactly expose the situation in front of everyone. So she could only pretend she had known all along. The truth was that Xiaoli was furious. But this wasn't the time to confront Suze. She could only wait until later to ask him why he had announced a joint dinner without discussing it with her first, and having both dorms gather together. Before, that would have been fine. But now, given her awkward situation with Su Yin, wouldn't that make things incredibly uncomfortable? Shin Mo, are you going? Baiji turned toward the only roommate still lying in bed. Normally, she would have expected Shin Mo to decline. After all, during previous gatherings between the two dorms, Shin Mo had attended only once and never gone again. In fact, Shin Mo was even more withdrawn than Baiji. Baiji simply disliked getting too close to strangers. Shin Mo, on the other hand, possessed an almost peculiar level of solitude and isolation. She was also the least noticeable among the four girls. She never bothered dressing up and practically lived in the same black hoodie year-round. If not for her exceptionally beautiful face, most people probably wouldn't have paid much attention to her at all. Yeah, I'll go too. Baiji had fully expected Shin Mo to refuse. Instead, she agreed immediately. The response caught Baiji off guard for a moment. Still, she nodded. Then let's go together. But I need to stop by the student union first. I'll come back after I'm done. Not only was Baiji ranked first in their major, she was also the model student everyone recognized. Naturally, she had joined the student union. She was even the head of the discipline department. Every day, she devoted herself seriously to the things she considered important. Okay, I'll wait in the dorm until you get back. Shin Mo nodded. Because of the bed curtains, Baiji didn't see it. Regardless, since this was the first dinner Xia Li and her boyfriend were hosting together, it was only right for them to show up and support the occasion. As for the boys across the hall, whether it was Su Zhe, the wealthy second-generation heir, or Wang Xiaojia, who had been chasing Lin Wanwan since high school, or even Su Yan, whose lake-jumping incident had become campus-wide gossip, Baiji had absolutely no interest in any of them. She simply didn't want to appear overly antisocial. Time gradually passed until afternoon. It was almost time for everyone to meet for dinner. Back in Su Yan's dormitory, Wang Xiaojia and Qin Feng were both unusually busy getting ready. Wang Xiaojia wasn't shy about it at all. He applied hair gel, repeatedly adjusted his hairstyle in front of the mirror, and generally acted as narcissistic as ever. Qin Feng, meanwhile, pretended not to care. He even complained occasionally about how troublesome and expensive eating out was. Yet in reality, He had dug out a set of clothes he had worn only a few times before, something he normally couldn't bear to wear. Though it was merely a black tracksuit worth a little over 300 yuan, it was the most expensive outfit he owned. Most of the rest of his wardrobe consisted of cheap knockoffs bought at rural market fairs back home. You guys ready yet? Hurry up and get out here. Xiaoli and I are waiting for you at the school gate. A message from Su Zhe appeared in the dorm group chat. Su Yan, however, looked no different than usual. His only reason for going was simple. He wanted to see exactly what Su Zhe was planning. ####Chapter 10. A full dorm. All targets are capturable. Next time, can you at least discuss something like this with me? I only found out I was supposed to treat everyone to dinner from Beihuai. Do you have any idea how awkward that is? At the south gate of Beihuai University, Xiaoli spoke with visible frustration. I know. My fault. Don't be mad. I just thought since we're together now, I should treat everyone as a thank you. It's also a good chance for the two dorms to get to know each other. Su Zhe lowered his attitude and tried to soothe her. For some reason, Xiaoli felt he was unusually fake. When he was pursuing her, he seemed perfect in her eyes, flawless in every way. But after they got together, everything changed. All the flaws she had never noticed before suddenly started surfacing one after another. He wasn't ambitious at all. He lied from time to time. He even gave her the silent treatment when he was unhappy. Especially that time when he tried to hold her hand while shopping, and she instinctively pulled away. After that, Su Zhe suddenly became very irritable. Xiaoli had started to regret agreeing to be with him. But since they hadn't been together for long, she didn't want to admit she had made a bad choice. So she could only keep up the appearance of a normal couple. Soon, she saw her roommates arriving in the distance, waving at her. Xiaoli decided not to argue further. Not long after, the boys also arrived. Both Lin Wanwan and Xiaoli instinctively looked at Su Yan among the three boys. Su Yan appeared unusually calm. Xiaoli quietly sighed in relief. She was most afraid that this situation would trigger Su Yan again. After all, during this period, he had finally calmed down. Even if he still hadn't completely let go, at least he hadn't done anything extreme lately. She hoped things would stay like this. No more lake jumping incidents. Brother Zhe, is this your car? It looks so cool. It must cost at least over 100,000 yuan, right? Shen Feng looked at Su Zhe's car with envy. Bumpkin. The lowest trim of this model starts at least 400,000, Wang Xiaojia said dismissively. Shen Feng immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. To him, a 100,000 yuan car already seemed extremely impressive. After all, the village chief's son back home often showed off his 100,000 yuan car. It's nothing expensive, just a means of transport. All right, Xiaoli and the others will ride in my car. You guys take a taxi. I'll reimburse you. Su Zhe said casually with a smile, acting completely unconcerned. But internally, he felt a strong sense of satisfaction. Sometimes, having these roommates around really helped highlight his image. Shen Feng felt a bit regretful. He had originally wanted to ride in Su Zhe's car to have something to brag about when he went home. But the four girls already filled the seats. And with his personality, even if there was space, he wouldn't dare ask. You two take the back seat. Wang Xiaojia took a taxi and sat directly in the front passenger seat. Shen Feng didn't mind and sat in the back. Su Yan spoke up. You guys go ahead. I'll take a taxi myself. He didn't want to go with them. What a weird habit, Wang Xiaojia muttered. Shen Feng, however, didn't care and even mocked him. Let him pay for his own ride then. Let's see if Su Zhe reimburses him. Wang Xiaojia just shrugged it off. A taxi wasn't expensive anyway. Only Shen Feng cared so much about such small money. Soon, both dorms arrived at the destination. It was a fairly upscale private restaurant room. It was clear that Su Zhe's family was quite wealthy. After everyone sat down, Su Yan listened as Su Zhe enthusiastically invited everyone to order. Meanwhile, Su Yan's attention drifted toward the two remaining girls from the girls' dorm. He was already somewhat familiar with Lin Wanwan and Xiaoli, so he quickly glanced past them. But the other two girls, according to the system, both had over 85 in appearance. This entire dorm were all capturable targets. #### target locked. Shinimo. Appearance *92. Figure *98. Current favorability *75. Slight interest. Hidden trait like stimulation. Special CG progress *0. None unlocked. Su Yan paused when he saw Shinmo's panel. He hadn't paid much attention to her before. But now that he saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. 92 appearance was already on par with Xia Li and Lin Wanwan. But 98 figure. That had to be a system error, right? He couldn't help but take a closer look. In his memory, Shin Imo always wore loose black hoodies. Who could even tell what kind of figure she had? Even more confusing, why was her favorability 75? Compared to Xia Li, whom he saw every morning during runs and interacted with frequently, her favorability was only 70. While Su Yin was staring at Shun Imo, the quiet, somewhat withdrawn girl seemed to notice. She looked up and met his gaze. Instead of looking away awkwardly, she actually kept staring at him with interest. Then she subtly smiled, and even blinked at him. What's going on? Su Yin was completely confused. As far as he remembered, he had never spoken a single word to her. But now wasn't the time to ask. He shifted his gaze away and looked at another girl, Beihuai. #### target locked, Beihuai. Appearance *96. Figure *88. Current favorability *60, stranger. Hidden trait *absolute rationality. Special CG progress *0, none unlocked. The system's evaluation was clearly accurate. Even among 4 beauties, Beihuai stood out the most in both appearance and aura. She wore a high-quality white shirt paired with straight-leg pants and black stockings. Silver-rimmed glasses framed her cold expression. Her gaze occasionally carried a sense of detached scrutiny, as if she could see through everything. She also noticed Su Yin looking at her. But she didn't care at all, calmly looking away as if she was used to being watched. Su Yin even suspected that Beihuai's favorability toward everyone might always stay at a fixed 60. It'll take a while for the dishes to come. How about we play a game to warm things up? After ordering, Su Zhe tried to liven up the atmosphere. Among the boys, Wang Xiaojia immediately agreed. He was still thinking about how to get closer to Lin Wanwan. Chen Feng, on the other hand, stayed unusually quiet. He usually bragged a lot in the dorm, imagining all kinds of impressive scenarios for himself. But in front of 4 stunning girls, he instantly became nervous, so nervous he could barely say a word. Chapter 11. The scale suddenly increases. This wasn't the first time the 2 dormitories had to get together. In fact, judging from the looks of the 4 girls in Lin Wanwan's dormitory, even if it were a dormitory get-together, it wouldn't seem like Su Yin and his friends would get a chance. In this respect, I really have to thank Wang Xiaojia, because he and Lin Wanwan were high school classmates. The 2 repeated a year of high school together, and Wang Xiaojia even applied to the same school as Lin Wanwan specifically for her sake. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a deep and unwavering affection. Lin Wanwan had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment. They also need familiar people like Wang Xiaojia to give them a sense of security. For example, running errands or helping out. It was after their first social gathering that the original owner fell in love with Li Xia. The reason is very simple and unpretentious. Because the other girls in the dorm wouldn't even look at him. Li Xia is the only one with a more extroverted personality. Treat everyone the same way. This gave the original owner quite a misconception. Later, before he could even muster the courage to confess his feelings, Li Xia and her roommate, Su Zhe, officially announced their relationship. When I saw that post on WeChat Moments, the original owner felt as if the sky had fallen. He went to see Li Xia, but was politely refused, saying that it was all a misunderstanding. She only considered Su Yin as an ordinary friend. Confused about the meaning of life, he jumped into the school lake. He couldn't swim, and he died not long after. This is what gave Su Yin the opportunity to travel through time. After reading these memories, Su Yin was speechless. The feeling of lamenting their misfortune and being angry at their lack of resistance. She's just a woman. As for those who are so suicidal. In any case, Su Yin himself couldn't understand it. However, I don't know whether I should thank the original owner. After all, if the other party hadn't committed suicide, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to travel through time and be reborn. He made a rough guess and estimated that in the original world, the other person was gone. It's highly likely that he was working himself to exhaustion for the sake of his company's development, and he fell asleep and never woke up again. In a private room at the restaurant, the group started playing a game of truth or dare. It has to be admitted that Su Zhe does seem quite irritating. However, his status as a second-generation rich kid means he is almost never stage frightened in any situation. Therefore, when organizing these kinds of games, They know how to create a lively and engaging atmosphere. However, Su Yin was only involved. Most of the time, Su Zhe and Wang Xiaojie were the most proactive. As for Qin Feng, he seemed hesitant and awkward. Moreover, no one in the girls' dormitory cared about him. On the contrary, Su Yin would probably have been invisible before. But this time, I wasn't very interested in seeing him. Lin Wanwan had been silently watching all along. Even Li Xia, who was standing to the side, would occasionally glance at him. This time it's Shun Mo, truth or dare? Su Zhe asked. Shin Mo, from the first time I met her, had a rather aloof personality. She even ignores others when they talk to her. Su Zhe himself had no interest in girls like that. After all, among the four, Shin Mo was probably the least noticeable one. Previously, apart from the first time, I had never participated in any joint dinners or social events between the two dormitories. Tell me the truth. Shin Mo answered. Then I'll ask. Su Zhe showed no mercy whatsoever. She went straight to the point and asked, of the four guys here, if you had to choose one to go on a date with, who would you choose? Hearing Wang Xiaojie and Qin Feng's cheers, Su Zhe's expression also became somewhat smug. He asked this question with ulterior motives. In Su Zhe's view, the other three people in the dormitory were just there to make him look better. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, aside from his girlfriend Li Xia, the other three girls will all choose him directly. Of course, perhaps because of his status, others wouldn't say it directly. But based on his observation of Shun Mo's personality, he estimated that Shun Mo wouldn't hesitate to express his true thoughts. This way, I can satisfy my vanity. To everyone's surprise, Shin Mo pointed directly at Su Yin. Su Yin initially thought it was none of her business, and quietly continued eating. Who knew Shin Mo would give such an answer? And there wasn't even the slightest hesitation. And so it pointed to Su Yin. Lin Wanwan and Li Xia both had rather interesting expressions. Especially Li Xia. She always knew that Su Yin liked her. But she had never thought Su Yin was particularly charming. He's just a decent person. They're suitable as friends. Who would have thought that Shun Mo, this aloof roommate, would choose Su Yin without hesitation? Li Xia's favorability, +1. Lin Wanwan's favorability, -1. A system notification popped up. Su Yin was taken aback. Girls are such strange creatures. I run into Li Xia every morning when I go for my run, and I make sure to say hello and make sure she notices me. As a result, the favorability rating hardly changed. But it was only because Shun Mo chose him out of the four boys. Surprisingly, my favorability rating increased by 1 point. That's absolutely amazing. As for Lin Wanwan, he didn't know why her favorability rating had dropped again. Is it my turn? Shin Mo didn't explain, nor did he care about the gazes of the people present, and asked instead. Su Zhe nodded belatedly. Shin Mo started spinning the rotating base of the dining table. Then the coordinates of the ladle landed precisely in front of Su Yin. It looks like it was rotated randomly. But Su Yin felt that this seemed to be Shun Mo's purpose. Before anyone could react, Shun Mo bluntly said, if you had to choose one of the four girls to sleep with, who do you choose? Baiji's mouth dropped open when she heard the question. The private room suddenly fell silent. No one expected that the questions asked earlier were all fairly normal. But when it came to Shin Mo, it turned out to be incredibly explosive. The scale suddenly became so much larger. It felt like we had moved from the children's table to the adults' table. Lin Wanwan and Li Xia subconsciously tensed up. Li Xia was very worried that Su Yin would choose her, because everyone knows that Su Yin likes her. But in this situation, Su Zhe, as her nominal boyfriend, is also there. What if Su Yin chooses her and the two of them start fighting? As for Lin Wanwan, she unconsciously recalled the various things that had happened between her and Su Yin some time ago. If Su Yin directly chooses himself, and even brings up what happened before, although it probably won't happen, but the thrill made her heart beat faster and faster. Then I have no choice but to choose you. Su Yin felt somewhat helpless. He didn't know how to answer such a question. It's not good to choose either one. Either one. In that case, the only option is to choose Shun Mo as the person who asked the question. Shin Mo nodded and didn't ask any further questions. They seemed quite satisfied with the result given by Su Yin. The atmosphere at the scene changed after Shun Mo's somewhat outrageous actions. Suddenly things started to get a little weird. But the dishes were served very quickly. The minigame segment then naturally came to an end. Chapter 12 Limited Time Mission. During the meal, the girls were much quieter. although Suze kept trying to liven up the atmosphere. But it still feels a bit strange. It's most likely the same question Shin Mo asked Su-yin earlier. It really makes one overthink. Shin Mo has always been a loner since he first entered the school. In the dormitory, he would only exchange a few words with Beihuai from time to time. And it's also because Beihuai is the class monitor. So there is a need for it. But what just happened made Li Xia feel strange. Why would Shin Mo ask Su-yin that kind of question? Could it be that she likes Su-yin? When she answered Suze's question earlier, she also chose Su-yin. As for Su-yin's answer, Li Xia didn't take it seriously. Li Xia was certain that Su-yin still liked her. But in that situation, Shin Mo was indeed the most suitable choice. If it's just asking who someone likes, that's fairly normal. She actually asked such a thing. That's some really weird thought process. As for Lin Wanwan, she never really liked Shin Mo. I felt that the other person was looking at me with a hint of disdain. He's just a weirdo in the dorm. However, Su-yan's answer made her think more. Especially the look of disdain in Su-yan's eyes when he told her to solve the problem herself in the classroom. This made Lin Wanwan start to doubt herself for a moment. Am I really that unattractive in that area? Even after that incident, Su-yin never contacted her again. I haven't even sent a single message. She was already prepared for Su-yin to make even more outrageous demands. Lin Wanwan wasn't sure why she felt that little sense of loss from time to time. After dinner, Suze suggested going to a karaoke bar. Because tomorrow is Sunday, there are no classes. After Suze's persuasion, the girls all agreed. Suze is a local, and it's clear that he's very familiar with this type of entertainment venue. He even greeted the KTV manager very familiarly. Did you come here often before? Li Xia spoke with some doubt. She doesn't really like places like that. When Suze was pursuing her, he said that he had always been a good student since he was a child. He's never even been to an internet cafe. But judging from his current behavior, it doesn't seem like it at all. Their boss is a friend of my dad, so he came here a few times with my dad. Suze quickly explained. I just felt increasingly speechless. Li Xia was a good person before she started dating. But after we got into a relationship, I really started to like taking care of him. And it's been over a week now, they won't even let me touch them. If it weren't for the fact that Li Xia is indeed quite beautiful, and that he hasn't even really won her over yet. Given Suze's temperament, they probably broke up a long time ago. Suze suggested drinking. However, Li Xia rejected it. Finally, we ordered some fruit and snacks, and drank beverages. Wang Xiaojia has complete confidence in his singing voice. As soon as she came in, she ordered several of her favorite songs. Wanwan, let's sing this song together. Wang Xiaojia looked at Lin Wanwan, who was talking to Li Xia, and made a suggestion. This is a song sung by a couple. Let's forget it, I don't sing well. Lin Wanwan refused without hesitation. Wang Xiaojia tried to persuade him a couple of times, but ultimately gave up. Beihuai seems to enjoy singing as well. She sings much better than Wang Xiaojia. Su-yin could tell at a glance that she had most likely received professional training. It's worth mentioning that when Beihuai was singing, Suze deliberately asked for the microphone and sang along with her. This is interesting. Su-yin figured it out. Suze is the type who's eating what's in his bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. He also harbors considerable ambitions towards his girlfriend, Li Xia's roommate. Even Su-yin suspected that the dinner party was to celebrate his relationship with Li Xia. But in reality, Suze was most likely after Beihuai. Su-yin's guess was correct, because Beihuai also discovered this at this time. However, it did not show any abnormalities. Actually, she never mentioned that before Suze pursued Li Xia, the other party added her as a friend first. Then I would often message her, wanting to ask her out for meals or something. However, Beihuai was not interested in him and was very cold towards him. Later, Suze took the initiative to approach Li Xia. Of course, I've seen plenty of guys like this. She had no intention of getting involved. This could easily lead to misunderstandings by Li Xia and cause unnecessary trouble. In her opinion, this kind of thing wasn't worth her time or effort. As for Li Xia's unfortunate encounter with a man, in Beihuai's view, the two were just ordinary roommates. I don't need to concern myself with Li Xia's private life. It's not our place to care. Limited time mission. Let our potential romantic partners create unforgettable memories at this dormitory social event. Currently selectable targets: Lin Wanwan, Li Xia, Shun Mo, Beihuai. Su-yin was just sitting there normally, eating sunflower seeds. But the task notification that suddenly popped up in the system startled him. What he cared about most was the reward. Blind box gift pack? This was the first time Su Yin had ever seen the system give such a reward. This made him curious as well. Although blind boxes are generally considered to be a way to exploit customers. However, if it's provided by the system and there are no unscrupulous merchants manipulating it, you might actually be able to find some good stuff. Su Yin, aren't you going to sing? Chen Feng is not a good singer, and he has hardly ever been to a karaoke bar before. So at this moment, all they could do was watch Su Zhe and Bai Ji sing together with a touch of envy. But that's not really a big deal, because there is another Su Yin just like him. This will make Chen Feng feel less inferior. I can't sing, you guys sing. Su Yin answered casually. What he said is true. It's mainly about songs and such from around the world. He didn't know them at all. I've never even heard of it, let alone sung it. Moreover, Su Yin is past that age when it comes to things like singing karaoke. I wasn't particularly interested to begin with. Su Yin, why are you always like this when you come out? So what if you don't sing well? What's so shameful about it? We went there last semester, and you seem to be enjoying your singing. Wang Xiaojie made a sarcastic remark from the side. However, that statement is not wrong. They even dragged Chen Feng, who was standing next to them, into the insults. The four roommates had just met when they first enrolled in university. In university, at Wang Xiaojie's suggestion, they went to a karaoke bar near the school. Su Yin and Chen Feng were visiting such a place for the first time. They shouted all night long, only reluctantly leaving when their mealtime was up. But when he's in front of girls, he's too self-conscious and embarrassed to even take the microphone. Wang Xiaojie looked down on this and had often made fun of the two of them about it before. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh speechlessly. Wang Xiaojie is a real jerk. Sometimes he's really asking for a beating. However, at this point, it's not a good idea to directly turn against the other party. So he said, then I'll just sing one randomly. Chapter 13, did you really write this song yourself? Hee. Wang Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh. Putting everything else aside, he knew that Su Yin could sing. He has a very plain voice and can't even find the right pitch. At that moment, he felt that Su Yin was just putting on a brave face. They were just waiting for the other person to embarrass themselves. What song do you want to sing? I'll pick one for you. Chen Feng also spoke up very enthusiastically. A smug smile appeared on his face. He always imagined his shining moments in his mind, even though they almost never came true. But compared to that, seeing Su Yin embarrass himself in front of Lin Wanwan and the other girls in their dorm was much better. There was a strange sense of anticipation in my heart. No need, I don't think this song is in the library. I'll just sing it a cappella. Su Yin casually refused. At this moment, Bai Ji, who was standing to the side, also looked at Su Yin with great interest. She could sense it. Ever since Su Yin jumped into the lake, this boy has given her a completely different feeling than before. Before, when Su Yin met her, he only dared to steal glances at her. When they occasionally tried to strike up a conversation, their nervousness was visibly palpable. But now, Su Yin has become much more poised and confident. Su Yin tried humming a couple of lines. The original owner's body actually had a pretty good voice. However, she has no singing skills whatsoever. Sometimes, even finding the right key can make the singing sound bad. However, in his previous life, Su Yin had been to such business establishments quite often because of his work. He even enrolled in a vocal training class specifically for this purpose. Although he may still be a mediocre person, he is still much better than the average person. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I met you, your gentle and clear eyes appeared in my dream. Su Yin really isn't very good at singing the songs of this world, but he still had a few songs from his previous life that he had practiced specifically and sang quite well. Take, for example, this song, Xiao Yu. It also matches the original owner's voice very well. At first, Su Yin was still getting used to her new body. As the song progressed, Su Yin's condition improved. No matter what the future holds, at least we are happy now. No matter how it ends, at least the person I miss is you. What song is this? Chen Feng was surprised that Su Yin actually dared to sing. And this was sung so well, even when it was a cappella. This song is quite nice, but he doesn't seem to have heard it before. Wang Xiaojie's expression was not good at this moment. So, unable to contain his anger, he retorted to Chen Feng's question, "You're asking me? How the hell would I know?" Li Xia was chatting with Lin Wanwan. Because the karaoke music suddenly stopped, both of them subconsciously focused their attention on Su Yin, who was singing. Li Xia suddenly had a feeling. It seems I know absolutely nothing about Su Yin, my suitor. He sings quite well. Moreover, She had never heard this song before. But for some reason, once Su Yin started singing, I was immediately drawn into the emotions. For a moment, I was completely absorbed in listening. As for Lin Wanwan, her expression was complicated. All that had happened between Su Yin and her made it hard for Lin Wanwan not to pay special attention to him. Thinking back to a week ago, Su Yin forcefully barged into her hotel room. And everything that happened in general education classes. Add to that Su Yin singing earnestly at this moment. They are classmates of the same age. But suddenly it became even more mysterious to her. This gave Lin Wanwan the first time she felt an urge to get to know this boy better. If you still can't believe it, it's really okay. I will leave quietly. After the song ended, the karaoke room fell into an eerie silence. As Li Xia listened to the lyrics more and more intently, the more she listened. I don't know why, but the melody of this song is somewhat refreshing. But in the end, there was a strange sense of sadness. She had a vague feeling that Su Yan's song was sung specifically for her. What's the name of this song? Who is the original singer? Beihuai was the first to react, clapping as she asked. She considers herself to have a fairly wide range of music tastes. Although I can't sing most of the popular songs, I have a general impression of them. She had absolutely no recollection of the song Su Yin had just sung. However, the melody is indeed quite good. It perfectly suited Beihuai's preferences. Beihuai subconsciously thought that Su Yin was singing a relatively niche folk song. That's why it's not even included in karaoke song lists. But then Su Yin, who had put down the microphone, answered, "Xiao Yu." The original singer's words. I guess I wrote it myself. Because there is no Aue in this world, it would be too troublesome to explain clearly. Su Yin simply claimed that he wrote it himself. You wrote this yourself? Are you kidding me? You? Wang Xiaojia asked, somewhat incredulously. They didn't believe Su Yan's words at all. As for Beihuai, she was also stunned. Shin Mo's voice came from the side. I just searched, but I couldn't find this song. Of all those present, Beihuai was the most surprised. She originally planned to apply to an art school and study music. But because of her family's opposition, she didn't go even though she passed the art exam. She knew best that the song she had just heard was of very high quality. Although there is no accompaniment, the lyrics and melody have their own unique characteristics and flavor. But what about Su Yan, a boy who is not particularly good-looking? Can someone really write a song like this? Did he really write this song himself? The person most shocked at this moment was probably Li Xia. She inevitably became directly involved. I already had a feeling that Su Yin sang this song specifically for herself. At this moment, I heard that the song was written by the other person themselves. The impact was enormous. Even now, the last slightly melancholic lyric still echoes in her mind. It's really okay, I'll leave quietly. In the past, Li Xia would have been completely uninterested in guys who tried to portray themselves as deeply affectionate. But if this happened to her, especially to someone like Su Yin who jumped into the lake for her, it would be hard for Li Xia not to be moved. Li Xia's favorability +1. Li Xia's favorability +1. Li Xia's favorability +1. Looking at the constantly refreshing favorability indicators from the system, Su Yin was also somewhat surprised. I couldn't help but glance at the other person. This time, however, it was Li Xia herself who panicked and avoided his gaze. No, sis, are you misunderstanding something? Su Yin couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, after casually singing a song, Li Xia's favorability rating increased by 8 points. For Su Yin, it was definitely a surefire way to make money. It's a pity there weren't any daily tasks to increase favorability, so I didn't get the rewards. After Su Yin finished singing one song, she had no intention of continuing. Instead, they began to seriously study the time-limited tasks given by the system. Do you want to leave the other person with unforgettable memories? Su Yin pondered, hesitating about which of the 4 girls to choose, so that the task would be easier to complete. Chapter 14. I really didn't adjust it. After Su Yin sang a song she wrote herself, Wang Xiaojia remains highly suspicious. He spent a long time searching online, but he couldn't find the same song. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Yin is just an ordinary, penniless loser. Can he write songs? Wang Xiaojia even lost interest in singing with Lin Wanwan. Su Zhe, who organized the gathering and treated everyone, also looked rather unhappy. He originally thought that his 3 roommates posed no threat to him at all. Who knows, it's a song by Su Yin. They completely stole his thunder. Lin Wanwan seemed a little absent-minded. She had been secretly observing Su Yin since dinner time. After Su Yin finished singing Xiao Yu, she became even more curious about this boy. I have a lot of questions on my mind that I want to ask Su Yin. But ever since the last public class, Su Yin has ignored her. The two even exchanged contact information, and the only chat record they have so far is a transfer record of her sending Su Yin 10,000 yuan as hush money. A conflicted expression appeared on Lin Wanwan's pure face. She subconsciously bit her lip. He then secretly took out his phone. I found Su Yan's friend and sent him a message. Did you really write that song? Su Yin was still hesitating about who to choose to complete the system's time-limited task. Clearly, he subconsciously ruled out Bai Ji and Shin Mo, whom he was not very familiar with. Because Su Yin had no prior interaction with the two of them, they were clearly not the best candidates for the mission. That leaves Lin Wanwan and Li Xia. Just then, Su Yan's phone vibrated. After he took it out, he saw the message sent by Lin Wanwan. Now you don't have to worry about it anymore. Because the other party delivered themselves right to our door. Have you decided to select Lin Wanwan as the mission target? A system notification popped up. Su Yin made the decision immediately. I'll wait for you outside later. Lin Wanwan was stunned when she saw the message. Su Yin did not answer her question, but instead gave the order directly. Moreover, it wasn't a question, it was an unquestionable tone. After sending the message, Su Yin stood up and said that he needed to use the restroom. He then left the private room immediately. Lin Wanwan was torn between her inner thoughts and her own. She really wanted to reject Su Yin outright. But for some reason, the thought of meeting Su Yin alone gave me a strange sense of excitement and anticipation. It's all because he threatened me with those photos. I had no choice but to do this. Lin Wanwan found herself a flawless excuse. Wanwan, this is your favorite song. I specially requested it for you. Let's sing together. Wang Xiaojie took the initiative to come closer. He eagerly handed over the microphone. He admired himself. That's so thoughtful. Knowing that Wanwan was a little shy, I secretly picked out her favorite song for her. Excuse me, Xiaojie, you can sing by yourself. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Wanwan answered casually. Ignoring Wang Xiaojie, he walked out in a few steps. Hey, wait a minute. Wang Xiaojie felt somewhat helpless. Isn't there a toilet in this private room? He thought to himself, somewhat puzzled. However, it could also be because Wanwan disliked sharing the same things with the boys in her dorm. After all, Wanwan is a sweet and soft girl. Having a bit of OCD or something is perfectly normal. Lin Wanwan arrived at the entrance of the KTV's public restroom. I looked around, but Su Yin was nowhere to be seen. But suddenly, a large hand reached out and grabbed her slender wrist. Oh, Lin Wanwan was startled. Only after seeing that it was Su Yin did he calm down. She tried to appear calm. He asked in a calm tone, "What do you want from me?" Su Yin didn't say anything, but instead pulled her into the toilet stall. The toilet in this shopping mall is a gender-neutral public toilet. All of them use individual cubicles. Su Yin turned around and lowered the latch on the toilet stall. Lin Wanwan's heart began to pound wildly. As Su Yin turned around, the two were only about 10 centimeters apart in the cramped cubicle, practically crammed together. What? What are you going to do? Lin Wanwan spoke with a terrified expression. Su Yin didn't speak, but just looked at her with a half-smile. Su Yin, we've already settled things. Lin Wanwan wanted to say something more, but I felt my breathing becoming more and more rapid, and I couldn't open my mouth. Smack! Su Yin slapped her across the face. A stinging sensation came over me. In fact, Su Yin didn't use much force at all, but the other person had pale skin, and the palm print was clearly visible. Lin Wanwan's mind went completely blank. However, she didn't feel wronged or want to cry. On the contrary, this place also contains Su Yan's slap just now. What caused her body to react? She immediately blurted out, almost instinctively, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "What did you say?" Su Yan acted impulsively just now. Mainly, Lin Wanwan's face exudes a pure and alluring charm, coupled with her pitiful eyes just now. It really gives one a strange urge. But Lin Wanwan's sudden apology caught Su Yan off guard. However, in Lin Wanwan's eyes, Su Yan's confusion seemed more like anger. She quickly and cautiously repeated, "Master, I was wrong." Lin Wanwan felt extremely ashamed, because it was an experience she had never had before. "Su Yan, I couldn't help but mentally protest. I really didn't tune it. Or rather, the adjustment hasn't even started yet." Lin Wanwan was already like this. Who would have thought of that? Of course, since things have come to this. Su Yan, of course, wouldn't stand on ceremony. So he asked coldly, "Is this how you apologize?" Lin Wanwan was stunned for a moment. He quickly regained his composure. My mind started to feel conflicted again. Smack! Another slap landed, this time with a bit more force. The red mark on Lin Wanwan's right cheek became more and more obvious. I see. Lin Wanwan responded in a soft, almost inaudible voice. Then he carefully squatted down. Hiss! Su Yin couldn't help but gasp. The sudden, warm, enveloping sensation was incredibly stimulating. Actually, Su Yin had experienced it before. But that was all in my past life. The original owner of this body was indeed inexperienced, having only served as a pilot, Xiao Chunan. But what intrigued Su Yan was, why is Lin Wanwan so unfamiliar with him? According to Su Yan's thinking, the other party shouldn't be the kind of expert who is sharp-tongued and aggressive. The real feeling was that I was incredibly bad at expressing myself. But in the end, Su Yan was defeated. Lin Wanwan was completely unprepared. He started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Wanwan choked so badly that tears welled up in her eyes. Just as Su Yin was about to ask if the other party was all right, he found that Lin Wanwan had not stopped. Instead, she was very gentle and considerate, helping to clean up the battlefield. Was Chapter 15 good? Lin Wanwan felt like she was going crazy. My mind went completely blank. She did watch a lot of related instructional videos online. I even studied it specifically so that I could use it in the future. But I feel that practical application and theoretical discussion are not quite the same. It has a clumsy, imitative feel to it. Lin Wanwan looked up at Su Yin with innocent eyes, her face pure and innocent. The impact of this scene was quite significant. At least judging from how Lin Wanwan usually behaves at school, no one would have imagined that she would have this side to her. And in a place like this, the time-limited mission has been completed. Please claim your reward promptly. The system notification sounded. Su Yin felt that he had figured out how to use this corner of the world with the wooden system. It's described as a romance system. But we should take this unorthodox, speedrun approach to complete the mission, especially with Lin Wanwan. The other person's physique is really too useful. The difficulty of completing it will be greatly reduced. With the mission completed, Su Yin entered a state of enlightenment. I never expected that this time-limited task would be so easy to complete. It seems that choosing Lin Wanwan as a target was indeed the right choice. If it were Li Xia, she would probably struggle for a long time without making much progress. Su Yin is preparing to retire after achieving his goal. But Lin Wanwan was not so willing. He reached out and stopped him. What does that mean? Open. Su Yin spoke in a serious tone. Lin Wanwan bit her lip, although he didn't speak. But they were clearly reluctant to part with it. Stand up. Su Yin continued. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Wanwan's eyes. But at the same time, there is still some struggle. Do we really want to stay in this place? Although I was torn between my own feelings and my own conscience. But his body still obeyed Su Yan's orders uncontrollably. He then subconsciously lowered his core and braced himself against the wall with his hands. Su Yan? She hadn't expected Lin Wanwan to be so self-aware. He was just trying to get the other person to get up and prepare to leave the cubicle. Smack! That familiar stinging sensation came. The old injury from last time had actually healed almost completely, and this was still happening through her tight jeans. Lin Wanwan's favorability -5". Having taken advantage of every opportunity, Su Yin was completely satisfied. Lin Wanwan looked back with a somewhat confused expression. They then discovered that Su Yin was already preparing to open the door to the cubicle and leave. Although somewhat confused, they quickly took a break. They were worried about being seen by others. She now understood that this was all Su Yan's punishment. He hasn't contacted me proactively for a week. And this time, they even called a retreat at a crucial moment. This puts her body in such an agonizing state. This is because of the last general education class. She only cared about herself. They completely ignored Su Yan's words. In the end, she even dared to grab Su Yan and plead with him, disregarding her status. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude this time was also very clear. Her primary task was to satisfy her master first before she could get what she wanted. Su Yan was of course unaware that Lin Wanwan was so prone to overthinking. To put it more clearly, Lin Wanwan is a pure desire saint body. The reason it has become the way it is now is entirely due to my own actions. Suyin merely acted as a catalyst. Perhaps it was because most of the boys she had met before had been very obedient to Lin Wanwan. So after being forcefully threatened by Su Yan, on the contrary, it completely awakened Lin Wanwan's hidden attributes. Go back first, so as not to arouse suspicion. Su Yan spoke, although he didn't really care. But I don't think it's necessary to arouse suspicion. Oh, Lin Wanwan nodded obediently. I don't know why. When she's with other guys, she always feels like she can easily control them. There was one thing she truly couldn't do about Su Yan. They couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. Su Yan washed her face. I'm here for the dormitory get-together. It seems like it wasn't a wasted trip. A timed task has been completed. As for the blind box reward for completing the mission, Su Yan decided to wait until she got back to her dorm and took a shower before opening it. Unboxing something requires a sense of reverence. However, Su Yan was always unlucky in his previous life. Therefore, I really dislike lotteries that rely heavily on luck. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from the toilet. This surprised Su Yan for a moment. Because it was very quiet inside, Su Yan subconsciously assumed that no one was there. I hope no one heard what just happened. Su Yan looked somewhat surprised when he saw the person who came out. Shinemo. If it were a stranger, Su Yan would just pretend to be stupid. But who would have thought that it was Lin Wanwan's roommate, Shinemo? When did she go in? They wouldn't stay in the next cubicle and eavesdrop, would they? Su Yan couldn't help but start thinking quickly. Shinemo acted as if nothing had happened. After walking over to Su Yan and stopping, he turned on the tap and started washing his hands with hand sanitizer. You probably didn't hear it. Seeing the other party's reaction, Su Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. It's over. But at that moment, Shinemo suddenly spoke up. Seeing that Su Yan did not react, Shinemo gently shook the water off his hands and tilted his head to look at him. Su Yan gave an awkward smile. Then, feigning ignorance, he asked, What did you say? Shinemo isn't particularly tall, and his overall style of dress leans towards androgynous. If it weren't for her pretty face, I doubt anyone will even notice her. To use the words from her previous life, Shinemo gives off the vibe of a cool and edgy girl. A slight smile appeared on Shinmo's lips. Then he suddenly lifted up his loose black hoodie. Holy crap! Holy crap! Su Yan was shocked by the sudden sight. So big. This was the first word that came to Su Yan's mind. Compared to Shinemo, Lin Wanwan is nothing but a small fry. No one expected that Shinemo, who seemed so low-key and aloof, would actually be so unassuming. Moreover, Shinemo came out this time without wearing anything underneath. He was only wearing that inconspicuous black loose sweatshirt on his upper body. Is it pretty? Shinmo's lips curled up slightly. It must be said that it truly broadened Su Yan's horizons. No wonder the system gave her a body score of 98. Not only are they large, but they also present a stunning sight of small branches bearing abundant fruit. You can even vaguely see the other person's abs. Su Yan did not answer. Shinemo then reached out and grabbed Su Yan's hand. Then it was covered up. A feeling that he couldn't control it with one hand at all came to Su Yan's mind. Chapter 16. Can I join you? Between me and Lin Wanwan, whose hand feels better? Shinmo's words became increasingly bold. As for Su Yan, now that things had come to this, he naturally couldn't help but experience it for himself. The final conclusion can only be described in 4 words. Terrifying. This figure is indeed excessively supermodel-like. In comparison, even Shinmo's looks, which score over 90 points, pale in comparison. But Su Yan naturally didn't lose his mind. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, he asked with a serious expression, What do you want to do? Without a doubt, everything he and Lin Wanwan did in the toilet stall had most likely been overheard by the other party. Shinemo rarely showed such a bright smile. He seemed to have lost some of his usual aloofness and gloom. Don't worry, I'm not here to threaten or expose you. Su Yan? He didn't understand at that moment either. I had sensed it before. Shinemo was indeed a rather special girl. Could it be that she had discovered something before? It's quite possible that it really is. Was it the open class last week? Su Yan thought about it more and more and felt that his analysis was correct, but he still finds it a bit hard to understand. What was Shinmo's purpose in doing this? Can I join you? Shinmo suddenly added this sentence. Su Yan's expression turned to shock. What is that? He subconsciously wondered if he had misheard. Join in. Join what? Shinmo looked at Su Yan. His expression was playful. Don't play dumb. Don't worry. As long as you agree to let me join, I won't tell anyone about this. Su Yan frowned. He truly didn't expect things to develop in this direction. Why does this feel like it's getting more and more outrageous? Shin Emo seemed to think that Su Yin wanted to refuse. A rare hint of anxiety appeared on his face. Anyway, you and Lin Wanwan aren't a couple. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, someone of my skill level shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Su Yin. He had to admit that what Shun Imo said was true. With a figure that scores 98 out of 100, it would be a lie to say that Su Yin isn't tempted at all. But the key question is, has Shun Imo misunderstood something? He was really somewhat forced into it, in order to complete the tasks assigned by the system. As for Lin Wanwan, that's because she inherently possessed that hidden attribute. Su Yin simply chose the method that would be most useful for him to complete the task. It's just a matter of treating the symptoms. According to him, XP shouldn't be that complicated, right? But Shinemo. This was completely unknown to Su Yin. He knew absolutely nothing about the other party. Could it be that Shinemo is like Lin Wanwan? Do they have similar hidden attributes and hobbies? Su Yin couldn't help but take another look at Shun Mo's attribute panel. Target locked. Shun Mo appearance. 92 body. 98 current favorability. 75 slightly favorable. Hidden keyword. Preference for thrills. Special CG unlock progress. 0. No special CGs unlocked. It seems to be slightly different from Lin Wanwan's panel. You mean, you want to be like Lin Wanwan? Su Yin couldn't help but ask a question. Shin Imo was taken aback for a moment. He immediately waved his hand. No, I'm not like her. At this moment, Shin Imo was indeed getting a little anxious. Although she felt she had Su Yin under her control. But something still needed to be made clear. But even with the words on the tip of his tongue, Shin Imo still didn't quite know how to begin. Don't be fooled by her seemingly experienced demeanor just now. But in reality, she's just a so-called king of empty talk. By joining, I mean having the same status as you. We are equals. Shin Imo awkwardly offered an explanation. He then couldn't help but ask, do you understand what I mean? Su Yin. No, it feels even more chaotic now. Lin Wanwan is one thing. Shin Imo, who was the other person's roommate, felt that the XP system was even more outrageous. Su Yin even felt that because he was too normal, he couldn't quite fit in. You have to agree whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I'll expose your relationship. Shin Imo was too lazy to explain any further. They might as well just threaten him outright. The best way for you to keep this a secret right now is to get me to join you. You have no other option. Shin Imo reminded him. Su Yin was helpless. But thinking about it carefully, it's not really a loss. Moreover, look at how persistent Shin Imo is. In addition, the other person has always given off a withdrawn and gloomy feeling. They're probably capable of anything. All right, but whatever you do, you have to tell me first. Su Yin spoke. He was really afraid that if Shun Imo went crazy, he would become too passive. Ultimately, Su Yin still felt that he should prioritize his own system tasks. As for the others, they are really just methods to complete the task. Shin Imo nodded. His expression didn't seem to change much. But because Su Yin agreed, she was actually incredibly excited. Watching Shun Imo leave after he finished speaking, Su Yin sighed helplessly. Everything was fine before. But because of Shin Mo's involvement, he felt that things were slowly slipping out of his control. Wanwan, are you alright? Why is your face so red? Inside a private room at a karaoke bar. After Lin Wanwan returned, Wang Xiaojin naturally went to her side immediately. They subconsciously started offering words of comfort and concern. At this moment, Lin Wanwan was actually in a bad mood. Compared to the last plane crash, she was the unfortunate captain who couldn't even take off this time. Without Su Yin as the navigator, the film has only whetted people's appetites. So this time, Lin Wanwan seems to have truly experienced what Su Yin felt last time. She understood then that Su Yin was deliberately teaching her a lesson. It's a bit hot in here. Ugh, aren't you annoying? Can't you go sing by yourself and stop bothering me? Lin Wanwan spoke somewhat angrily. Wang Xiaojie was stunned for a moment. Most of the time, Lin Wanwan is very gentle and considerate. Even when speaking to him, she always spoke softly. It's rare to see the other person get so angry. Angry. I'm sorry, Wanwan. Don't worry, I promise I won't do that again. Wang Xiaojin naturally apologized immediately. What he didn't know was that this anger came from a poor pilot. I was the one who was blamed. They seemed to have realized what was happening. Lin Wanwan's tone suddenly softened again. Sorry, Xiaojie. I might not be in a good mood lately. So, Wang Xiaojia suddenly became happy again after hearing Lin Wanwan's words. No, Wanwan. If you're in a bad mood, just yell at me. Go ahead and vent. I have no problem with it. Lin Wanwan made a slightly shy expression. He spoke. Wang Xiaojia glanced speechlessly at Chen Feng, who seemed to be choking. Meanwhile, in the taxi, Bai Ji, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly spoke up. Don't you guys think that Su Yin is a little different than before? After he finished speaking, the car fell into an eerie silence. The three people in the back row couldn't help but think of Su Yin when they heard his name. Li Xia was the girl Su Yin liked before, and he even jumped into a lake for her. Therefore, Su Yin was already quite special in Li Xia's eyes. As for Lin Wanwan, this was even more true. Her experience in the KTV restroom was still vivid in her mind. I doubt I'll forget it anytime soon. And then there's Shun Mo, who, unbeknownst to anyone, secretly made a deal with Su Yin. In short, Su Yin was a very special boy to all three of them. Bai Ji, sitting in the front row, was still stuck on the scene in the karaoke bar where Su Yin sang a song he had written. Is there? I don't feel any changes. Lin Wanwan pretended to be stupid. Her relationship with Su Yin has now become her biggest secret. Under no circumstances should this be revealed. I think he looks a lot more handsome than before. Shin Mo rarely participates in this topic. Su Yin isn't exactly handsome, Li Xia added in a low voice. However, she was unwilling to admit it. But during this period, Su Yin accompanied her on her morning run every day. Moreover, her entire demeanor is completely different from before. She was worried that Su Yin would continue to cause her trouble. But in reality, Su Yin didn't do anything except greet her each time. Even the frequent private messages he used to send her, greeting her every morning, afternoon, and evening, have stopped. If she couldn't still see Su Yin's moments, she would have suspected that the other party had blocked her. Why do I feel like your reactions are all a bit strange when Su Yin is mentioned? Bai Ji asked with some confusion. Bai Ji had met far too many outstanding men. Su Yin doesn't even rank in the top tier. For such a long time, she had no feelings for Su Yin. But this time, the song Su Yin sang at the karaoke bar really surprised her. Most importantly, Su Yin seemed like a completely different person from the previous few times we had met. Could it really be because of Li Xia's provocation? How can it bring about such a big change? After the four girls returned to their dorm to rest, they were all clearly preoccupied with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Yin simply took a taxi and left after coming out again. I don't plan to stay with the other people in the dorm. Su Yin also felt that she should consider renting a house off campus recently. One issue is that living at school is uncomfortable. Moreover, Su Yin really couldn't be bothered with these oddball roommates. Renting a place outside would also allow me to better study my dating system. Current number of blind boxes, 1. Turn on. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Su Yin immediately found the reward from his limited time mission. Hopefully, I won't have that bad luck again. Su Yin thought to himself silently. He then used his mind to open the blind box he had just obtained. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge. Musical Genius, Silver. Congratulations on unlocking the badge system. Wearing the corresponding badge will grant you badge effect bonuses. Current available badge slots, 3. What is that? Su Yin looked at the series of prompts that popped up in the system. I couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. Chapter 18, is this remote control of yours really serious? Badge, Musical Genius. Increases the wearer's music-related learning abilities by 200% in all aspects. This thing, it's alright, I guess. Su Yin took a closer look at the effect of the badge he had just received. It's better than nothing, though. Su Yin hasn't figured out the specific use for it yet. You can't just go and debut as a singer, can you? However, it doesn't seem like it's impossible. Celebrities also earn quite a lot. Su Yin also checked his own panel attributes. Host, Su Yin, Appearance, 70, an ordinary college student. Charm, 73, maybe some girls will like this type of you. Physical fitness, 74, a college student who exercises a little. Personal assets, 81,254.56 yuan. Personal skills, basic running skills, special skills. Insight, LV1. Golden ratio smile, LV1. Badge, Musical Genius, Silver. Backpack/items, none. The speed at which this number boosts energy is pretty good. Su Yin glanced at it. It was found that almost all the values were pulled up to 70 or above. Only a week has passed since the system was officially launched. Such speed is nothing short of cheating. Moreover, these basic values are really difficult to raise. As for appearance, it's determined by the modeling. So let's not talk about that. In terms of physical fitness alone, Su Yanchen ran for a week, adding extra points on his own, but it only reached 4 points. But the system rewarded me with 10 points. She's way too much of a supermodel. Daily tasks have been updated, multiple selections allowed. The pop-up notification excited Su Yan. The daily tasks have finally been refreshed. Hopefully, the rewards for this second week's tasks will be more generous than before. Because of the previous tasks, almost nothing could stop Su Yan, and he is now indeed bursting with confidence. Male God Development Plan, Long-Term. 1. Physical health is the foundation of success. Persist in morning runs for a week, covering no less than 5 kilometers. Reward, Constitution +5. Physical strength is the foundation of strategy. Advance purchase a gym membership and continuously engage in systematic strength training for no less than 1 hour every day. Rewards, Constitution +72. Become an interesting male god. Learn a skill and expand your hobbies. Reward, Cash +3,000. Become an interesting male god. Advanced learn a skill and use it to increase the favorability of any target. Rewards, Cash +80,000. Bread is the foundation of love. Earn your first pot of gold. Minimum amount, 10,000. System rewards are not included in the statistics. Reward, Cash +10,000. Bread is the foundation of love. Advanced establish your own company and officially start operations. Award. It took Su Yan quite a while to finally finish reading through this week's daily tasks. It must be said that the difficulty of the task has indeed increased compared to the last time. Moreover, almost every daily task has an advanced version. The good news is that both basic daily tasks and advanced tasks are available for acceptance. There is no conflict between them. It's more like the better you complete the task, the bigger the reward you get in the end. Su Yan thought this was quite good. Life goes on, so does the strategy. Limited time offer. 1. Lin Wanwan. Unlock Lin Wanwan's first special CG. Reward, special item, magic remote control. Note, I really need to control you very well. 2. Angelica. Increases Li Xia's favorability to 70 or above. Reward, special item, magic suspension bridge. Note, intense or stimulating environments. People are prone to misinterpreting physiological reactions, such as an increased heart rate, as attraction to others, thus generating emotions. In psychology, this is known as the suspension bridge effect. The strategy tasks on the second page have also been updated. Su Yan was undoubtedly stunned when he saw it. This time, the reward is actually a prop. Su Yan was familiar with the suspension bridge effect. The notes on this item are probably related to its effects. But what kind of task did Lin Wanwan give her? Is your remote control really legitimate? Oh well, Su Yan is used to it now. It seems that the system's tasks are refreshed individually for each girl. Lin Wanwan's situation is indeed somewhat different. However, Su Yan was puzzled as to why the mission's target included Angelica de Hirica. Should we choose the target with the highest progress and the target with the lowest progress and proceed simultaneously? Beihuai's favorability rating has remained consistently at 60 points. Even the system probably couldn't stand it anymore. However, Beihuai is the kind of girl who is unapproachable to strangers and has an innate intellectual and scholarly air about her. The strategy is not so simple to master. The dark side of the moon, special. Uncover the hidden side of any target's heart. Reward, special skill, steady aura, LV1. There is still only one special mission. Su Yan frowned. What does it mean to hide the other side of your heart? This task is even more abstract than the previous, heart-pounding moment. Su Yan was completely clueless for a moment. Never mind, I'll just accept them all first. Anyway, there was no punishment for not completing the task. Su Yan, of course, accepted all comers. Whether it can be completed later is another matter. Right now, there's really no need to dwell on these things. On Sunday morning, Su Yan still got up early for her morning run. However, this time the distance has increased to 5 kilometers compared to before. But compared to the first time he ran it, the difficulty level has dropped significantly for Su Yan. His current physical condition is on a completely different level compared to when he had 60 points. With the addition of basic running skills, Su Yan's breathing rate and foot placement became much more professional. Running is almost effortless and even feels strangely comfortable. No, how come he ran so fast today? Li Xiao watched helplessly as the distance between herself and Su Yin grew further and further apart. He couldn't help but be surprised. She had just given Su Yin a slight reminder yesterday. Today, the opponent's footwork was much more professional, and their speed had also increased significantly. This struck Li Xia as somewhat unbelievable. Should we keep running? For the past week, Li Xia had gotten used to Su Yan's fixed 3-kilometer run every day. Not more, not less. But today, Su Yan suddenly increased the stakes. I ran 5 kilometers in one go. In one go. Su Yan felt refreshed all over. It must be said that running is indeed a great sport. Not only is it free, but it's also very stress-relieving once you develop the habit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's finally over. Actually, 5 kilometers is not too difficult for Li Xia, but she was completely out of breath. In order to keep up with Su Yan's speed, he completely messed up his own rhythm. It's only because of his physical condition that he could pull off this. Otherwise, Su Yan would have really pushed him to his limit. Su Yan also noticed Li Xia behind him, who was leaning on her knees and panting heavily. Are you all right? When Li Xia heard Su Yan ask this question, she naturally couldn't admit that she almost lost her way. He simply waved his hand casually. It's all right, it's all right. I'm just not feeling well today. Su Yan nodded, then turned and left. Now it was Li Xia's turn to be stunned. No, you're just leaving like that? She had initially thought that Su Yan would at least show some concern for her. After all, for Su Yan, her current state presented a rare and excellent opportunity. Unexpectedly, after she said she was fine, Su Yan showed no reluctance and turned to leave. For Su Yan, this week's task had almost nothing to do with Li Xia. He was obviously too lazy to spend time on the other person. Li Xia's favorability +1. Su Yan, who had just stepped out of the school playground, was stunned when he saw the system notification. I tried greeting them every day, but I couldn't increase their favorability. Why did the stock price rise after I simply left? Chapter 19 Desperate Housewives. Since it was Sunday, Su Yan didn't have to go to class. After finishing her morning run and taking a shower back in her dorm, Su Yan dried her hair and began to think about her next steps. The daily tasks have been refreshed, but this time the tasks are noticeably more difficult than before. The first step is to learn a skill and expand your interests. It is also needed to increase the favorability of the target. This is exactly what Su Yan just received in terms of the badge. Therefore, Su Yan naturally limited the skills he wanted to learn to music. His musical genius badge served a useful purpose. In addition to that, you also need to get a gym membership. For Su Yan at this stage, an hour of strength training every day is simply a matter of maximizing the time spent, which is relatively easy. Finally, there's the most difficult daily task this week. To make money, you need to start your own company. Although this wasn't particularly difficult for Su Yan, but I still need to organize my thoughts properly. Setting up a company and earning your first pot of gold might just be a prerequisite for the whole series of tasks. The requirements may become increasingly stringent in the future. It follows the same pattern as the morning run. Of course, in addition to his daily tasks, Su Yan also has some things to do. For example, renting a house. Su Yan hopes to do her best to do so if possible. He really didn't want to stay in the dorm all the time, facing his weird roommates. The system states that the cash rewards from tasks are not included in the 10,000 yuan earning amount. But it didn't say that the money provided by the system couldn't be used as so-called seed money. Whether or not bugs can be exploited is still unknown. We'll have to try it later. Besides the daily tasks, the subsequent strategy tasks are even more difficult. First, there's Lin Wanwan's special CG, which Su Yan hasn't been able to trigger yet. Perhaps he was misled. The so-called special CG is not the kind of special CG that Su Yan subconsciously associated with at the beginning. Otherwise, it should have been successfully triggered when I first met Lin Wanwan at the hotel. In addition, increase Beiji's favorability by 10 points within a week. Su Yan had even prepared to give up. After all, he and Beiji had no connection whatsoever. As for getting him to take the initiative to chat or give gifts, let's not even talk about whether Su Yan wants to do that. Moreover, Angelica de Hurica has many admirers, so this cliched approach is unlikely to be effective at all. This apartment is in a good location, just a few bus stops away from your school. And most importantly, the price is cheap, only about 600 yuan per month. It's considered to have a relatively high cost-performance ratio. The people living around here are all your classmates from the same school. Suyin glanced at the old, dilapidated room. Naturally, there were some things I wasn't entirely satisfied with. At least I've transmigrated, and I even have a system. Living in a place like this is really too much of a hardship for me. Suyin glanced at her casually for a moment, then turned to look at the beautiful young woman in her early 30s beside him. Are there any options that are slightly better? Hao Jingshu was stunned for a moment. Having navigated the complexities of society for so many years, she considered herself to have excellent judgment. Putting everything else aside, you can easily label someone just by looking at their clothes and appearance. As for the boy in front of him, he was young, average-looking, and his clothes didn't suggest he was wealthy. In other words, she has a slightly more mature demeanor. That's why she took the initiative to bring Su Yan here immediately. Although the conditions of the houses in this older neighborhood are not ideal, the price should be satisfactory for students, which is a major concern for them. Young man, what's your approximate budget? Hao Jingshu gave a professional smile and asked very politely. Target locked. Hao Jingshu appearance, 90 figure, 89 current favorability, 67 passerby. Hidden keyword, desperate housewives. Special CG unlock progress, 0, no special CGs unlocked. The young woman working at the agency was indeed very beautiful. Unlike the other girls in Lin Wanwan's dormitory, Hao Jingshu was the type who was already fully mature. Every smile and frown exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. For some young boys at least, mature women have a fatal attraction. But what does the term desperate housewives mean? Su Yan was somewhat puzzled. Even when she noticed Su Yan staring at her, Hao Jingshu maintained her smile without showing any resistance. She was already used to it. Moreover, she is well aware that her good looks are indeed an advantage in the jobs and industries she works in. Take me to see houses that cost over 3,000. Su Yan thought for a moment and then answered. Actually, a house costing 600 is not bad. Based on the timeline, this world was probably around 1 or 2 years old at that time. Housing prices and commodity prices have not yet reached their true peak. The rent of 600 yuan is almost equivalent to a month's living expenses for some students. More than 3,000. Hao Jingshu looked somewhat surprised upon hearing Su Yan's answer. Could it be that she really misjudged this time? This time, although Su Yan is a student, her family's financial situation is much better than she imagined. This is it. This time, Hao Jingshu took Su Yan to see a house that was a 3-bedroom apartment in a high-end residential complex. Su Yan nodded as he read. It's a bit further from the school here, but the conditions are completely different from those in the old neighborhood. Mr. Su, shall we sign the contract now? Hao Jingshu tentatively spoke. The way he addressed him changed from little brother to the more respectful Mr. Su. Su Yan nodded. Okay, let's rent it for 6 months first. Including the rewards from the system's tasks, he had a little over 100,000 yuan in cash on him. Su Yan is not the type of person who is reluctant to spend money when she has it. Okay. Hao Jingshu was stunned for a moment. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Su Yan was too decisive. She got the impression that he was the kind of rich kid who didn't care about rent at all. Did she really misjudge this time? I paid over 20,000 yuan in rent and deposit in one lump sum. After paying Hao Jingshu a month's agency fee, the house was fully furnished, and Su Yan could move in that very day. Mr. Su, if you have any questions, please feel free to message or call me. Hao Jingshu belatedly realized that she had encountered a client who was both rich and easy to work with, and her mood brightened up. Although it showed that she was a romanceable character, Su Yan didn't really intend to have anything happen between them. After nodding in agreement, he saw Hao Jingshu off. There are no toiletries at all, so I guess I can only move in tomorrow. After wandering around the house again, Su Yan pondered silently. In the afternoon, Su Yan went to a shopping mall near her residential area and entered a gym. Hello, welcome to Yidong Fitness. Mr. Su. When Hao Jingshu saw Su Yan, her expression clearly froze for a moment. She never expected to run into her morning client again in the afternoon, and this time it was at the gym where she worked part-time. Su Yan glanced at Hao Jingshu in front of him. Compared to her sophisticated professional office attire in the morning, Hao Jingshu had now changed into a sports bra and yoga pants, and her figure looked quite good, no different from that of a typical personal trainer. What are you doing? Encountering the other party in this place left Su Yan completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this young and beautiful woman was actually working 2 jobs at the same time? Cough, cough. Hao Jingshu was also a little embarrassed, but she calmly replied, "When there are no other people looking at the property, I work part-time here." Chapter 20, Joining the Guitar Club. Mr. Su, please watch my movements carefully, and then I will guide you. Hao Jingshu's attitude towards Su Yan had completely changed at this point. From the beginning, treat the other party as an ordinary student. And now, the other party has paid 6 months' rent in one lump sum. I bought a year's gym membership directly from her again. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them major clients, so naturally, we have to provide them with excellent service. In his previous life, Su Yan never quite understood why anyone would like yoga pants. Strictly speaking, it feels no different from thermal underwear. But now, looking at Hao Jingshu in front of him, lifting dumbbells and doing squats, Su Yan felt that he had been superficial. Yoga pants are great. I need yoga pants. Especially Hao Jingshu's figure. It's clear she's a true professional. The quality of the yoga pants is evident in their rise and fall. The white yoga pants were already quite tight in their everyday wear. It expanded rapidly within a second, and Su Yan was afraid that it might suddenly burst. If a skinny, weak boy were to be sat on by Hao Jingshu, he might even be crushed to death. "Mr. Su, why don't you give it a try?" Hao Jingshu finally stopped. Su Yan didn't take in any of the training points the other party mentioned earlier. "There's no other way. I can only focus on the important things at hand." "Oh, okay." Su Yan agreed. He still remembered why he came to the gym to get a membership. You need to pay attention to the standard of your movements when you get up. It's easy to get hurt if you're not careful. A faint fragrance wafted from behind me. Hao Jingshu stood behind Su Yan, took the initiative to support his waist, and then began her personal coaching guidance. Although Hao Jingshu works part-time at the gym, but she doesn't teach everyone in this way on her own initiative. It's because Su Yan rented a room and got a credit card from her. They are naturally different. In addition, Su Yan is, after all, a young college student. She wasn't ugly. In fact, she now thinks she is quite a good presence. Hao Jingshu naturally did not dislike this kind of physical contact. Gradually, Hao Jingshu realized that Su Yan seemed to be genuinely there to train seriously. Once he got into the zone, he began his practice with great focus. An hour passed quickly. Su Yan couldn't help but rub her slightly sore arms. "Give." Hao Jingshu offered her a bottle of water. "Thank you, Coach Hao." Hao Jingshu smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be so polite. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Jingshu. I also graduated from Beihuai University, so strictly speaking, I should be considered your senior." Graduated from Beihuai University? Su Yan was stunned for a moment. This is indeed surprising. Since she graduated from Beihuai University, how come Hao Jingshu is working as a real estate agent and a fitness coach at the same time? I had no choice but to accept it because of the pressures of life. Hao Jingshu gave a casual reply. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Clearly, some people are not very willing to talk about this topic. The gym has quite a complete range of facilities. After completing the required training time, Su Yan took a shower. Then he leisurely returned to school. I was originally planning to sign up for guitar or piano lessons. However, it was too late. Su Yan had no choice but to postpone his plans. On Monday, after the weekend, most of the students in class were listless. Su Yan appeared to be listening to a lecture. Actually, I was completely distracted. He was thinking about how to proceed with the tasks for the remainder of the week. Moving out is a certainty. Since it won't be convenient to leave the dorm in the future, I can just go back to stay there from time to time. However, Su Yan did some research. I discovered that Beihuai was actually the president of the school's guitar club. This gave Su Yan an idea. Since we're going to need to learn a musical instrument anyway, why not join a guitar club and ask Beihuai for advice, while also seeing if we can increase our favorability towards her? Although it's too difficult to score 10 points in one go, but there's no harm in giving it a try. Thank you, I don't need it. Also, I need to practice the piano now. If you have nothing else to do, you should leave. The guitar club's activity room. Beihuai looked at Su Zhe in front of her with a serious expression. Unable to contain himself any longer, he added, "If you continue like this, I'll have no choice but to tell Li Xia." She didn't really like Su Zhe to begin with. The other party has already established a relationship with Li Xia, yet they still came to him to fawn over him. If it weren't for the trouble and not wanting to make things too awkward with my roommate, Beihuai had already loudly chased people away. I was just concerned about you. When Beihuai said she was going to tell Li Xia, Suze finally became a little scared. He then left somewhat reluctantly. At the same time, there was another knock on the door. A hint of anger flashed across Baiji's face. "Excuse me, is this the guitar club?" Baiji breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that it wasn't Suze who had returned. However, upon seeing Su Yin, she couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. Su Yin. Su Yin also feigned a surprised expression. "Baiji, although I originally came here for the Angelica route, but you definitely can't say directly that you want to increase someone's favorability. You're here because..." Baiji spoke with some confusion. Her impression of Su Yin had changed somewhat after the weekend dinner, especially the song that Su Yin wrote himself at the time. "I'm still very interested. I suddenly wanted to learn guitar, so I thought I'd come to the guitar club and ask." Su Yin scratched his head. They looked completely harmless. Baiji nodded, but couldn't help thinking about it. Logically speaking, Su Yin should also know that she is the president of the guitar club. However, Baiji immediately shook her head. "I'm a bit too narcissistic. Moreover, Su Yin has always loved Li Xia, and even jumped into the lake for her. They probably don't have any ulterior motives towards me. But it's not the time for our club to recruit new members now." Baiji spoke up. "Is that so?" Su Yin looked somewhat regretful. Baiji hesitated for a moment, thinking of the song Xiao Yu that Su Yin sang that day. "However, we are just a club, not a student council or anything, so we don't have that many conditions and requirements. I'll make an exception and approve your application." Baiji spoke with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Baiji." Su Yin looked very excited. It wasn't entirely an act. Anyway, he might as well let Baiji teach him guitar, and if he can complete the favorability task, that would be perfect. If that doesn't work, at least you'll save money on course fees. You have absolutely no foundation? After learning a little about it, Baiji spoke with some disbelief. The main reason is that Su Yin is able to write such songs, so in her opinion, she shouldn't be a complete novice in music. "Then let me teach you some basics first. These are the strings, the fretboard, and this is the tablature for guitar." Chapter 21. Attempting to win over Baiji. I saw that Su Yin studied diligently throughout the entire process. Baiji's last shred of doubt was dispelled. She was genuinely worried that Su Yin had approached her with ulterior motives. Like Suze, there are just too many guys like that. When she discovered that Su Yin really did come to learn guitar, her initial wariness lessened considerably. "It seems pretty simple." Su Yin spoke softly. Of course, he knew perfectly well that it was the badge of musical genius that had been of use. Otherwise, the efficiency probably wouldn't be that high. "You learn so fast. Angelica de Hurica is somewhat unbelievable. Although it is a very simple fingerstyle piece, Su Yin is a complete beginner." The total time spent in the activity room was just over an hour. Teacher by teaches well. Su Yin smiled and offered a compliment. Baiji was stunned for a moment when she saw Su Yin's sunny smile. The golden rule of smiles is in effect. Target: Angelica de Hurica. Current charisma: 90 plus 17. Baiji and Su Yin knew each other before. After all, the two were considered to be in the same dormitory. But they barely interacted and barely exchanged a few words. Baiji's impression of Su Yin was also very vague. But for some reason, after teaching Su Yin guitar for an hour today, Baiji felt that Su Yin's personality was quite good. At least he wasn't like his roommates. "No, are you really sealed in cement?" Su Yin felt somewhat helpless. He thought to himself, "This is what I'm complaining about." His golden ratio smile alone boosted his charm rating to 90. As a result, Baiji's favorability rating remained unchanged. It was as if that 60% favorability rating was welded on. I wonder what kind of guy could make Baiji fall in love. That's all for today. You can practice more when you get back. Baiji glanced at the time and then spoke. Given her personality, it's unlikely she would spend so much time alone with a boy. However, Su Yin remained very serious throughout. I haven't even seen her much. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all during the hour they spent together. So I'm not going to dwell on these things anymore. Do you have something to do later? Su Yin asked a question. Baiji hesitated for a moment. Actually, she didn't have anything to do. She just felt that it was about time. Su Yin quickly seized the opportunity and said, "I want to buy a guitar, but I don't know how to choose one. So if you have time, I would like to ask you for some advice." Su Yin then revealed the reason he had already prepared. Although the task of increasing Baiji's favorability is indeed a bit too difficult, but we still need to give it a try. At least spend more time with the other person and make your presence felt. Only then will you have a chance to gain their favor. Even if he fails, he won't lose too much by getting Beihuai to help him out. Beihuai hesitated for a moment. The main reason was that Su Yin really didn't hold back at all when he talked to me. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem like a particularly big deal. Moreover, it is reasonable and justifiable. How about this? You come with me to pick out a suitable guitar, and I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yin began to try to negotiate terms. Beihuai was stunned for a moment. Should I treat myself to a meal as a way of repaying you? Such a situation is truly rare. Generally speaking, it's almost always the guys who are eager to treat her to a meal. But for Su Yin, it became a way of repaying kindness. It gives the impression of eating and taking things at the same time. But perhaps it was because they felt that Su Yin really had no ulterior motives. So she finally nodded in agreement. Okay. Su Yin was quite happy to hear Beihuai agree. At least they didn't directly refuse. From this perspective, Beihuai doesn't dislike him, which means that winning over Beihuai isn't entirely impossible. For beginners, it's fine to buy a cheaper guitar. There's a music store near the school, and I happen to know the owner. On the way, Beihuai took the initiative to explain to Su Yin. Su Yin had absolutely no interest in guitar brands or anything like that. However, he still pretended to be listening very attentively. Wan, is that Angelica de Hurica? At the school gate, Li Xia and Lin Wan, who were about to return to their dormitory, saw their roommate Beihuai from a distance. Who is that boy next to her? Why do they seem to be chatting and laughing together? Lin Wan also spoke with some surprise. There's nothing we can do. Everyone knows Beihuai's personality. Not to mention the boys who were pursuing her. Even her roommates kept a certain distance from her. Beihuai actually left school with a boy? This is big news. Just as Lin Wan was getting excited, Li Xia next to her frowned. Why does it look like Su Yin? Upon hearing the name, Lin Wan quickly squinted and looked at it carefully. It really is Su Yin. When did Beihuai become so familiar with Su Yin? Lin Wan spoke with some dissatisfaction. For some reason, seeing Su Yin and Beihuai walking so close made her feel a little uncomfortable. As for Li Xia, she casually replied, I don't know about this kind of thing either. But I suddenly felt inexplicably irritable. Although she kept reminding herself that she was the one who rejected Su Yin in the first place, and that she now had a boyfriend. But Su Yin only greeted her during his morning run each day. Apart from that, we haven't exchanged any private messages. Now, however, he is chatting and laughing with Beihuai. It's really hard to accept. Beihuai admitted that she had some excessive stereotypes about Su Yin before. I thought he was the kind of introverted guy who wasn't good at talking. But now she realized that Su Yin was even more talkative than she had imagined. Moreover, the topics they discussed were just right, and she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He was completely different from the guys I'd met before who would try to make small talk to win her over. I recommend this one. I think it should suit you quite well. But you can also pick one yourself and see if there's anything you like. Inside the music store, Beihuai handed Su Yin a guitar that she had helped him choose. Su Yin glanced at the price. It costs over 800 yuan, which isn't particularly expensive. Clearly, Beihuai had also taken Su Yin's status as a student into account. I know the budget won't be too much. No need, I trust your judgment. That's it. Su Yin had no intention of wasting any more time. So he simply took out his phone to pay the bill. Beihuai actually planned to show Su Yin more places. I didn't expect Su Yin to be so decisive. Do you really believe in yourself that much? Thank you, teacher Bai. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. As Su Yin emerged from the music store carrying his guitar, he spoke with great confidence. Beihuai hesitated for a moment. In the past, she would almost never have agreed to have dinner alone with a boy. But after thinking about it carefully, I nodded. Consider it Su Yin's payment for becoming his apprentice. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss to teach him and help him choose a guitar. Did we go to the wrong place? How did we end up back at school? Beihuai followed Su Yin for a while. And when she saw the gate of Beihuai University, she was clearly stunned. You've come to the right place. I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. Su Yan's reply caused Beihuai to pause in surprise. Chapter 22 Beihuai's favorability is really hard to raise. Beihuai looked surprised when she heard that she was going to the cafeteria. The main reason was that she didn't expect a boy to invite her to dinner, and that they would choose to go to the cafeteria. There's no other way. We have limited funds. We still have to survive for the next 2 weeks. Su Yin patted the guitar on his body and began to speak. Beihuai quickly waved her hand. It's okay. Actually, eating in the cafeteria is fine too. As long as you don't mind. Su Yin spoke with a smile. Of course, he's not short of money. After all, even after renting a house and getting a gym membership, Su Yin still has over 70,000 yuan in funds. As for guitars costing less than 1,000 yuan, they're nothing special. Su Yin had already decided to go to the cafeteria. It's not that they're stingy, that they can't even afford a meal. If Su Yin were trying to win over Lin Wanwan, he would never have taken her to the cafeteria for this meal. But Angelica de Hurica is different. You can tell from her clothes and appearance that she is a girl who, while not necessarily from a wealthy family, has never lacked money growing up. If Su Yin chooses to eat at a high-end restaurant, it will not only put pressure on Angelica de Hurica, it might also give the other party the impression that you're putting on a brave face. Among the boys pursuing Beihuai were many rich second-generation heirs, like Su Zhe. A meal at a high-end restaurant will definitely not leave much of an impression on Beihuai. But if you take Beihuai to eat at the cafeteria, it's probably one of a kind, something that will leave a deep impression on Angelica de Hurica. In addition, this can also help to bring the two people closer together. Su Yin didn't take Beihuai to the cheaper window in the cafeteria to get food. Instead, they went up to the second floor and ordered several stir-fries. There's too much, we can't finish it. Su Yin ordered several hard dishes. Beihuai spoke with some concern. It's okay, I'll take care of it if you can't finish it. After all, you've helped me so much, and now you're practically my mentor. Consider this a ceremony to formally become an apprentice. Su Yin spoke with a smile. At the same time, she gestured to Beihuai not to be shy and to eat as much as she wanted. This is another important point. Although I brought Beihuai to eat at the cafeteria and complained about being broke beforehand, I wasn't really going there to save money. It can give the other person a harmless impression and bring you closer to them. But you can't let the girl really think you're stingy. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would have been in vain. It would be a losing proposition. Thanks. Beihuai took the rice that Su Yin had served her and spoke. Su Yin is a really different guy? Beihuai couldn't help but think to herself. Later, after all the dishes were served, she realized that her worries were somewhat unnecessary. Although Su Yin wasn't exactly wolfing down his food, he didn't pay much attention to anything and started eating on his own. Does it smell that good? A sense of confusion arose in Beihuai's heart. She had eaten at this stir-fry restaurant before, but the taste was just average. For some reason, seeing Su Yin eating so heartily made her appetite much better too. After eating 2 bowls of rice, Beihuai was already quite full. In the past, whenever she was present, the boys would always look reserved while eating. Su Yin, however, seemed to have no regard for his image whatsoever. But upon closer reflection, Beihuai understood. After all, Su Yin likes Li Xia, so he certainly doesn't need to consider these things in front of me. After finishing their meal, the two left the cafeteria together. How about we take a walk around the playground before going back? Back? I'm a little too full. Su Yin spoke up again, making the suggestion. They're getting more and more unreasonable. Su Yin came to the guitar club in the afternoon to learn guitar from her. Then, they went to buy a guitar together. Then we had dinner together. Now they even go for a walk on the playground together. Beihuai had never spent so much time alone with a boy before. So naturally, I'm a little hesitant at this moment. However, she did not feel offended by Su Yin's invitation. On the contrary, I think Su Yin is quite right. After dinner, shouldn't we take a walk to digest our food? Let's go. I'm a little full too. Beihuai replied with a rare smile. She felt quite relaxed being with Su Yin. Without the constant defensiveness of before, there's no need to worry about one's image or anything like that. The two strolled side by side on the playground, chatting as they went. By the way, you really did jump into the lake back then? As they chatted, Beihuai couldn't help but ask a question. But she regretted it as soon as she asked. In the concept of Angelica de Hurica, such a question is absolutely a transgression. She personally disliked it very much. I don't want others to lack boundaries, and I don't want to get involved in other people's affairs. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. You don't have to answer. Beihuai apologized instinctively. However, Su Yin didn't care. He simply smiled and replied, It's okay. To be honest, I should thank that time I jumped into the lake. After coming up, I felt like I had been reborn. Su answered in a relaxed tone. However, he wasn't lying this time. If the original owner hadn't jumped into the lake, he wouldn't have transmigrated here. Beihuai nodded thoughtfully. She genuinely believed what Su Yin said. I feel that the other person has changed quite a bit since before. I walked back downstairs from the playground to the girls' dormitory. Beihuai said, then I'll go up first? Suyin nodded with a smile. At the same time, he waved to the other party. Bye-bye. For some reason, Beihuai still felt a little reluctant to part with him. During the few hours I spent with Suyin, she felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable. You don't need to think about anything. There's no need to constantly be on guard against Suyin's intentions towards her. She was thinking about how she would reject Suyin if he confessed his feelings later. Angelica de Hurica's favorability, +1. I saw a system notification. Suyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. It's really hard to raise Beihuai's favorability. After all this, the price only increased by 1 point. That's just too outrageous. Among the 4 girls in their dormitory, Beihuai was definitely the ultimate boss to Suyin. But you still need to practice guitar. After all, there are system tasks out there. Even if it's not for a mission to increase Beihuai's affection level, you still need to learn the guitar. Suyin did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he took a taxi directly to his rented apartment. I also bought some essential daily necessities. After taking a shower, Suyin's phone rang. Copying books until dusk, sent a friend request. Suyin was stunned for a moment. After clicking on it, I saw the application notes above. I am Angelica de Hurica. It consists of only 4 very simple characters. However, Suyin felt quite satisfied. Beihuai actually took the initiative to add him. This at least shows that even if the affection level increases slowly, it's not like she's completely unwinnable. In the girls' dormitory, Beihuai hesitated for a long time before finally adding Suyin as a friend. The main reason is that Suyin didn't add her as a friend. This is the first time I've ever taken the initiative to add a guy. It's also fortunate that the 2 dorms have a social group, which makes things quite convenient. Soon, a notification popped up on her phone saying, the other party has accepted your friend request. You can chat now. Picture, teacher bye, I didn't slack off. I saw the photo of the brand new guitar that Suyin sent me. Beihuai couldn't help but smile. Chapter 23, even if something really happens between us, it's none of your business. Beihuai, where did you go tonight? In the dormitory, Lin Wanwan asked deliberately. She and Li Xia saw each other, and Suyin leave the school together. Although Lin Wanwan felt uncomfortable, she didn't show it. Asking this question on purpose at this moment also implies that Li Xia is trying to get Beihuai to question her. Beihuai was stunned for a moment. Upon noticing that Li Xia was also staring at him, even Shunimo, unusually, put down his phone and looked in their direction. For some reason, she subconsciously felt nervous. But then she realized what was happening. I don't think I have anything to hide. It's just having a meal with Suyin. Hiding things isn't her style. So he answered very honestly. Suyin wanted to learn guitar and joined our guitar club. I went with him to pick out a guitar, and he treated me to dinner at the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Li Xia looked somewhat confused. Why did Suyin suddenly want to learn guitar? Could it be that he wants to learn it, and then confess his feelings to her? That's all. Lin Wanwan asked again, still somewhat uneasy. Mainly, she felt that, based on Master Suyin's style of doing things, how could they let Beihuai off so easily? The most likely explanation is that Suyin failed. After all, Beihuai's proud personality might not make it so easy for her. Otherwise, Beihuai wouldn't have been able to be sent back to the dormitory so early. Okay, that's settled. Beihuai nodded in agreement. I just find it a little strange. It's understandable that Li Xia pressed her for an answer. But why does it feel like Lin Wanwan cares so much too? As for Shinimo, he didn't say a word the whole time. But at this moment, he crossed his arms and listened to the conversation with great interest. Beihuai, don't overthink it. I was just asking casually. Li Xia now believed it. I was definitely overthinking it. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Beihuai's personality, she would definitely not be interested in Suyin. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Beihuai suddenly felt a little angry for some reason. His tone was unusually sarcastic, and he retorted, I didn't think much of it. But Li Xia, I still need to remind you that you have a boyfriend now. Suyin has nothing to do with you. He's single, and so am I. So even if there really is something between us, it's none of your business. When Lin Wanwan heard her best friend being spoken to like that, she instinctively wanted to say something in her defense. But after thinking for a while, he found that there was nothing to refute Beihuai's words. Because what was said was entirely true. Even she felt that since Li Xia had already rejected Suyin, and even caused Su Yin to be so distraught that he jumped into the lake. It was all wrong. It's really inappropriate for him to act so possessive now. Even if she were to manage it herself, there would be a valid reason. Li Xia is the only one who has no right to interfere in Su Yan's affairs. Li Xia was speechless for a moment after being rebuked. She had originally intended to question Beihuai, but after being reminded by the other party, Li Xia also realized her current relationship with Su Yan. I was just asking casually. I didn't mean to think about these things. Even after saying this, Li Xia herself felt somewhat unsure of herself. However, Beihuai calmed down at this point. She realized she had acted impulsively. This is completely unlike her personality. She shouldn't want to bother with such messy things at all. I don't know what happened just now. Based on the analysis, it's possible that she spent several hours alone with Su Yan this time. My impression of him has changed. Regardless, Beihuai felt quite relaxed and comfortable when she was with Su Yan. There is no burden at all. So at this point, he had subconsciously come to regard Su Yan as a friend. That's why, ironically, Li Xia's reaction was different. It made her feel a little sorry for Su Yan. If you're going to refuse, you should refuse completely and decisively. What's the difference between Li Xia's behavior and Lin Wanwan's green tea behavior? Angelica de Hurica's favorability +1. Su Yan, who was about to go to sleep, saw a notification pop up from the system. His expression froze for a moment. What's going on? Su Yan was a little confused. He simply sent a picture of a guitar. Even Beihuai hasn't returned yet. How can this still increase favorability? Su Yan hasn't returned? In the boys' dormitory, Wang Xiaojia looked at the only empty bed with some puzzlement. For some reason, ever since Su Yan jumped into the lake, he felt that this poor loser was different from before. Brother Jia, why are you bothering with him? I wish he would jump into the lake again, and this time he wouldn't be able to come up. Chen Feng, standing to the side, spoke up with a hint of schadenfreude. This time, it was Su Zhe, who rarely participated in these kinds of topics, who couldn't help but scold. We're all in the same dorm. Don't say things like that. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng instinctively shut his mouth. He never dared to refute what his rich second-generation roommate, Su Zhe, said. In his mind, the dormitory was clearly divided into different social classes. The one with the highest status was naturally Su Zhe, who was the richest and most popular at school. Secondly, there's Wang Xiaojia, who likes to hang out with him. And then there's myself. Su Yan had the lowest status in the dormitory. She is also someone who can help Chen Feng find psychological balance. Xiaojia, you're the dorm leader. Send a message and ask. Su Zhe looked at Wang Xiaojia and gave the order. Why don't you go and ask him yourself? So what if you have some money? Wang Xiaojia thought to himself. But I still didn't dare to say it directly. He had just made an appointment with Su Zhe to borrow his car to take Lin Wanwan out for the weekend. So all I could do was obediently reply. Okay. He said he was living outside. Wang Xiaojia answered indifferently. He actually hoped that Su Yan wouldn't go back to the dormitory. After all, this guy's mental state isn't quite right. After jumping into the lake, the way he looked at people was creepy. He was genuinely afraid that this reckless guy would attack him late at night. Therefore, Wang Xiaojia endured as much as he could during this period. I think it's unnecessary to argue with this kind of person. My life is far more valuable than the other person's. The next day, early in the morning, Li Xia arrived at the playground for her morning run as usual. But after carefully looking at all the students on the playground, Li Xia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because Su Yan didn't come today? This made her, who had gotten used to running behind Su Yan every day, suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Could it really be because of Angelica de Hurica? Has Su Yan given up completely, so he no longer plans to accompany her for morning runs? Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the playground, which made Li Xia's heart leap with joy. He actually came. Li Xia's favorability +2. Su Yan arrived a little late today because she didn't stay in the dormitory last night. But to their surprise, they had only just arrived and hadn't even found Li Xia's whereabouts yet. The other party's favorability rating immediately increased by 2 points. How to unlock the special CG in Chapter 24. This girl's heart is really hard to fathom. Su Yan thought to himself, somewhat speechless. Last night was the same. Even though we spent so much time together, Beihuai's favorability only increased by 1 point. As a result, after the other person returned to their dormitory, the two of them could not meet, and their affection level increased on its own. The same is true for Li Xia today. He used to come for his morning run every day without fail. You constantly try to make your presence felt in front of the other person, and after the favorability rating increases a few times, it completely stops. But I was late today. Instead, it rose by another 2 points. That's really strange. However, Suyin had no intention of paying attention to Li Xia. After all, there weren't any tasks related to the other party this week. The only reason I still come for a morning run is because of a task, and I'm also used to running on the school's playground. Upon seeing Su Yin, Li Xia almost deliberately slowed her pace. He waited until Su Yin overtook him before following closely behind, just like always. After running a few laps, Li Xia kept trying to start a conversation. But I don't know how to start the conversation. On the contrary, because his mind was in turmoil, his breathing became unstable, making it exceptionally difficult for him to run. She also noticed that Su Yan's speed was getting faster and faster. This person is really something. Doesn't he know how to wait for me a little while? I continued running until I finished the 5-kilometer run. Upon realizing that Su Yin was about to leave, Li Xia hurriedly chased after him. Su Yin. Hearing Li Xia call him, Su Yin stopped and turned to look at her. It must be said that Li Xia, with her neat short hair, still had a glistening sheen of sweat on her fair neck. It certainly has a unique charm. What's wrong? Su asked in a normal tone. Li Xia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to ask about what happened between the other party and Beihuai yesterday. I just asked casually, did you go back and specifically study it? Your movements and footwork seem much more professional than before. I watched some related videos. I didn't expect the results to be so good. Su Yin answered casually with a smile. The golden ratio smile is in effect. Target, Li Xia. Current charisma, 95, plus 22. Are the skills working so well today? Su Yin was stunned when he saw the notification. Previously, the effect on Li Xia was usually only to add about 10 points to her charm. Surprisingly, it increased by more than 20 today. Li Xia visibly froze for a moment. Li Xia looked at Su Yin and smiled. Why did he seem like a completely different person? She belatedly realized what was happening, and then, somewhat flustered, said, "It's nothing. I was just asking. If you have any questions, feel free to message me. We exchange and learn from each other." Li Xia offered a reminder. Su Yin was still secretly in love with her before. I send her many messages almost every day. But since Su Yin jumped into the lake, there has been no further news. Li Xia did not block Su Yin. I can't understand why they stopped posting. Even if the two can't become a couple, it's perfectly normal for friends or running buddies to exchange and learn from each other's running experiences. Okay, I understand. That's all. I'll head back to my dorm now. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Su Yin had to go back to take a shower and rush to his 8 a.m. class. He didn't intend to waste any more time with Li Xia here. The main reason is that there are no missions to complete with Li Xia this week. Su Yin felt that her time was limited. We shouldn't waste time on these low-priority things. If it were Beihuai on the other end, Su Yin wouldn't mind chatting with her a bit more. After all, Beihuai's conquest mission this week should increase her favorability by at least 10 points. It's still quite difficult. Oh, all right. Li Xia was somewhat disappointed. In the past, it was always Su Yin who would pester her to chat. Now, she always feels that Su Yinlian seems a little impatient when he talks to her. This sense of disparity still made Li Xia feel somewhat uncomfortable. During class, Su Yin was still in a daze. He was researching how to complete the strategy mission involving Lin Wanwan. Unlock special CGs? This thing doesn't feel the same as what he initially thought. It's definitely not that kind of thing. It's as simple as calling the other person out and then adjusting the settings to unlock it. It must have been unlocked long before that. Therefore, if you want to accomplish it, it shouldn't be in this area. After finishing her morning classes, Su Yin naturally left the school. I went back to the gym where I had a membership to work out. However, Hao Jingshu took people to see houses today. Therefore, I was unable to give Su Yin private lessons. Su Yin can only train on his own. After the 1-hour time limit set by the system expired, Su Yin did not continue. He took a shower and left the gym. Can I take a look at this one? Can it be customized? Inside the jewelry store, Su Yin looked at a necklace with a unique design. After receiving an affirmative answer, Su Yin said that he would come to pick it up later. The teller initially didn't want to pay any attention to Su Yin because he looked like a student. But upon discovering the necklace costing over 10,000 yuan, Su Yin paid for it without hesitation and suddenly became very enthusiastic. His arrogant attitude followed by obsequiousness was indeed laughable. If it were when he was younger, Su Yin might have teased the other person and enjoyed the thrill of being proven wrong. But having lived 2 lives, Su Yin had seen far too many people who looked down on others, and he no longer had much interest in them. In the afternoon, I attended a general education class with several other classes. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but think of what happened in this classroom last week. The legs under the table instinctively tightened together. I know that this general education class is the same one I take with Su Yan's class. Lin Wanwan specially wore a very convenient, short skirt. They couldn't help but arrive at the classroom early. She said she was reserving a spot for her roommates, but actually the spot to her left was reserved for Su Yin. By the time almost everyone had arrived at the classroom was nearly empty. Lin Wanwan finally saw that familiar figure. She suddenly felt happy and excited. "He's coming this way," Lin Wanwan shouted in her heart. "Lin Wanwan, I need to talk to you about something. Can you come out with me for a bit?" Su Yin began in a very official manner. As for the 3 women beside Lin Wanwan, Li Xia, Bai Ji, and Shun Mo, they couldn't help but look at Su Yin at this moment. Even Wang Xiaojie and Su Zhe, the 3 roommates sitting in the front row, all acted in unison. "Su Yin, why are you looking for Wanwan?" Wang Xiaojie naturally stepped forward and became her protector. "It's nothing, just chatting for a bit." Su Yin answered very casually. He didn't seem guilty at all. Lin Wanwan remained calm, hesitated for a moment, and then calmly agreed. "Okay." In fact, her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. She never expected that master Su Yin would be so bold. "They actually told me to leave right in front of so many people." A unique sense of excitement, and the thought of what might happen next. Lin Wanwan's legs went weak without her noticing. I almost fell even when I stood up. Chapter 25 Lin Wanwan's special CG has been unlocked. What does Su Yin want with Lin Wanwan? He wouldn't go and confess his feelings to Lin Wanwan again, would he? Chen Feng watched as Lin Wanwan followed Su Yin out of the classroom. Some spoke up deliberately to sow discord. However, Lin Wanwan is indeed a taboo subject for Wang Xiaojie. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened, and he said fiercely he wouldn't dare. Then Wang Xiaojie gave a disdainful laugh. "Someone like him. How could Wanwan possibly be interested in him? Why don't you look in the mirror?" Chen Feng whispered from the side. But Lin Wanwan still agreed to go out. Wang Xiaojie was momentarily speechless, unsure how to refute. But eventually a reasonable explanation was found. "Wanwan is just kinder. I guess Su Yin wants to ask her to pass on a message to Li Xia. Li Xia has most likely blocked Su Yin as a friend." After saying all this, Wang Xiaojie suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude. He looked at Su Zhe and added fuel to the fire, saying, "Aren't you worried? If people keep trying to make a move on my girlfriend, I definitely won't agree to it." Su Zhe's expression remained unchanged. There's no way Li Xia could like him. He said this with great confidence. Su Zhe considered himself different from sycophants like Wang Xiaojie. Li Xia is a girl with such a strong personality. How could she possibly be interested in a loser like Su Yin? The only reason he didn't get angry was because Su Yin was his roommate. Lin Wanwan originally thought that Su Yin would take her to a relatively remote place, just like last time. But to everyone's surprise, Su Yin stopped in the corridor. She paused for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Here?" Su Yin nodded. "No, no." Lin Wanwan shook her head vigorously. "Although there are hardly any people around now, this place is completely open in broad daylight. If she really did that kind of thing and got caught on camera, she would be completely finished." Lin Wanwan's pure and innocent face was now full of pleading. After discovering that Su Yin was unmoved by this, she couldn't help but bite her lip, then said, Master, please find another place. We'll really be discovered here." Su Yin suddenly realized what was happening. He asked why Lin Wanwan's expression seemed a little off after they came out. It turns out the other party had misunderstood. He believed that he was looking for her for the same reason as last time at the karaoke bar. Su Yin couldn't help but smile. Right there in the corridor of this teaching building. He wasn't that brave yet. It's not that abnormal. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras here. Su Yin didn't want his face to appear on any 918 or blacklisted websites. Su Yin suddenly stepped forward, which startled Lin Wanwan. My body involuntarily wanted to back away. But then they suddenly heard Su Yan's stern command. "Don't move." Lin Wanwan froze. There were no further actions taken. But while unable to move, It also caused a reaction. Lin Wanwan closed her eyes, having completely given up resisting. But suddenly I felt a chill on my neck. All right. Su Yan's voice came through. Lin Wanwan then opened her eyes. He looked a little confused. Su Yan didn't do anything at all. Wrong. She glanced down at it. I saw that necklace pendant with a novel design and very beautiful appearance. She recognized the brand. The prices were high, with jewelry and such items almost always costing tens of thousands of yuan. You cannot take it off without my permission. I even take it with me when I shower. Su Yan spoke forcefully. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but pick it up and examine it closely. Then, inside the ring-shaped pendant, the two capital letters XY were seen. It is clearly an abbreviation of Su Yan's name. By making her wear this, the other party was essentially declaring their ownership of Lin Wanwan. For some reason, Lin Wanwan suddenly felt inexplicably happy. She received many gifts from men, and many of them were more expensive than the necklace. Most of the items, once they had fulfilled their intended value, were put up for sale. But this time, Su Yan suddenly gave her such a gift. This suddenly made Lin Wanwan feel like crying. Lin Wanwan then quickly glanced around. After confirming that no one was around, he suddenly moved closer to Su Yan, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed him. The unique, cool touch on his lips stunned Su Yan for a moment. Thank you, master. I love so much. Lin Wanwan answered quietly with a happy expression. Lin Wanwan's special CG has been unlocked. A system notification popped up. Su Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It really worked. The money spent on the necklace was worthwhile. Smack. It wasn't particularly painful, but a burning sensation came from my face. Don't do this without my permission next time. Su Yan said seriously. Lin Wanwan covered her face and was stunned for a moment. Then, instead of being angry or sad, she felt a strange excitement and happiness. Even the corners of her eyes turned into crescent shapes. I see. Okay, I'll go in first. Come back after your face has recovered, so no one can tell. Su Yan then answered. He's currently busy researching the effects of this special CG. And the task is complete. It's time to collect the reward. There's no need to waste any more time with Lin Wanwan. Oh, Lin Wanwan obediently nodded in agreement. Su Yan, where's Wanwan? Seeing Su Yan return alone, he immediately sat down next to Lin Wanwan. Wang Xiaojie couldn't help but turn around and ask. She went to the restroom. Su Yan answered nonchalantly. Li Xia, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look at him. His expression became somewhat curious. What exactly did Su Yan say to Wanwan? The two of them had never even crossed paths before, so was there anything they needed to talk about in private? After a while, Lin Wanwan returned. Her face was still a little red. Because he was looking down, no one noticed. Su Yan made way for Lin Wanwan, while he continued to sit next to her. No, Li Xia is just too curious. So after the teacher arrives in the classroom and the class officially begins, she finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Wanwan, what did Su Yan want with you just now? Lin Wanwan was taken aback when she heard Li Xia's question. She immediately covered her chest, where the necklace was hidden inside her clothes. He lowered his voice and replied, I didn't do anything. He asked me some questions about Angelica de Hurica. Lin Wanwan originally planned to say that Su Yan had asked her about the other party. But suddenly a wicked urge to get revenge on Su Yan arose, so he said Baiji's name. Angelica de Hurica? Li Xia's expression froze for 2 seconds. What did she ask Baiji? Li Xia couldn't help but continue speaking. Lin Wanwan casually replied in a seemingly nonchalant manner. For example, what does Baiji like? Where does she usually hang out? And are there any boys pursuing her? Chapter 26. Offense without defense is the best strategy. How could this be? Li Xia appeared dazed. She instinctively felt it was impossible, because Su Yan clearly liked her so much, and even jumped into the lake for her sake. How could she have fallen for someone else so quickly? But then I thought, if the other party is Baiji, it seems quite reasonable. After all, Baiji is so outstanding, and even prettier than her. I feel like no guy could resist her. This is a good thing. Lin Wanwan felt a sense of satisfaction at her successful scheme. Actually, she had been feeling unwell for a while. Since Li Xia has already rejected Su Yan, why is she still so concerned? If it were any other boy, Lin Wanwan would definitely support her best friend Li Xia unconditionally. But when it became Su Yan, she instinctively stood on Su Yan's side. I couldn't help but immerse myself in it. I think Li Xia has really gone too far. It's only right to retaliate. Li Xia's mood immediately soured. However, Lin Wanwan continued to add insult to injury, saying, "Didn't you always feel that Su Yin had caused you too much trouble? What if he later develops a liking for Angelica de Hurica? You can probably rest assured now." So I told him all the questions he asked about Angelica de Hurica. Li Xia's expression turned somewhat surprised. "You already said it?" Then, he subconsciously forced a not-so-good smile onto his face. "You're right. This is a good thing. Lin Wanwan felt extremely happy. Never mind whether it's true or false. Anyway, she achieved the effect she wanted. Meanwhile, Su Yin was already seriously studying the so-called special CG system. Target locked. Lin Wanwan, appearance, 93, figure, 90, current favorability, -28, fear. Hidden terms, refined egoist, M. Special CG unlock progress. 1. Latest special CG updates are available, please check. After clicking in, Lin Wanwan's personal CG has been updated. It is a photo taken from a third-person perspective. Lin Wanwan tiptoed in the corridor and took the initiative to kiss him. I must say, the angle of this photo is great, and it's quite beautiful. Special CG, Lin Wanwan's kiss, unlock conditions. Lin Wanwan needs to be in a moment of infatuation and give the first kiss. Kiss. Effect. Every kiss you share will make Lin Wanwan 100% passionate. After a quick glance, I found that the special CG effect was just SOSO. Su Yin felt that it wasn't particularly useful. At least for him right now, the help is only SOSO. It would be better to just give them more money directly. Su Yin glanced at the task that had already been marked as completed. Strategy mission. Unlock Lin Wanwan's first special CG. Completed. Reward. Special item. Magic remote control. Note. I really controlled you very well. Claim the mission reward. Su Yin naturally chose to accept it without hesitation. Su Yin then noticed a strangely styled pink remote control in his inventory. Could this thing really be the one I was thinking of? Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Although I had already guessed that my dating system was a bit unorthodox. But he never expected it to be this unserious. This thing, is it really involved in pornography? Su Yin couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, the first thing they did was check the effects of the props. Special item, magic remote control effect, can briefly influence the target, giving them a corresponding suggestion. The success rate varies depending on the type of suggestion. Usage restrictions this week. 1/1 It's okay. The effect of the props was somewhat different from what Su Yin had expected. At least it's not that outrageous. However, the effect of this thing is also too outrageous. Its uses are also broader than Su Yin had imagined. Want to give it a try? Su Yin couldn't help but think about it. At the same time, he looked at Lin Wanwan beside him. However, it is limited to once a week. Su Yin then felt that she shouldn't have wasted so much money. It might be useful for some more challenging tasks in the future. For example, the strategy quests related to Beihuai. Just then, Su Yin suddenly felt his hand being gently pulled. At the same time, the other person's hand was exploring a hidden corner under the table. He glanced at Lin Wanwan with some puzzlement. They noticed that the other person still looked like they were listening attentively to the lesson. A warm sensation came through. Then, almost before Su Yin could make a move, a wet sensation appeared. As for Lin Wanwan's own little hands, after the tutorial is complete, he then withdrew and left. It seems that they realized their mistake last time. They clearly recognized her position. So this time, Lin Wanwan became even more proactive. Her technique was tentative, cautious, and even somewhat clumsy. But the goal is very clear. Su Yin gasped. Xiao Chuanan's body is still too weak. It can be described as extremely vulnerable. However, this does not affect Su Yin. Tactically, it can be said to be very clear. Generally speaking, if your defenses are too weak, the best approach is to attack. The best strategy is to attack without defending. Fortunately, although he hasn't mastered the skills yet, Su Yin hasn't forgotten them. Wanwan, what's wrong? Li Xia asked. I feel a little unwell. Lin Wanwan lay on the table, her voice trembling as she spoke. While speaking, she also had to attack and defend. With three things on her mind at once, Lin Wanwan was really struggling. Feeling unwell again? Li Xia couldn't help but mutter something. The same thing happened in last week's general education classes. Moreover, judging from the timing, it's impossible for Lin Wanwan's relatives to come twice in 1 month, right? Do you need it or not? Lin Wanwan promptly interrupted and refused. No need. He then forced a smile. I'll just lie here for a bit. Li Xia found it strange, but he could only nod in agreement. Su Yan's strategy worked. The two players ultimately tied 1-1. Lin Wanwan seemed to have been prepared, pulling out a few sheets of paper from the table. Su Yan gave her a warning look. Lin Wanwan instinctively dodged away. He noticed Su Yan's gaze, which seemed to be intending to teach him a lesson. Although she was afraid, she also felt a vague sense of anticipation. Su Yan genuinely felt that Lin Wanwan deserved a good lesson. Although I couldn't refuse. But we can't always make decisions on our own. It's hard to tell who's the king and who's the queen anymore. The general education courses are still just as exciting. For Lin Wanwan, she had clearly achieved her goal. Su Yan did not come away empty-handed. I've at least completed one of the strategy missions. After that, all that's left is the strategy quest for Beihuai. At the same time, there are still some daily tasks that require effort. After the general classes ended, Su Yan went straight to the guitar club's activity room without hesitation. He practiced his guitar diligently while waiting for Beihuai to arrive. Chapter 27: Beihuai's First Rejection. When Beihuai arrived outside the guitar club's activity room, she heard the sound of a guitar coming from there. Although there are quite a few members in the guitar club, but most of them are just doing it on a whim. Once they've paid their membership fees, they can't be found anymore. Only a handful of people usually come to the activity room to practice their instruments. Beihuai was still guessing who had come. Upon opening the door and seeing the other person's appearance, I couldn't help but pause in surprise. The president is here? Su Yan saw Beihuai and then stopped on his own. It was actually Su Yan. Beihuai was somewhat taken aback. The main problem was the difficulty of that piece of music. It was clearly beyond the capabilities of a beginner. And the playing was quite good. So she almost never considered the possibility that it was Su Yan. After all, Su Yan only started learning guitar yesterday, and the guitar she was holding was bought with her yesterday afternoon. Was that you playing? Beihuai couldn't help but ask. Su Yan nodded. I practiced by myself for a while last night. How about I show you the results of my extra practice right now? Beihuai found it all unbelievable. He couldn't help but remind her. Practicing the piano is mainly about practice makes perfect. You can't get fat in one bite. You can start by practicing some simple fingerstyle pieces. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yan had already begun. It was still the same fingerstyle piece she had just heard. But this time, he was even more skilled than before. Su Yan's movements were very standard, and with his somewhat effortless demeanor, he didn't seem like a novice at all. It couldn't be a novice. You've studied this before? As soon as Su Yan finished playing, Beihuai asked him a question. She felt that Su Yan had deliberately pretended to be a novice yesterday in order to get her to agree to teach him. So it's understandable that I feel a little uncomfortable. I swear, I really didn't. Before yesterday, I had never touched a guitar in my life. Su Yan answered with a serious expression. Of course, he was referring to this lifetime. Let's leave aside the past life for now, even though we had contact in the previous life. But Su Yan had almost forgotten it all. Forgotten it all. The reason he was able to make such rapid progress was entirely because the musical genius badge was just too outrageous. Once you put it on, learning it is practically like having a cheat code. Is this what they call a genius? Su Yan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was an ordinary person who had very average talent in all aspects from childhood to adulthood. This was the first time I truly experienced what it felt like to be a genius. Real. Beihuai was still somewhat skeptical. Perhaps it's because I studied vocal music before? Su Yan made some amends. Otherwise, Beihuai probably wouldn't believe it. Beihuai then had Su Yan play a few more tunes. Suddenly, I realized that Su Yan's playing style still leans towards the rigid and methodical type. She didn't have that greasy feeling of a seasoned pro, and Su Yan didn't seem to know anything about the things she hadn't mentioned yesterday. But isn't this progress a bit too fast? Could it be that Su Yan is a guitar prodigy? Teacher Bai, what are we going to learn today? The studious Su Yan immediately began to ask questions. Beihuai hesitated for a moment. In the end, they decided to continue teaching Su Yan. You're progressing too fast. You're already old enough to try some of the more complex pieces. However, before that, there are some basic precautions I need to tell you. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Beihuai no longer had her previous doubts. Because she had personally witnessed Su Yan go from being a complete novice at first to becoming more and more proficient later on. They've even started to develop their own style. Although the process was fast, it didn't seem like something that could be acted out. Otherwise, with her discerning eye, she wouldn't have failed to notice. You didn't actually open it, did you? Baiji looked at Su Yin with a suspicious gaze. This guitar isn't that difficult. It seems pretty simple. Su Yin spoke with an air of detachment, as if he were standing there and not understanding the situation. Baiji couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's really unacceptable. I always feel that Su Yan's learning speed even surpasses the human level. Even if I told them myself, I doubt anyone would believe me. Shall we call it a day? Su Yin did not press the matter further. I glanced at the time and then prepared to leave. Baiji was stunned for a moment. Although it has indeed taken a long time. But usually, it's she who takes the initiative to say goodbye. Su Yin was the first boy who stayed with her and then took the initiative to leave. Want to go to the cafeteria for lunch together? Baiji hesitated for a while before finally speaking. She felt that since Su Yin really didn't have any feelings for her, I finally managed to make a normal friend of the opposite sex. It's perfectly normal to go out for dinner together. No, I think I'll have to leave the school later. Su Yin refused. He hasn't gone to the gym yet today. Moreover, given the difficulty of winning over Baiji, even having a meal with her probably won't increase her favorability. With so many tasks this week, this is simply a waste of my already limited time. Oh well. Baiji, after being rejected, paused for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. I was rejected? Baiji never imagined that she would be rejected one day. Isn't she usually the one rejecting others? But then again, if they're just ordinary friends, it's perfectly normal for Su Yin to refuse her when he has something to do. You can't have both, can you? That would be too greedy. And what difference would there be between you and Li Xia? Baiji thought to herself. But I still felt a vague sense of loss. This was the first time she had ever been rejected. Angelica de Hurica's favorability +1. A system notification pops up. Su Yin was so angry he almost laughed. Not a girl. We had dinner and took a walk together yesterday. In the end, he only managed to gain 1 point of favorability as a mere favor. Why did you reject me so directly today? Instead, it rose by 1 point. If he had known this would happen, he would have avoided a lot of trouble. However, Su Yin didn't pay too much attention to it. While Baiji's quest is important, it's not the top priority. After leaving school, he took a taxi directly to the gym where he had signed up for a membership. Mr. Su Yin had just changed into her workout clothes. Then Hao Jingshu's voice came from inside. Today, she wore a pink sports vest and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Besides her still ripened mature femininity, she seems to have gained a touch of youthful energy. Target locked. Hao Jingshu appearance, 90 figure, 89 current favorability, 73 slightly favorable. Hidden keyword, desperate housewives. Special CG unlock progress, 0, no special CGs unlocked. He rented a house from her and bought her private lessons. With her commissions substantial, Hao Jingshu's favorability rating naturally rose to over 70. Is it the same today? Hao Jingshu asked proactively. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, it's the same strength training program as before. Just give me about an hour. I'm in a bit of a rush. Su Yin replied calmly. Chapter 28. If one is unreasonable, then one does know a little bit of martial arts. Su Yin's forehead was covered in sweat. His expression, however, was very firm. You need to slow down. Hao Jingshu tentatively spoke. Her brows were furrowed at that moment. His expression showed a slight hint of fear. This little boy is getting stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. It's much stronger than it appears on the surface. Zooming in, it turns out Su Yin is doing bench presses. If you didn't know better, you'd think Su Yin was doing a bench press. Hao Jingshu, as a private coach, stood by and provided guidance. Su Yin's movements were too exaggerated. She was a little apprehensive at the moment, afraid that the other person would get hurt. It's all right, I know what I'm doing. Su Yin spoke calmly. He's not the type to put on a brave face. There's no need to pretend in front of Hao Jingshu. If you feel you can handle it, then you can increase the intensity a little. Too much ease is meaningless. Furthermore, the system may also determine that the task is incomplete. Hao Jingshu, get out here. Suddenly, a man's loud cursing came from the entrance of the gym. Su Yin had finished his 1-hour training session. Upon hearing the sound, he instinctively looked in the direction of Hao Jingshu. Upon hearing this sound, the woman's already tightly wrapped body trembled instinctively out of fear. She forced a smile at Su Yin. Hao Jingshu said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. That's all for today. I have something to do. I might have to go now. Before she could finish speaking, the man's voice had already reached nearby. Okay, Hao Jingshu, I knew it. Why did you keep saying you had no money? So she was keeping a gigolo on the side. Now I've caught you red-handed. These words made Su Yin frown. She looked somewhat displeased at the man opposite her who looked rather slovenly, as thin as a bamboo pole, and sickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. He's talking nonsense. I'm so sorry. Hao Jingshu immediately apologized to Su Yin. Is this your boyfriend? Su Yin asked a question. What boyfriend? I'm her husband. Before Hao Jingshu could answer, the man spoke loudly and arrogantly. After bowing and apologizing to Su Yin, Hao Jingshu stepped forward to try to stop the man. Lu Jing, stop making a scene here and come out with me. To Lu Jing, Hao Jingshu's behavior seemed more like she was feeling guilty, so he immediately shoved her away. No, I want everyone to see that you, Hao Jingshu, are secretly seeing men outside. Let me tell you, if I don't get my money, I'll make sure you never have a peaceful life again. Hao Jingshu looked like she was about to cry. They were desperately trying to pull the person outside. Meanwhile, a considerable number of people had gathered inside the gym to watch. Just then, Su Yin suddenly walked up. I don't care what your relationship is, but please watch your words. Lu Jing looked somewhat crazy. Unfazed, he continued to use his taunting skill. What? You're afraid to let people say what you should do. Which school did you go to? You're sleeping with someone else's wife? I'll report you for it. Bang! Without saying a word, Su Yin punched the other man in the stomach. If they're unreasonable, they do know a little bit about martial arts. Lu Jing's facial features contorted in pain. He collapsed to the ground. Then he curled up and screamed in pain. Hao Jingshu was also stunned when she saw this scene. She had even just prepared to give up on Su Yin as a client. Who knew Su Yin would actually make a move? Su Yin remained completely unmoved. Indeed, reading is for calmly talking to idiots, while exercising is for making idiots calmly talk to you. Mr. Su, you should leave now. Hao Jingshu looked at Su Yin anxiously and spoke. Just when Su Yin thought the other person was feeling sorry for her husband. But then Hao Jingshu added, it'll be troublesome if he sticks to you like that. I'll handle the rest. Murder. It took Lu Jing quite a while before he finally stood up. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Yin, as well as some kind of unknown greed. I'm calling the police to arrest you. Don't even think about running away without paying. Su Yin slapped him again. Lu Jing's thin body could not support him, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. This time he completely behaved himself. He instinctively covered his head with his hands. However, she still looked at Su Yin with some resentment. Su Yin easily twisted the other person up as if he were a chick. It has to be said that the points added to physique by the system are quite useful. Otherwise, with his previous physical condition, although he could have defeated Lu Jing, he wouldn't have been able to do so easily. I'm going to send you in. Although Lu Jing was afraid, he still made some harsh remarks. Su Yin, however, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they took the initiative to move closer. He spoke in a low voice. What? Should I call the police for you? When they arrive, I'll say it was you, this drug addict, who provoked me. And I suspect you may have done other things as well. Maybe I'll even get a banner recognizing me as a model citizen. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Jing's pupils suddenly dilated. He asked, somewhat incredulously, How? How did you know? Su Yan chuckled dismissively. Oh, Lu Jing's appearance just now was exactly the same as those of the people Su Yan had seen in her previous life. That's why he wasn't afraid at all. I am, after all, a proper college student from a prestigious university. A comparison of the identities on both sides. He won't be the one who gets arrested then. He also guessed that for someone like Lu Jing, all he really wanted was money. They definitely wouldn't dare call the police. Su Yin released Lu Jing. He then calmly took out his phone. How? You really want me to fight? Lu Jing looked terrified and tried to stop him. Don't. Su Yin kicked the man away and gave him a disdainful look. Then get out of here. I saw Lu Jing scramble out of the gym. Hao Jingshu looked at Su Yin with some disbelief. What did you say to him? Su Yin smiled and casually replied. It's nothing. I just talked to him about reasoning with him. Hao Jingshu naturally didn't believe Su Yan's words. If her ex-husband could really be reasonable, he wouldn't have caused her so much trouble. All right, I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes now. Su Yin didn't take this little incident seriously. After casually saying something to Hao Jingshu, he walked towards the gym shower room. Hao Jingshu watched Su Yan's retreating figure. He stood there stunned for a long time. After taking a shower, I changed into some dry clothes. After Su Yan came out, he felt refreshed and invigorated. However, just as he was leaving the gym, he saw a familiar figure at the door. At this point, Hao Jingshu had changed back into her usual outfit. She actually looks much younger than Su Yan had imagined. Whether it's the professional office attire of real estate agents or the outfits of fitness instructors, they all seem to be deliberately going for a mature style. Mr. Su, upon seeing Su Yan emerge, Hao Jingshu immediately went to greet him. What's wrong? Su Yan asked curiously. Is that guy still waiting for you outside? Hao Jingshu quickly shook her head. No. I just wanted to thank you in person. Chapter 29 The accelerator must be welded shut. Hao Jingshu spoke with a sincere expression. If it weren't for you here today, I don't know what to do. Su Yan didn't seem to care much. He waved his hand and casually said, It's okay. Just something I did. The main problem is that guy's mouth is too dirty. Otherwise, Su Yan probably wouldn't be in the mood to meddle in such trivial matters. By the way, Mr. Su, have you had dinner yet? How about I treat you? Hao Jingshu spoke. It seems she genuinely wanted to thank Su Yan properly. Good. Su Yan did not refuse. He really didn't eat, and it's dinner time now. In addition, although Hao Jingshu is older than Su Yan, she is still quite pretty. Even within the system's judgment framework, they are all considered targets that can be pursued. There might be more tasks available later. There's no harm in getting closer to Hao Jingshu beforehand. I'm sorry, I'm not very well off right now, so this is all I can treat you to. After arriving at a nearby fast food restaurant, I found a seat and sat down. Hao Jingshu spoke with an apologetic expression. Su Yan naturally shook his head with a smile. It's okay, I'm not that picky about food. The fast food restaurant has a pretty nice environment. At least it's not one of those dirty and chaotic little restaurants. The price isn't even particularly cheap. But since what they were selling was just simple fast food, naturally, it can't be considered high-end. But I rented a place and signed up for a membership card with you before, so you must have gotten a lot of commission, right? Is it because of that guy from before? Su Yan asked with some curiosity. Hao Jingshu's expression was somewhat conflicted. However, considering what happened at the gym, she really didn't need to lie to Su Yan anymore. He could only nod with a wry smile. Yes, I'm currently working 2 jobs, and the pay is actually quite good. But almost all of it was used to pay off debts. Hao Jingshu sighed, a complicated expression appearing on her face. Wait for me a moment. Hao Jingshu seemed to have made a decision and suddenly spoke. He then got up and walked towards the restaurant counter. After a while, she returned. He now had 2 small bottles of baijiu in his hand. Give. He handed Su Yan a bottle. Hao Jingshu, oblivious to everyone else, unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. Cough, cough, cough. I saw Hao Jingshu choking so badly that tears welled up in her eyes. Su Yan quickly advised, slow down. I'm fine. Hao Jingshu waved her hand defiantly. However, compared to the mature, sexy, and beautiful young woman that Su Yan had previously remembered, at this moment, Hao Jingshu looked more like a wounded little girl. She then slowly began. Lu Jing and I were actually classmates in university, both from Beihuai University. Back then, he wasn't like he is now. It seems that Hao Jingshu had been holding it in for quite a long time. So after taking a sip of wine, he suddenly began to tell his whole story in one go. It's actually not that complicated. Hao Jingshu and Lu Jing are both seniors of Su Yan, one a few years his senior. At the time, the two were indeed a perfect match, both talented and beautiful. Hao Jingshu is beautiful, and Lu Jing, as the president of the school's student council, is also a prominent figure. Lu Jing started his own business during his university years and made a lot of money. Shortly after they graduated, the two naturally got married. However, after getting married, Lu Jing was cheated in a business deal and suddenly fell from heaven to hell. Economic problems, like owing money, are minor issues. The important thing is that this setback caused Lu Jing, who had always had a smooth life, to completely give up on himself. Later, he even developed a gambling addiction. Even the house they owned was mortgaged. The mortgage for the house was initially processed in Hao Jingshu's name. Although the house was sold, Hao Jingshu still needs to repay the loan. On the other hand, after losing all hope, Hao Jingshu naturally decided to divorce him. Lu Jing just became attached to Hao Jingshu. They are still in the process of litigation. They would even come to her every now and then to ask for money. Like today, Su Yin sighed after hearing this. I keep thinking, is there any possibility that he can turn over a new leaf? Hao Jingshu spoke with a conflicted expression. Su Yin replied decisively, stop thinking about it. Just give up completely. Finish the divorce proceedings as soon as possible. If the bank loan doesn't work out, go through the notarization process to prove that you were tricked by Lu Jing into taking out the loan in your own name. The property transfer information also proves that your ex-husband took the money. Su Yin calmly and objectively began to analyze the situation for Hao Jingshu. In particular, what she should be doing right now. At this point, Su Yin also learned why Hao Jingshu, a graduate of Beihuai University, would work as a real estate agent and fitness coach. I haven't had a job since graduation. Now that I'm back at work, this is all I can do. Most importantly, Su Yin knew that Lu Jing was more than just a gambling addict. Judging from the other person's condition, once they've been exposed to that stuff, they're basically beyond saving. Okay, I understand. Hao Jingshu nodded. She didn't know why either. Although Su Yin is so much younger than her. He's really young. You could say he's a little brother. But the other person gave me a strange sense of security. Especially after she finished explaining her situation, Su Yin was able to provide her with so much rational analysis. Is this it? Su Yin struggled to support the drunk Hao Jingshu. He asked. Seeing that Hao Jingshu did not answer, he could only rummage through her bag to find the key. The door opened, and the space inside wasn't particularly large. It's just a small, old, rundown room of about 20 or 30 square meters. However, it was decorated in a rather cozy way. After struggling to put the other person on the bed, Su Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yin, you are the best guy I've met in all these years. You are different from them. They only comforted me on the surface, but I know all too well what they were really thinking. It's nothing more than lusting after my body. Hao Jingshu suddenly sat up and spoke with a serious expression. They didn't even call him Mr. Su anymore, but started calling him Junior Brother Su Yin directly. You've had too much to drink. Looking at Hao Jingshu, whose face was flushed and whose arms were naturally wrapped around his neck, Su Yin awkwardly offered a reminder. He could even smell the fragrance on the other person very clearly. The unique charm of a mature woman is overwhelming, and she had a somewhat dazed look in her eyes when she looked at him. It really felt like he was about to devour himself. Can you call me Sister Jingshu? Hao Jingshu was now completely moved. He continued to stare intently at Su Yin. Key plot points triggered. Warning. Host, please choose carefully, as your current choice will affect the final outcome. Option A. Push Hao Jingshu away and leave without saying goodbye. Affection -10, cash plus 100,000 each. Option B. Praise her charm, have a heart-to-heart talk with her all night, and help Hao Jingshu get through this. Affection +10, special badge, unmoved by a woman's embrace. Option C. An old A8 is still an A8. No need to worry. The accelerator must be welded shut. Affection +15, special badge, the true traitor Chow. Chapter 30. First battle a success. Hao Jingshu suddenly felt like she had lost her balance. She collapsed onto the bed. Su Yin just pushed her away forcefully. Hao Jingshu suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Is he looking down on himself? Hao Jingshu suddenly became much more awake. She never doubted her own charm. But Su Yin is indeed different. If it were any other man, she would absolutely not bring him back. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, Su Yin is not even 20 yet, so young. She's almost 30. She's already considered an old woman. Given that he had been married before, it's normal for Su Yin to dislike her. Just as Hao Jingshu had not yet fully recovered from her feelings of loss, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. The whole person was folded up. Because I regularly work out and practice yoga. Therefore, Hao Jingshu's flexibility is beyond doubt. This folding posture is effortless for her. I only felt my feet being forcibly pressed down over my shoulders. Even though she was married, she felt incredibly ashamed of this action. As expected, then came a sudden cool sensation, etc., etc. Hao Jingshu wanted to speak up and protest. However, it had absolutely no effect. She could even sense that Su Yin was observing and appreciating her very seriously. It appears the system provided 3 options. But for Su Yin, there is only one. Whether there would be a reward or not. Su Yin didn't look into it carefully. If he continues to consider it further, he might be willing, but his good friend would definitely not agree. Moreover, Su Yin felt that at least he had obtained a romance system. If you never have any practical experience, that's really hard to believe. The sight before him made Su Yin feel a surge of relief at his choice. Su Yin had already anticipated this when they were at the gym. But when I actually saw it with my own eyes, I was still quite shocked. Hao Jingshu truly deserves to be a fitness coach. That's an amazing glute workout. Most importantly, to Su Yan's surprise, the other party was actually born in the year of the tiger, and a smooth, white one at that. Besides, they were definitely not exempt from being labeled as a wealthy family. There were so many details that Su Yin observed for quite a while before beginning his exploration. It has to be the older sister. The older sister definitely knows how to care for people better than a younger girl. Their cooperation was top-notch, even though Su Yin is equally powerful. However, they lacked any practical experience. The first attempt ended in a quick defeat once again. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Hao Jingshu smiled gently at Su Yin at this moment. Then adjust the camera position. He quickly and easily completed his great job as a software hardening engineer. Then the driving test, part 2, began. Reverse the car into the parking space precisely. That's definitely good enough to get a perfect score. Su Yan's forehead was covered in sweat. His expression, however, was very firm. You need to slow down. Hao Jingshu tentatively spoke. Her brows were furrowed at that moment. His expression showed a slight hint of fear. This little boy is getting stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. It's much stronger than it appears on the surface. The scene was replicated once again. This time, however, Su Yin did not bench press. Today's fitness goals have been exceeded. He has a more important task at hand. Su Yin is like a newbie who wants to try everything. Unfortunately, Hao Jingshu, being a seasoned fitness coach, was perfectly able to meet all his requirements. She would even proactively help Su Yin adjust some of his movements that were not quite right. What's most striking is the wave-like ripples that spread out continuously across the smooth, massive arc surface. The experience was absolutely fantastic. Su Yin felt that she needed to focus on improving her physical fitness from now on. Otherwise, over time, it really might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, in the final crucial battle, Su Yin successfully won the final victory. When he released Hao Jingshu's hands that were being held from behind, the other person collapsed completely, having no strength left. The next day, the morning sunlight shone in. Su Yin opened her eyes groggily. He saw the beautiful scene divided in two amidst the somewhat chaotic battlefield. I couldn't resist taking another deep breath to feel the texture. Hao Jingshu, still fast asleep, unconsciously let out a soft hum. Su Yin had no intention of bothering the other party. Put on your clothes quietly and gently. After leaving the house, he sent a message to Hao Jingshu saying that he had gone to school. Su Yin originally planned to skip class in the morning, but then I remembered I still had my morning run to do. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth and get up to go to school. However, perhaps yesterday was a bit too crazy. This made Su Yin feel as if his steps were unsteady. No, that won't work. This physique of over 70 is definitely not enough. We must continue to improve and go even further. Why does he seem to be running much slower today? Are you feeling unwell? Behind Su Yin, Li Xia, who was still following him as usual, thought to herself. However, it might be because of what happened before. Today, Li Xia didn't take the initiative to talk to Su Yin. She still couldn't quite accept it. Since Su Yin now likes Baiji, then why would you come and run with me in the morning? Could it be that he's been coming for a morning run every day lately, and it wasn't because of me? Su Yin doesn't care about Li Xia at all right now. This week's task has nothing to do with the other party. Moreover, Li Xia is currently the only one among the target who clearly has a boyfriend. Therefore, I really don't have much interest in Li Xia. After finishing his 5-kilometer morning run, Su Yin left the track immediately. Wait, what was the reward we got yesterday? Su Yin suddenly remembered. Then, on my way back to the dorm to take a shower, I casually opened my system page and took a look. Host, Su Yin, appearance, 70, an ordinary college student. Charm, 73, maybe some girls will like this type of you. Physical fitness, 74, a college student with slight signs of exercise. Personal assets, 59,274.22 yuan. Personal skills, basic running techniques, special skills, insight, LV1. Golden ratio smile, LV1. Current badges, musical genius, silver. The true trader, gold. Backpack/items, none. A badge was awarded as a reward, but the name of the badge seems a bit off. Su Yin couldn't help but make a comment. Then he checked the effect of Cao Cao's badge. Cao Cao is a traitor, gold. Effect. When worn, whenever there is a boy who likes her near the target, the host's charm increases by 1099, depending on the specific situation. Fine. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The badge seemed to be more useful than he had thought. It wasn't actually based on the name. He had originally thought that the strategy would only work on targets like Li Xia. Chapter 31 All Men Are Liars. This system isn't a good system. Su Yin couldn't help but complain in his heart. The arrival of Cao Cao gives the impression that he is being deliberately led astray. Of course, in the end, the results weren't actually that outrageous. The name of the badge alone can easily lead people to misunderstand. Why has Su Yin been acting so mysteriously lately? I haven't been back to the dorm for several nights. Chen Feng was probably the roommate who paid the most attention to Su Yin. There was nothing he could do. Since Su Yin wasn't around, he ended up at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Although he now hangs out with Wang Xiaojie every day. But the other party didn't consider him a friend. Not to mention being bossed around and ordered around. He also likes to make sarcastic remarks in his daily life. It was fine when Su Yin was around. But recently Su Yin has hardly come back to the dormitory, so he inevitably started to feel resentful. While hating Wang Xiaojie, he also harbored great resentment towards Su Yin. Why bother with him? It's good that he doesn't go back to the dorm, so that seeing him will only annoy people. People, Wang Xiaojie said with a hint of disdain. Wang Xiaojie didn't take either Su Yin or Chen Feng seriously. She just couldn't stand Su Zhe, that rich second generation, who liked to show off in front of her all day long. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. But when she saw Su Yin come out, she couldn't help but stare at him for several moments. He always felt that Su Yin had changed a lot since he jumped into the lake. In particular, the aura of a loser that he originally had seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Moreover, where did Su Yin get the money to buy new clothes? This guy used to be like him, almost always wearing the same few fixed outfits. Now, Su Yin no longer wears any of his old clothes. Su Yin, can you please stop coming back to shower so early every morning? It's so noisy. If you don't sleep, we still need to sleep. Seeing that Su Yin, as usual, did not intend to speak to them, Chen Feng took the initiative to say something. What surprised Chen Feng was, Su Yin, however, didn't even bother to acknowledge him. After drying my hair, I casually put on a jacket. He then left the dormitory on his own. If it were Wang Xiaojie or Su Zhe, Chen Feng would probably just awkwardly mutter a few complaints to himself, because he subconsciously placed himself in a position inferior to the other two. But this time, it was Su Yin who ignored him. Chen Feng immediately found it unbearable. He started shouting at the top of his lungs towards the door. Su Yin, I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you're deaf. What kind of trash are you? Keep your voice down. Su Zhe had just woken up. He frowned and looked at Chen Feng, who was shouting, and gave him a warning. Chen Feng, who had been like a rooster full of fighting spirit, instantly became docile after seeing Su Zhe's expression. While he completely backed down, his eyes still revealed considerable dissatisfaction. Never mind, he's not in a good mental state right now. I advise you not to provoke him. Wang Xiaojie was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. His words sounded like he was advising Chen Feng, but his tone was full of sarcasm and mockery. Chen Feng didn't dare to speak. He only dared to lose his temper like that with Su Yin. If it were Wang Xiaojie or Su Zhe, they wouldn't even be able to speak loudly normally. Most of the time, they even have to maintain a pleasing demeanor. Upon arriving at the classroom, Su Yin chose a corner seat to sit down. It's impossible to attend the lecture. Su Yin has quite a lot going on. The only reason I'm here is because I don't want to cause too much trouble. Moreover, for someone like Su Yin who has already attended 4 years of university, skipping classes is even more justifiable. The most crucial daily task right now is to earn your first pot of gold. Earning 10,000 yuan in a week is quite challenging. Su Yin thought to himself silently. Besides, the favorability gained from Baiji's quests is too slow. Su Yin was already prepared for failure. Let things take their course from here on out. Regarding the most crucial special mission, he hasn't even made a single clue so far. The dark side hidden in one's heart? This thing is too abstract. That's even a bit of nonsense. After reviewing the progress of this week's tasks, Su Yin then turned on her phone. To his surprise, there were quite a few unread messages. Master, is it pretty? Images, images, images. Unsurprisingly, This message was sent by Lin Wanwan. Several selfies of the other party were attached. Of course, it's definitely not an ordinary selfie. A classic, cool, and refreshing outfit. Moreover, the style of this black lace bow is most likely newly purchased. Judging from the background, the person probably didn't have class in the morning and took the photo on their bed in the dorm. As a college student, it's really too decadent not to get up early to study so early in the morning. As he thought about it, Suyin clicked on each one and gave them a thorough critique. When will you fulfill your promise to me? This is a message from Shun Mo. After that karaoke party, the other party took the initiative to add Su Yin as a friend. It's just that the first message has only arrived now. What will be delivered? Su Yin frowned and typed a question. It has to be said that Shun Mo is a rather mysterious girl. Su Yin felt that he carried a certain dangerous aura. If possible, Su Yin really didn't want to provoke this kind of person. It's a promise, let me join. Shinmo's message came through again very quickly. Su Yin had a bit of a headache for a moment. We'll see. After giving a perfunctory reply, Su Yin was too lazy to continue arguing with the other party. Are you going to practice the piano again this afternoon? This is a message from Baiji. Su Yin was quite surprised that Baiji would take the initiative to send him a message. Yes, but you'll have to wait until my afternoon classes are over. Su Yin replied by typing. Even on chat apps, Baiji continues to maintain her persona of being sparing with words. Are you sick? I noticed you weren't quite right when you were running this morning. Curiosity.jpg. Finally, it was Li Xia who sent the inquiry. It also comes with an animated emoticon of a cute, curious kitten. No, thank you for your concern. Su Yin replied while thinking for a moment. Indeed, I wasn't in good shape this morning, and I ran slower than usual. There's nothing we can do about it. It's the result of all the gunfire last night. However, Su Yin still felt that he should keep his distance from Li Xia. The main reason is that the original owner had been rejected by the other party after confessing his feelings. In Su Yan's opinion, it would be too shameless to deliberately go along with it. That's definitely not his usual style. At this moment, Li Xia had finished her run, taken a shower, and just finished eating breakfast in her dormitory. It took me a long time to mentally prepare myself before deciding to take the initiative to message Su Yin. The main reason was that she had previously told the other party that they could ask her any questions about running. Su Yin still hasn't sent her any messages. So this time, Li Xia couldn't resist and took the initiative to send it to Su Yin herself. But Su Yan's reply carried a sense of detachment. This made her feel a little sad. Men are all liars. He used to say how much he liked her, and that he would jump into a lake for her. But how much time has passed? He actually fell in love with his roommate, Baiji. Chapter 32, I'm really going to break. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Lin Wanwan asked the question, seemingly knowing the answer already. She had already secretly seen it. The chat between Su Yin and Li Xia. Discovering that Su Yin was so cold towards Li Xia made Lin Wanwan feel inexplicably happy. Oh, fine. Li Xia quickly turned off her phone screen. Then he pretended nothing was wrong and spoke. The 4 girls in the dormitory had also gotten up by this time. Lin Wanwan was wearing her newly bought suit. I'm not going back to the dorm tonight. Take the initiative to ask Su Yin out. Yin out. After all, if the master doesn't take the initiative, then she needs to take the initiative. By the way, Angelica de Hurica, in the last few days, does Su Yin always go to your guitar club? Li Xia couldn't resist. Looking at Baiji, who had just come out after washing her hair, she asked. He then quickly added an explanation. Don't misunderstand. I was just asking casually. Mainly because Su Yin told me that he's been learning guitar recently. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan didn't say anything on the surface, but she was secretly delighted. Because she knew that Su Yin wouldn't tell Li Xia these things. It was all made up by the other party to test Baiji. Yes, he's quite talented. Baiji answered naturally. Then they didn't plan to reveal any more information. The main reason was that she felt it was a bit much for Li Xia to still be thinking about Su Yin, her suitor, even though she already had a boyfriend. I was too lazy to bother with such trivial matters before. But now, at least she and Su Yin can be considered friends. Naturally, they couldn't stand it. She was even considering whether to take the initiative to persuade Su Yin to give up on Li Xia when she met with him this afternoon. Li Xia was in a bad mood, especially seeing Baiji's calm demeanor. I always felt that the other person was showing off for no reason. She hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Baiji, I think it's necessary to talk to you about this. You know what happened before? Suyin has a rather extreme personality. I don't want him to get hurt, so you'd better not give him too much hope." Li Xia's words made Baiji burst into laughter. Then she looked at Li Xia with a speechless expression. "In what capacity are you speaking to me now? Let's not even talk about how you have no right to interfere in Su Yan's affairs. And I am not you. If you need to refuse, I know better than you how to refuse. To be honest, I don't dislike Su Yan at all. If I had to find a boyfriend during my university years, Su Yan would be my first choice." Baiji's words were very straightforward, because she wasn't the type of person who liked to beat around the bush. As for what she just said, she wasn't lying. Although she really hadn't thought about finding a boyfriend, Su Yan wasn't even on the list. However, if she had to choose one person from within the school, Su Yan, who had left a good impression on her during this period, was indeed her first choice. How is that possible? Li Xia clearly didn't believe it. If Su Yan were here, he would probably actually believe Baiji's words. Firstly, it's the other person's personality. They certainly wouldn't be stubborn about something like this. Secondly, it's really too difficult to raise Baiji's favorability. Although he only has a 63% favorability rating right now, some other boys might have an even lower one with Baiji. Su Yan isn't handsome either. And he's not particularly outstanding. You won't like him. Li Xia spoke with great determination. It was as if she understood Su Yan better than anyone else. Baiji smiled dismissively. Su Yan is more outstanding than you think. She didn't offer much explanation. But this one sentence alone is enough to completely express their attitude. Baiji didn't intend to continue this topic. After packing my things, I left the dormitory and went straight to the library. Li Xia, who was still a little dazed, was left standing there. She then looked at her best friend, Lin Wanwan. "Wanwan, do you think what I said is right?" Su Yan wasn't handsome to begin with. He wasn't rich either, and he didn't have any special skills. At most, they're just more considerate. If it were another boy, even his high school classmate Wang Xiaojia, Lin Wanwan would always try to please the other party immediately. But when Su Yan was mentioned, Lin Wanwan was already a little unhappy. But it cannot be shown at this time. He could only pretend to be nonchalant and say, "I don't know. I'm not familiar with Su Yan." Baiji has made up her mind. Regardless, when she meets Su Yan in the afternoon, she will try to persuade him to give up on Li Xia. Li Xia's words just now have revealed her attitude and opinion towards Su Yan. Regardless of what happens, even if Su Yan really does change a lot, but it's likely that Li Xia still doesn't think much of her suitor. It's okay if you don't go to work. Just take a good rest for a day. I'll come see you again tonight. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care at all about Li Xia's or Baiji's thoughts. He was chatting with Hao Jingshu, who had woken up. "No way. Again. I'm really going to break." Panic image. Hearing that Su Yan would come to see him again that night, Hao Jingshu instinctively objected when she thought about what happened last night. "What are you thinking? I just want to invite you to dinner." Su Yan replied by typing. Hao Jingshu is a top student who graduated from the Department of Finance at Beihuai University. It's a real shame that the other party is now working as a real estate agent and fitness coach. The system also happened to release a startup task. Therefore, Su Yan decided to give the other party a chance to demonstrate their talents. Moreover, after what happened last night, I feel more at ease using it. "Okay, alright." Hao Jingshu finally agreed. The main thing is that it doesn't matter what kind of relationship she has with Su Yan now. But after last night, the trust between the two is definitely different now than before. After finishing her afternoon classes, Su Yan went to the guitar club's activity room. To his surprise, there were quite a few more people in the guitar club this time. Upon inquiry, Su Yan discovered that today was actually the guitar club's monthly activity day. It's basically just a group of people getting together to practice guitar and exchange ideas. After a while, Baiji arrived. The members of the guitar club all took the initiative to greet each other. There were quite a few boys in the club, and many of them were secretly glancing at Baiji, which was quite obvious. However, there are definitely no shortage of boys who like Angelica de Hirica. You can guess that from the other person's appearance. Of course, the members of the guitar club may have had some illusions at the beginning. But after a period of contact, they probably gave up quite a bit. So at this point, everyone just glanced at it secretly. No one particularly took the initiative to fawn over them. Alright, that's about it for now. You can practice freely from now on. Because it was just an ordinary club to begin with. There aren't many rules. After Baiji, the president of the club, said a few words, the president's speech session ended. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Today is the club's activity day. Also, I'll add you to our club's group chat later. Baiji took the initiative to find Su Yan and offered an explanation. It's okay, the atmosphere is actually better with more people. Su Yan answered with a smile. Chapter 33. Baiji is slowly being won over. Who is this newcomer? Newcomer. Why do I feel like the president is quite enthusiastic towards him? In the guitar club's activity room, someone couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but it seems like I knew the president before. Another person answered. There's nothing we can do about it. Even though Baiji is usually very polite to everyone, that's just because she's polite. If you really want to get close to her, especially if you have an ulterior motive, she will most likely see through you at a glance. Although it wasn't just him and Baiji today, but for Su Yan, it had almost no impact. Because of the musical genius, badge buff, he became extremely focused the moment he picked up the guitar. Everything from the outside world is automatically blocked. It's somewhat similar to the so-called flow state. It must be said that Su Yan thoroughly enjoyed this state. He quickly became completely absorbed in it. Become an interesting male god, learn a skill, and expand your interests. Mission complete. Please claim your reward promptly. A system notification tone sounded. Su Yan has finally completely detached himself from it. He felt like only a moment had passed. But looking at the sunset outside the window, it was clear that a long time had passed. Looking back at the activity room, everyone from the guitar club had already left. Only Baiji, who was sitting not far away, remained. He was staring out the window, somewhat lost in thought. The warm yellow light of the setting sun shone through the other person's hair, and their already near-perfect profile, illuminated by the sunlight, truly had a strangely sacred and healing quality. Su Yan couldn't resist and took out her phone to take a picture of it. Crack. Well, the slightly embarrassing thing is that the shutter sound wasn't turned off. Are you done? Baiji reacted when she heard the sound. He subconsciously looked at Su Yan. Then he saw that the other person was holding up their phone and pointing it at him. What time is it? Su Yan acted as if nothing had happened, put away his phone, and asked. Baiji had already realized that Su Yan had patted her on the shoulder. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he replied, It's been almost 3 hours. It's almost 6 o'clock. I noticed you were too focused, so I didn't disturb you. Baiji could roughly guess that Su Yan had indeed entered a state similar to flow. She had it once before. Know the wonder of that state. It has to be said that Su Yan has only been learning for a few days, yet as a novice, he has already had such an experience. Even she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Has it been that long? Su Yan was also taken aback. He then looked at Baiji and said thank you. Teacher Bai, thank you for staying with me until now. Upon seeing this, Baiji waved her hand in denial. No need. I was going to stay and lock the door anyway. Su Yan tidied up and slung his guitar over his shoulder. Then he and Baiji locked the door to the guitar club activity room and left. Then, see you tomorrow? Once downstairs, Su Yan greeted Baiji and then hurriedly left. Okay, see you tomorrow. Baiji replied with a smile. They waited until Su Yanran had disappeared. She grumbled with a hint of resentment. He just said thank you verbally, but didn't even invite me to dinner or anything. If it were someone else, and they wanted to invite her to dinner alone, for Baiji, it would only be troublesome and mentally exhausting, because she would have to come up with reasons to refuse. But Su Yan felt that she had stayed with the other person until this point. It's dinner time, so it would be normal for the two of them to go out for dinner together after they come out, right? Su Yan only said 2 sentences before leaving on his own. She had originally planned to persuade Su Yan to give up on Li Xia today. It looks like I won't have a chance to speak this time. And just as Baiji was thinking about these things, her phone suddenly rang. I glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Su Yan, who had just left. I originally wanted to publish the white wall post, but suddenly I felt a little reluctant to do so. Picture, Baiji was stunned for a moment. The photo the other party sent was, of course, the one they had secretly taken of her earlier. Perhaps it's because so many people have praised her for being beautiful since she was a child. So even if what the other party said was true, Baiji still didn't like it. But this photo that Su Yan snapped is one that even she herself has to admit is exceptionally well taken. However, Su Yan's words seemed quite indifferent. Upon closer inspection, however, something seemed amiss. What does it mean to be reluctant to part with something? Is it because you don't want to show it to others? But why was he so open and proactive in sending it to her? Angelica de Hurica's favorability, +1. On the other hand, If Su Yin hadn't had a prior appointment, he probably would have actually had dinner with Beihuai. But I've already promised to see how Jingshu, so I'll have to do it next time. Upon seeing the system notification, Su Yin couldn't help but smile. This photo was well worth taking. It seems like my progress in tracing Beihuai is getting smoother and smoother. Maybe I can actually complete the task of increasing the system's favorability by 10 this week. Beihuai examined it carefully for a long time. In the end, I couldn't resist and saved it myself. She even went so far as to set the photo Su Yin took of her as her phone wallpaper. The photos are indeed quite good. Fine, I'll forgive you, Beihuai said to herself. My mood improved again. She was referring, of course, to Su Yin secretly taking pictures of her and not inviting her to dinner. For some reason, Beihuai suddenly felt a little bit of anticipation for meeting Su Yin tomorrow. 10,000 yuan. In a restaurant, Hao Jingshu, who was dressed very elegantly, was stunned for a moment after hearing Su Yan's words. Although their relationship has changed, but she was still somewhat dazed at this moment. The main reason is that Su Yan is indeed too young. Moreover, she was completely confused last night, and she was somewhat drunk at the time. At least for now, the two of them are definitely not considered a normal boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, in terms of principle, I only have about 50,000 on me. Su Yan told the truth. He also wanted to ask Hao Jingshu what she thought. The principle isn't a lot, but that's not the biggest problem. The main problem is that time was too tight. If it has to be done this week. Hao Jingshu fell into deep thought. Finally, he gave his answer. The only way I can think of to make this money in the shortest amount of time is through stocks. Su Yan nodded, just as he thought. Starting a business is secondary. The most important thing is time. No matter what you do, there still needs to be a period of preparation and profitability beforehand. Especially in the physical sector, issues such as payment collection need to be considered. Therefore, stocks are the fastest way. Of course, Su Yan wasn't without other options. But compared to stocks, they are all too troublesome. In addition to the time wasted earlier, there are only 4 days left this week. It seems that stocks are the most suitable option. Chapter 34 Water Baby Physique. If it's about stocks, I still hope you won't be too aggressive. Angelica de Hurica opened its mouth. She then gave Su Yan a brief analysis. Su Yan glanced at it and already had a general idea in mind. Although it's a parallel world, but the overall direction of development hasn't changed much from what he remembered. Most importantly, the time here is roughly the same as a few years in the previous life. Therefore, Su Yan does indeed possess a certain degree of precognitive ability. However, due to the time constraints this time, a more difficult short-term operation must be carried out. So it's still a bit difficult. If you were to do it, would you be confident in your abilities? Su Yan looked at Hao Jingshu sitting opposite him. Hao Jingshu was stunned for a moment. The main reason was that she didn't expect Su Yan to trust her so much. I can only say I'll try my best. The main problem is that I haven't been involved in this field for a long time. Although I've been following related news, I have almost no actual trading experience. Hao Jingshu answered truthfully. Since her house was mortgaged, she has spent almost all of her monthly earnings paying off the bank loan. They can barely maintain their basic survival. Naturally, there's no spare money to invest in stocks. I've selected a few. You can use them as a reference. Su Yan spoke. He chose to trust Hao Jingshu. At the same time, I would like to offer some perspectives from my own time as a future generation for reference. For example, at this point in time, the mobile internet wave is about to explode. Stocks like the growth enterprise market, GM, are definitely a better choice. Another example is when government intervention to rescue the market caused bank stocks to suddenly hit their daily limit, which probably happened around this time. However, due to the passage of time, Su Yan didn't remember some of the specific details. Good. Hao Jingshu didn't say much. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Besides not wanting to betray Su Yan's trust. Most importantly, she still has a certain degree of confidence in her own abilities. She didn't go out to work after graduating and got married to Lu Jing. Otherwise, with Hao Jingshu's abilities, she would never have ended up like this. It's okay, don't feel pressured. It doesn't matter if you don't earn it. Oh, right, I might also need to set up a company. I need to go through the registration and procedures first. Hao Jingshu originally thought. Su Yan invited her to dinner this time for a date. But to his surprise, Su Yan actually came to talk to him about serious business. The atmosphere throughout was more like a company meeting. Come to my place today. Don't go back. Su Yin didn't speak until after the meal was finished. Hao Jingshu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. As for the final result, it is certainly believable. Young people have great stamina. They fully recovered in just one day. The battle was even more intense than last night. Yesterday, Su Yin was a complete rookie, but by tonight, he had already started studying various different fighting styles and tactics. Su Yan's extremely strong desire to explore and learn. Hao Jingshu felt that she had no secrets left from the other party. I'll go change the sheets. The blush on Hao Jingshu's face lingered for a long time. She spoke in a slightly shy voice. She had no idea she could do this before. Su Yin also felt a bit emotional. No wonder people say women are made of water. Of course, it could also be a matter of physical constitution. Su Yin even suspected that Hao Jingshu might have some connection with the fifth brother in Calabash Brothers. Otherwise, how could someone be as good at spouting nonsense as Shua? No need. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's sleep in another room. Su Yin pulled Hao Jingshu, who was almost unsteady on her feet, back to her feet. It has to be said that renting such a large room back then was clearly necessary, because there are nice bedrooms and beds. Therefore, it will not cause any problems in the most basic separation of dry and wet materials. No wonder some couples don't choose a double room when they go out together. They opt for a twin room instead. Separating wet and dry items is still very important. If you encounter someone like Hao Jingshu, who has a constitution prone to water retention, then we'll have to trouble the front desk to change the sheets, otherwise it's impossible for anyone to sleep on them. The next day, when Hao Jingshu woke up, she saw Su Yin getting dressed to leave. I have class, so I'm going to school now. Message me if you need anything. I've transferred the money to you. Don't feel pressured. I just want to give it a try. It's okay if it doesn't work out. Hearing Su Yan's words, Hao Jingshu nodded. If it weren't for this situation, she might easily forget it. Su Yin is still a college student. I'm only a freshman in college now. For Su Yin, placing his hopes for the mission on Hao Jingshu was a last resort. The time constraints are still too great. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't finish it. We can just abandon the mission at worst. Rewards are not something you have to take. Even if you don't get it, there won't be any punishment. Su Yin felt that since Hao Jingshu had such abilities, it was indeed a waste for her to continue working as an agent and fitness coach. As for the subsequent plans and arrangements, at this moment, Su Yin already had some corresponding ideas in mind. When I got to school, I still went for a 5-kilometer run. To his surprise, Li Xia didn't come today. Su Yin didn't care too much. Instead, she went back to her dormitory, took a shower, and then rushed to the teaching building to attend class at 8 a.m. Honey, are you alright? How about I go to the hospital with you? Li Xia saw the message sent by Su Zhe. I instinctively typed a reply. I'm fine. I just have a bit of a cold. I'll be fine after resting in the dorm for a while. Li Xia did indeed catch a cold. She didn't seem to appreciate Su Zhe's concern. When she felt unwell in the morning, her first thought was that she couldn't go for her morning run and whether she should tell Su Yin. In the end, I held back. But what she found unacceptable was that Su Yin didn't even ask her why she hadn't gone for her morning run on the track. Has he truly fallen completely in love with someone else? The third and fourth periods in the morning are still general education classes. She still attends classes with Lin Wanwan and her classmates. When Lin Wanwan saw Su Yin enter the classroom, her eyes suddenly lit up. However, he managed to restrain himself from calling out to Su Yin. But when she saw Su Yin walking over, she subconsciously moved one seat to make room for him. What is Su Yin doing sitting there? Li Xia didn't come again today. Again today, Wang Xiaojia had been keeping an eye on his goddess, Lin Wanwan. So when he saw Su Yin sit down next to Lin Wanwan, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. When he went over to ask, Lin Wanwan said that someone was already there. It turns out the spot was reserved for Su Yin. This was something he found hard to accept at first. Chapter 35 Wanwan is willing to accept any punishment. Li Xia didn't come, but after Su Yin sat down, it wasn't just Lin Wanwan who was there. Shin Mo and Bai Ji, who were standing to the side, both looked at him. Su Yin could only pretend not to notice. He didn't initiate a conversation with anyone. When did Su Yin become so close to all of them in her dorm? On the other side, Chen Feng said something with some doubt. If they were placed together, Su Yin would definitely not be able to sit with the girls in Lin Wanwan's dormitory. But now, it seems that whenever the two classes have a class together, Su Yin always sits next to a few people. Even Su Zhe, Li Xia's boyfriend, didn't receive this kind of treatment. Brother Jia. Seeing that Wang Xiaojie remained silent, Chen Feng continued to ask. In fact, Su Yan had already noticed that Wang Xiaojie's expression was not quite right after he sat down. Chen Feng looked very innocent, but I felt a bit smug inside. So at this moment, he deliberately stirred things up, saying, "Why do I feel like Lin Wanwan treats Su Yan differently than others?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaojie roared in fury, "Shut up!" Seeing this, Chen Feng finally dared not say anything more. But he naturally achieved his goal. He was just hoping to see Wang Xiaojie get his comeuppance. This guy always brags in front of me, saying that winning over Lin Wanwan is just a matter of time. But I'm about to be a sophomore, and I'm still making no progress. It's obvious at a glance that Lin Wanwan doesn't like him. They simply saw Wang Xiaojie as a sycophant and a long-term meal ticket. Wanwan, why did you let Su Yan sit next to you? Did he threaten you? How about I help you get rid of him? Grinning face. In the end, Wang Xiaojie couldn't resist and took the initiative to send a message to Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was thinking about how to bring it up with Su Yan. The main problem is that she sent a message to Su Yan last night, but he didn't reply. The hotel was already booked. In the end, she didn't dare to call Su Yan, fearing that something might be wrong and she might disturb him. Isn't this annoying? Lin Wanwan's phone vibrated several times in a row. When she saw that the message was from Wang Xiaojie, she frowned instinctively. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wanwan replied, "No need. I'm the one who made him sit here. Baiji asked me to save a seat for him." Since Li Xia didn't come, Lin Wanwan could only conveniently shift the blame onto Baiji. Angelica de Hurica? On the other side, Wang Xiaojie was stunned when he saw the message. Doesn't Su Yan like Li Xia? How come it's being associated with Angelica de Hurica again now? This kid doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. How could a girl like Baiji possibly pay any attention to him? Wang Xiaojie subconsciously began to doubt Lin Wanwan's words. But if it's not Baiji, then it can only be Lin Wanwan herself. Compared to that, he could only believe what Lin Wanwan said, that Baiji had given the position to Su Yan. What's the situation between Baiji and Su Yan? Wang Xiaojie asked instinctively. However, Lin Wanwan said somewhat impatiently, "Ugh, don't ask. I don't know either. Class is starting, time to go." Wang Xiaojie felt somewhat helpless. Lin Wanwan's attitude towards him. From the very beginning of my university years, we've maintained this ambiguous relationship. Every time he felt he wanted to ask for clarification, Lin Wanwan suddenly became enthusiastic again and took the initiative to share her daily life with him. Then, after a while, when he gets a little carried away, Lin Wanwan will suddenly become cold towards him again. Wang Xiaojie felt extremely tormented most of the time. "Master, guess what I'm wearing today?" Su Yan saw the message that popped up on her phone. He subconsciously looked at Lin Wanwan sitting next to him. The other person also looked at him, winked at him, and showed a hint of excitement in addition to fear on their face. No guessing. Su Yan replied via text without any hesitation. There are no strategy missions for Lin Wanwan this week. Moreover, his time is quite tight. Naturally, he was too lazy to waste his energy on Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan felt that she could understand Wang Xiaojie's feelings. However, Lin Wanwan did not feel any so-called blow. They even felt that Su Yan's attitude was the most normal one. Picture. I sent several selfies that I had taken before. Lin Wanwan continued typing. This is the set I'm wearing right now. Su Yan originally didn't intend to pay any attention to it. But when I saw the photo, I couldn't resist clicking on it. Although Su Yan had already admired this black lace inner layer before. But these photos have a completely different style compared to the previous ones. In the previous photos, Lin Wanwan seemed to be wearing it for the first time, and she was still a little reserved. But this time, the other party's actions became much bolder, as if they had completely let loose. Most importantly, Su Yan was also able to see some details that he hadn't noticed before. For example, the front of the inner layer is made of a normal small piece of fabric, but the back is just a thin string. It was also precisely embedded between those two fair and round petals. This outfit is actually one-sided. From the back, apart from the two thin strings and the bow decoration, what's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? Su Yan turned her head and glanced at it with a hint of suspicion. Lin Wanwan showed no outward signs of anything amiss. It's just a loose-fitting pink casual sports jacket. It seemed that she had noticed Su Yan's gaze. Lin Wanwan smiled, and then seemingly casually pulled her jacket zipper down a little. A dazzling white backdrop contrasts beautifully with the black accents. This proves that Lin Wanwan was not lying. She actually wore such a shameful outfit to the classroom. I'm sorry. I took it upon myself to make the decision without informing the master beforehand. Wanwan is willing to accept any punishment. News of Lin Wanwan has resurfaced. Previously, it was always Su Yin who took the initiative to punish the other party. Lin Wanwan even felt a little fear. But now, the other party has started to actively request punishment. This isn't right. Moreover, judging from Lin Wanwan's current state, his body actually started to tremble slightly. I don't know if it was fear or anticipation and excitement. Su Yin felt that what was originally a punishment had somehow turned into a reward for the other party. Let's talk about it later. Su Yin replied casually. He's a bit busy this week. I'm not in the mood to talk to Lin Wanwan right now. Right now? Moreover, because of the 300 rounds of battle with Hao Jingshu over the past 2 days, Su Yan had actually entered a state of enlightenment. Oh, Lin Wanwan saw Su Yan's reply. A hint of disappointment flashed across his face. She has already tried her best. Why has Su Yan suddenly become so cold? Could it be that besides himself, his master has found someone new? Lin Wanwan couldn't help but look at Baiji beside her. The other person was still attending class attentively. Instead, Shin Mo, who was wearing a black hoodie, met her gaze and stared at her with interest, smiling. Chapter 36. Aren't you guys playing such perverted games? Lin Wanwan suddenly felt even worse. He gave a forced smile. Then his face instantly turned cold, and he turned his head away. What are you talking about? Shin Mo is like a complete freak. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but complain in her heart. Putting everything else aside, even though they've been roommates for almost a year. But in reality, she and Shun Mo had barely spoken. Moreover, the other person has always been the type to be a loner. I almost never walk with any of them. I only see them occasionally when there's a dorm dinner party. They're acting all mysterious every day. I wonder what they're busy with. In any case, Lin Wanwan really didn't have the slightest bit of affection for her roommate Shin Mo. If she could, she would definitely want to replace Shin Mo in the dormitory first. But what's going on today? She recalled the smile Shin Mo had given her earlier. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but mutter to herself. Previously, Shin Mo would hardly even bother to look at him. And every time, it's that kind of look that seems to see right through you. Especially when she teases Wang Xiaojia. The other person's ambiguous smile was really irritating. It seems like they're deliberately calling her a green tea, or something. However, Shin Mo's smile was a little different just now. It seemed as if they had discovered some secret of hers. Secret? Shin Mo suddenly remembered that he had been immersed in his special relationship with Su Yin recently. It started as a threat. Later on, I really couldn't control myself. Could it be that the other party has discovered something? That's impossible. She always draws all the curtains when she changes her clothes. How could the other party possibly see it? Lin Wanwan thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. So they had no choice but to give up. As for Su Yin, he was still sorting out the progress of this week's tasks in his mind. The special mission, The Dark Side of the Moon, is probably the only mission that hasn't made any progress yet. Su Yin was already considering giving up. Just then, my phone vibrated again. Su Yin thought it was Lin Wanwan sending him another message. But when I picked it up and looked at it, it turned out to be from Shun Mo. Meet me in the alley behind the school building after school. Don't stand me up. Su Yin couldn't help but complain. It seems like Shin Mo has really become attached to him. And even now, he still hasn't figured out the other party's purpose. What exactly did you mean by expressing your desire to join? Most importantly, Shun Mo, despite being beautiful and wearing unassuming clothes, has a surprisingly exaggerated figure. But apart from that, I have indeed been acting rather strangely. Because of its mystery, it inevitably evokes a sense of unease. However, Su Yin still replied with okay. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. He's not the kind of person who likes to be passive. Find out Shin Mo's purpose and thoughts as soon as possible. This will also prevent problems from arising in the future. Wanwan, let's go have lunch together. After class, Wang Xiaojia came to find him immediately. He realized that Su Yin ignored him and left directly. Wang Xiaojia's unease finally lessened somewhat. It seems there's no problem. I was really overthinking it. How could a girl like Wanwan possibly have any relationship with Su Yin? Maybe it's just that Wanwan is kinder. That's why I thought of helping out. Judging from Su Yan's performance just now, It seems that even if the other party had some premeditated plan against Beihuai, it still failed. Come to think of it, someone like Su Yan, who failed to win over Li Xia, is now thinking of pursuing the even prettier Beihuai? That's like a toad trying to eat swan meat, utterly delusional. No, I feel a bit sleepy and want to go back to my dorm for a nap. Lin Wanwan declined with little interest. The main problem was Su Yan's somewhat indifferent attitude. This was the first time she had ever felt the disappointment of being rejected. At this moment, she was naturally in no mood to pay attention to Wang Xiaojia. Oh well, Wang Xiaojia nodded in agreement. I've gotten used to being rejected, so I didn't feel too disappointed. But she still followed up with some words of concern and care. Lin Wanwan nodded perfunctorily. As for what Wang Xiaojia said, she didn't actually hear a word he said. On the other side, Su Yan arrived at a relatively secluded alley behind the teaching building. After waiting for a while, Shinemo, who was wearing his usual black hoodie, was indeed seen. Just tell me what your purpose is. Su Yan didn't intend to beat around the bush and asked directly. Shinemo smiled. Then he replied, You're asking me? We agreed before that you would let me join. When exactly will the payment be made? Su Yan, you might have misunderstood, Lin Wanwan and I. Su Yan felt that she needed to explain a little. But Shinemo interrupted him directly. He then spoke with great interest. I don't want to hear your excuses and reasons. Okay, this afternoon, you book a hotel and take me there in advance, then call Lin Wanwan over. Su Yan? He was a little confused. What does that mean? Does Shinemo really want to join? Don't worry. You don't need to worry about Wanwan. I won't scare her. Shinemo seemed to have thought things through very thoroughly. He then talked about his plans. Su Yan fell silent. No. Why do I feel like all those pretty girls in your dorm are a bit off? Let's leave aside Lin Wanwan's special attributes. This Shinemo is even more outrageous. Do all beautiful women, to varying degrees, have some peculiar, shameful hobbies? Ultimately, under Shunmo's insistence, Su Yan had no choice but to agree. He had just finished lunch and taken a nap when he was woken up by a phone call from Shinemo. Urged on by the other party, Su Yan and Shun Emo met again at the back gate of the school. Just like any ordinary couple, the two quickly found a small hotel and booked a double room. Upon entering the room, Shun Emo seemed to be checking into a hotel for the first time, so he looked around like a curious child. He quickly found the wardrobe opposite the bed, opened it, took out the pajamas hanging inside, and crawled in. It fits perfectly. After Shun Emo came out, he seemed very excited and satisfied as he gave his evaluation. You can call Lin Wanwan over now. I'll hide in here. Don't worry, she won't find me. Won't find me. Su Yan, is this the way they mentioned before for joining? Why did I call her here? Su Yan asked. Shin Emo rolled his eyes. He then added, Yes, call her over. And do it. Weren't you quite good at it in the karaoke bar bathroom before? I don't need to teach you, do I? Su Yan. He was genuinely shocked. Are you kidding me? Why would you play such a perverted game? He genuinely felt that, whether it was Shun Emo or Lin Wanwan, he was out of place because he wasn't twisted enough. Of course, Su Yan is not someone who can be easily manipulated. He suddenly thought of something. He then said, It's not impossible. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. You can give me a lesson beforehand. Chapter 37 The Forced Reinstallation of the XP System. What? Shin Emo, who was initially excited, paused for a moment upon hearing Su Yan's words. I need you to teach me, just as you said. Su Yan then spoke up to answer. Then he slowly walked towards the other person. Shin Emo instinctively stepped back, etc. Her expression turned unusually flustered. Then he tripped and fell onto the soft bed. Seeing that Su Yan was about to press forward, he got closer and closer. She finally seized the last opportunity, rolled to the side, and then got off the bed. Don't move. Shin Emo realized that Su Yan had no intention of letting him go. Quickly speak up to stop them. I've said it before, what I mean is, I have the same status as you. You can't treat me the way you treat Lin Wanwan. Shin Emo explained incoherently. Su Yan made no further moves, but instead looked at the other person with a smile. You did this on purpose? Shin Emo asked angrily. I had guessed it before. They look pretty impressive. I bet even this hotel is a first-timer for them. Su Yan exposed the other party's true colors. Shin Emo was also getting a little exasperated. None of your business. Just do as I say. You can't join like this. Su Yan spoke up. He originally thought that Shunmo's mention of joining meant that he was preparing to turn the solo battle into a three-way battle. It turned out that Shun Mo actually intended to enter the so-called spectator seats. It was somewhat different from what Su Yin had originally thought. Shun Mo was speechless for a moment. However, she did not want to appear timid in front of Su Yin. So, forcing himself to remain calm, he continued, I'm still in the evaluation phase. And I was also worried about scaring Lin Wanwan. Anyway, you don't need to worry about any of this. Just as Su Yin was about to speak again, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Then he spoke up. Lin Wanwan said she's already downstairs. Shinmo's expression was also somewhat surprised. So fast. She originally thought that Su Yin would have to wait at least 1 or 2 hours after sending the message to Lin Wanwan. After all, Lin Wanwan used to spend a long time putting on makeup and dressing up when she went out with boys. She also said that making the boy wait for her is sometimes a way for her to take the initiative. Who knew that the other side would arrive so quickly this time when Su Yin was in charge? Shin Mo quickly crawled back into the wardrobe. He then gave Su Yin a warning look. Don't keep looking over here, or we'll get caught. Su Yin felt somewhat helpless. He always felt like he was playing some kind of game with Shin Mo. This game is just a little outrageous. As for the other side, Lin Wanwan did indeed come over immediately after receiving Su Yan's message. I was overjoyed. He had originally planned to let Su Yan punish him, but he was rejected without hesitation. She's still heartbroken in her dorm. Who knew that when she turned around, she would see the message that Su Yin had asked her to come to the hotel. For Lin Wanwan, it was naturally a happy turn of events. A knock came at the door. Su Yin glanced at the closed cabinet door, then walked towards the door. As expected, Lin Wanwan was standing outside the door when it opened. The other person was still wearing the same loose-fitting tracksuit from that morning. I just don't know if the inner layer is the same. Lin Wanwan's face looked red. She still looks like a pure and innocent young girl. In the way she looked at Su Yin, besides the fear that had always been there was also a barely perceptible little excitement. Neither of them spoke, but Lin Wanwan walked in on her own initiative. Then, very considerately, he closed the door behind him. Then he stood up obediently and timidly looked at Su Yin and spoke. Master, this expression, besides arousing a boy's protective instincts, it does indeed make one somewhat tempted to commit a crime. It looked like a delicate white flower waiting to be ravaged by a storm. Cough, cough. Su Yin felt somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't because of Lin Wanwan, but only he knew that Shun Mo was secretly watching from the wardrobe next to him. It's really not my style to feel like I'm being spied on. He just didn't say anything when he saw Su Yin. Lin Wanwan, who had been standing still, suddenly started to move. Loose-fitting sportswear soon appeared on the carpet in the room. A small, nimble, white foot gently lifted the clothes off the ground and threw them further away. As expected, it was the same innerwear that Su Yin had already seen. The impact of seeing photos in person before is completely different from the impact of seeing them in real life. To Su Yan's even greater surprise, Lin Wanwan was wearing a leather choker around her neck on top of her black lace outfit. He hadn't noticed it at all because it was hidden under his clothes, and Lin Wanwan had zipped the zipper all the way up. The necklace looks very delicate. The chain extends from the side of the collar, ending at a long leather handle. Before Su Yin could react, Lin Wanwan suddenly picked up the chain handle herself. Then, slowly and gently kneeled down. As he lowered his head, he raised both hands and handed them to Su Yin. No. Su Yan's mind went blank for a moment. Back then, the reason he went to the hotel was simply to earn some money to get through the economic crisis. Then, because of the system's task, he took the opportunity to teach Lin Wanwan a lesson. That's all. How did it become like this? This outfit, and Lin Wanwan's current behavior, are all her own choice. Su Yin never made any demands. Who taught you to exercise your initiative like this? Su Yin took control of the chain without really understanding what was going on. At this moment, Lin Wanwan had already knelt down quite consciously. From Su Yan's perspective, the exquisite design of Lin Wanwan's clothes can be observed more clearly. A black butterfly adorns its smooth, slender back. As for the other butterfly below, the lace-shaped butterfly wings are spread out, presenting a state of outstretched wings. At the very end, the rope, so thin it was almost invisible, disappeared deep into the crevices between the two halves. If you have nothing to do, would you like to walk around a bit? Su Yin suddenly had the idea of taking a walk. As he moved, he felt a pulling sensation on his hand. Lin Wanwan didn't react in time and gasped in fright. But then she quickly and very sensibly followed Su Yin to his side. This feeling seems pretty good. Su Yin couldn't help but have this thought pop into her mind. He always felt that he should be quite normal. But then I encountered a situation like Lin Wanwan's. No one could do anything about it, right? Who wouldn't love a pure and obedient puppy? Su Yan's XP system was forced to be reinstalled without his knowledge. Chapter 38. Forgot that someone was still watching the whole thing. Sometimes, Su Yan felt like she was just a tool. For example, right now, although it seems that he is in complete control, but Lin Wanwan took the initiative almost the entire time. He hasn't even issued any explicit orders yet. The other party had already made complete preparations. However, on the other hand, everything you need has been provided, and the stage is already set up. We're just waiting for you to show your skills. Anyone would find it hard to refuse, right? Smack. A crisp sound was heard. However, unlike before, this time Su Yin used a weapon provided by Lin Wanwan. It was handed over by the other party themselves. If we don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste of all that hard work? Long leather handle. There is indeed a design logic behind it, and its uses are not limited to one thing. As for Lin Wanwan, her expressions were quite varied. But perseverance is her way of enduring hardship. Why not avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? If you're not afraid, then you're not afraid. Not only is she not afraid, but Lin Wanwan came specifically for this reason. She was the one who initiated the application. I hope they will be punished. Clearly, the punishment has been carried out to the fullest extent. Although the scene looked rather horrific, it seems Lin Wanwan is about to fall into the negative buff of being unsteady on her feet again. Even Su Yin was a little tired. But Lin Wanwan is very strong. Falling down and getting back up, it seems like it's still not enough. Su Yin suspected that the other party was really addicted. Su Yin sat down on the edge of the bed to rest. As for Lin Wanwan, she took the initiative to crawl over to her. Without waiting for Su Yin to speak, he opened the cage containing the wild beast himself. Lin Wanwan narrowed her eyes slightly. She let the hammering continue on her innocent, first-love face. His expression even seemed to indicate that he was enjoying it. It felt like I was getting some kind of comfortable massage. Looking at Lin Wanwan, who was rubbing against him like a well-behaved kitten, Su Yin was also somewhat helpless at this moment. He was always passive. There wasn't even a chance to stop it. He is currently facing the cabinet in front of him. There's an enemy spy hiding inside. I feel like I have absolutely no privacy. Hiss. Su Yin gasped. The sudden increase in humidity and heat was a bit too much for me. To Su Yan's surprise, Lin Wanwan had made tremendous progress this time compared to the last time at the karaoke bar. It's even impressive enough to make people take notice. I wonder if she's been taking extra classes in private? Su Yin couldn't help but think about it. As for whether it was theoretical knowledge or practical training, Su Yin wasn't quite sure. However, compared to last time, Su Yin has not been without growth. He has also greatly improved his strength these past 2 days with Hao Jingshu. Lin Wanwan quickly realized that something was wrong. Compared to last time, even though I watched so many videos and tutorials on my own, it still feels more difficult. Lin Wanwan wanted to give up. She discovered that she had no idea of the upper limit of Su Yan's strength. Absolutely terrifying. I was so tired that I couldn't even speak. Fortunately, there are limits to how long one can hold back from ejaculating. In the end, Lin Wanwan got what she wanted. They completed the final touches with great gentleness and meticulousness. Lin Wanwan looked up at Su Yin. The meaning in his eyes couldn't be clearer. However, for Su Yin, this was a temporary return to rationality. His expression then turned serious. He directly commanded, "Get up, you can leave now." Lin Wanwan's expression froze for a moment. Obviously, no one expected things to develop this way. Lin Wanwan's favorability -20. Su Yin was also taken aback when he saw the system's notification. What's going on? My favorability rating dropped that much? It seems that Lin Wanwan, kneeling on the ground, is truly reluctant to leave. Of course, Su Yin has now discovered this as well. The favorability rating system is not quite what he thought before. Logically speaking, it's unlikely that Lin Wanwan's current attitude towards him would continue to decline without any improvement. Therefore, in the system's judgment framework, once the favorability rating drops below 0, a different judgment framework is applied. Rather than a favorability rating, it's more like a sinking value system. Target locked. Lin Wanwan appearance, 93 figure, 90 current favorability, -51 obey. Hidden terms. Refined egoist. M. Special CG unlock progress. 1. I used insight to take a look at Lin Wanwan's panel. Suyin quickly confirmed his guess. Once the affection level drops below 0, it should be a completely different strategy. However, it seems that Lin Wanwan is the only one whose favorability rating has turned negative at the moment. He was also unable to conduct more rigorous control experiments. Given Lin Wanwan's unusual hobbies, it's impossible to judge her under normal circumstances. Lin Wanwan looked at Su Yin with a hint of pleading in her eyes. As for what it specifically means, there's almost no need to guess. Just a glance at the other person's appearance and expression is enough to tell. This made Su Yin feel a little reluctant, although I had only just regained my senses. But the power of Lin Wanwan's pure desire holy body was simply too great. This caused Su Yin to quickly become intoxicated again in a short period of time. Lin Wanwan's special CG has been unlocked. Please check it out. Shunmo's special CG has been unlocked. Please check it out. Cash plus 50,000. Cash plus 50,000. The special mission, The Dark Side of the Moon, has been completed. Please claim your reward promptly. The system popped up a bunch of notifications, which startled Su Yin. It was only then that he suddenly remembered. Damn it. I almost forgot there were people watching the whole thing. Even if Su Yin really did intend to devour the other party. But obviously, it can't be now. Who knows if Shun Mo in the closet was secretly recording something? If it appeared on certain websites, wouldn't he explode? And even if it doesn't exist, the feeling of being watched like this did make Su Yin feel awkward. If Lin Wanwan hadn't been so proactive, and he hadn't gotten carried away and lost control of his temper, he probably would have stopped it much earlier. Do I need to say it again? Su Yin spoke with a serious expression. Although the body's actual reactions are not always convincing. But seeing how serious he was, Lin Wanwan obediently stood up. Oh, no. Lin Wanwan didn't have much doubt. They believed this was the punishment Su Yin had given them. But actually, it's quite the opposite. Su Yin's actions could even be considered as deliberately protecting her. Hurry up. Su Yin urged him on. Lin Wanwan's favorability -1. Lin Wanwan felt somewhat wronged. He couldn't help but complain about Su Yan's ruthlessness in his heart. But they had no way to resist or refuse Su Yan's orders. Su Yin only breathed a sigh of relief after Lin Wanwan left. At the same time, he immediately went to the wardrobe and opened the door. Chapter 39. Which of us is the pervert? I must say, the wardrobe in this hotel is quite large. Especially the space inside. Su Yin felt that there was enough room for him to squeeze in as well. However, Su Yin did not see Shin Mo when he opened the app. I glanced down instinctively and realized that she had slumped down inside. It's worth mentioning that Shin Mo's hair was a bit messy. Most importantly, the black hoodie he was wearing, which he hadn't changed much, looked particularly disheveled at that moment. His disheveled appearance might just make people overthink things. Shin Mo's actions at that moment directly confirmed Su Yan's thoughts. Inside the closet, Shin Mo reached his left hand under his hoodie. His right hand unconsciously reached into his sweatpants. Su Yin suddenly opened the door, startling Shun Mo as well, especially the sudden bright light, which they were clearly not used to yet. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Shun Mo realized that his posture was incorrect. He quickly took both hands out from above and below. It seems like they wanted to free up their hands to prove their innocence. But such behavior is no different from burying one's head in the sand. In this situation, with these actions, could they really think Su Yin didn't know what the other person was doing? Of course, Su Yin didn't expose it. Although there has been a second captain since Lin Wanwan. Moreover, he was a legendary captain with extensive experience who knew exactly how to take off. But this kind of thing is completely understandable. After all, there was a series of actions Lin Wanwan had taken after entering the room. It's perfectly normal for Shun Mo to secretly take off alone from the closet. As long as the other party doesn't resort to unethical tactics like pulling out their phone to record. Su Yin felt that nothing was unacceptable. Are you satisfied now? Su Yin asked a question. I don't know what Shin Mo was thinking. Is he really just here to be a spectator? Isn't this kind of hobby a bit too strange? Su Yin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Shin Mo blushed slightly at this moment. I don't know if it's a lingering effect of takeoff, or if I feel embarrassed because of what Su Yin said. Shin Mo tried to stand up, but he quickly slumped back down with a cry of ouch. My legs are numb. Pull me up. Shin Mo looked at Su Yin and spoke. You're really quite impolite. Su Yin made a complaint. but still grabbed the other person's hand and pulled them out of the closet. Wait, which hand did she grab me with just now? Suyin suddenly thought of a somewhat outrageous question. However, I didn't feel any dampness or anything like that. Seemingly seeking confirmation, Suyin subconsciously raised the hand that had just pulled the other person and smelled it. This scene happened to be seen by Shun Mo, who was bending over and massaging his legs. She looked at Suyin with some disbelief. Are you a pervert? Suyin. He really didn't think much of it. At this moment, I realized that my actions were somewhat unseemly. But after a mere 2 seconds of guilt, he suddenly became righteous and replied, It's hard to say who's the pervert between us. Then it was Shun Mo's turn to fall silent. Shall we continue? Lin Wanwan is gone. You don't need to worry anymore. Suyin spoke. Shun Mo immediately understood what he meant. She then said in a flustered manner, Never mind, I'm too tired. I'm going back to my dorm now. Call me next time. There will be a next time? Suyin frowned. He mainly felt that the scene was too outrageous. Lin Wanwan, who is very good at self-management, immediately took the initiative as soon as she entered the room. This is outrageous enough. But she probably didn't expect that either. There was someone secretly watching the game from inside the cabinet. This person was none other than Lin Wanwan's roommate. Definitely. Didn't you already promise to let me join later? Shin Mo continued speaking. His tone was somewhat matter-of-fact. You haven't joined yet. Suyin couldn't help but complain. If it really is as he thought before, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Suyin had never experienced a 3-way battle before. But Shin Mo only peeked the whole time. This was completely different from what Suyin had imagined. Naturally, I felt some resistance from the bottom of my heart. I'm afraid I'll scare Wanwan. Shin Mo still gave the same answer. This requires a gradual process. Why do I feel like you don't know anything? Shin Mo glanced at Suyin with some suspicion. Suyin was a little confused. What do I know? Shin Mo didn't explain further. But I was pretty sure I had guessed correctly. After all that just happened, it seemed that Lin Wanwan took the initiative throughout. She originally thought that Suyin was very capable. It has been successfully adjusted to this state. Now it seems that it has nothing to do with Suyin. Lin Wanwan was the one who improvised the whole time. You're such a waste. Shin Mo gave Suyin a disdainful look. What? Suyin didn't understand. What does that mean? What's being wasted? How could you possibly have picked up such a gem like Wanwan? Shin Mo continued speaking. Now, Suyin finally understood. Good grief, so that's what they meant? Normally, the other party should have pushed Lin Wanwan away and then eagerly taken matters into their own hands. It seems that what she wanted to push away was probably Suyin himself. They coveted Suyin's position. Never mind, let's take it slow. Let me know in advance next time, and I'll send you some materials. Shin Mo spoke up. Suyin was completely at a loss for words. He felt that he couldn't keep up with his train of thought at all. But before Suyin could speak, Shin Mo had already left the hotel room. Suyin was left somewhat bewildered. Back in the girls' dormitory, Lin Wanwan felt a bit unwell when she returned. The atmosphere was really built up to that level. Who knew that Suyin would suddenly kick her out? It's that same feeling of being stuck in the middle again. This made Lin Wanwan feel irritable. However, it seemed that no one was in the dormitory. Li Xia went to have dinner with her boyfriend, Suze. Baiji is probably still at the guitar club and hasn't returned yet. As for Shun Mo, this woman's whereabouts are already a mystery. Who knows where she went? So Lin Wanwan couldn't wait to get into her bed. After finding a comfortable position to lie down, I became completely immersed in it. Lin Wanwan's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Damn it, the sheets need to be changed. Once she regained her senses, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Then, subconsciously, she pulled open her curtains to reach for the tissues in the basket beside the bed. But he was completely stunned, because it's right under the bed opposite hers. Shin Mo was leaning against the desk, arms crossed over his chest, watching her with great interest. Chapter 40, Li Xia's Dilemma and Conflict. You, when did you get back? Lin Wanwan was stammering as she spoke. I was mainly scared. Shin Mo was like a ghost. She didn't hear the other person return at all. If the other person has been in the dorm all along, then just now. Lin Wanwan already disliked Shin Mo, this weirdo. If your secret is discovered by the other party at this time, I feel like I won't be able to hold my head up in front of Shun Mo anymore. It's been a while now. Shin Mo remained remarkably calm. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he answered. Did you hear that? Lin Wanwan's expression grew increasingly grim. I couldn't help but ask. I think you should get dressed first. Shin Imo did not give a direct answer. Instead, he pointed to Lin Wanwan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Lin Wanwan looked down in the direction the other person was pointing. Only then did she realize that she was wearing the same inner garment she hadn't changed from after meeting Su Yan. Actually, if it's just a regular inner layer, it doesn't matter. After all, we're all girls. And you can definitely see it from time to time on ordinary days. But the key point is that she bought this inner layer specifically for this occasion. Its shape and style are definitely not what you'd call normal. She was very satisfied with the design of the black lace suspender. She even sent Su Yan a lot of selfies. But if his roommate Shun Imo saw it, that would be a completely different story. Lin Wanwan quickly reached out to block it. After realizing what had happened, she quickly drew her curtains back up. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Lin Wanwan was in a state of utter confusion. She felt she couldn't explain it clearly no matter what she did. If it were Li Xia, it would be fine. The two are at least quite familiar with each other and can be considered best friends. But if it were Shun Imo, it would be a huge embarrassment. Most importantly, Shun Imo was acting very mysteriously. Who knows if she'll go outside and spread rumors. About 10 minutes later, Lin Wanwan reluctantly got dressed and got out of bed. I found Shin Imo sitting in his seat playing on his phone. Normally, she probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet the other person. When the two are together in the dormitory, they simply act as if the other doesn't exist. But now, Lin Wanwan gave an awkward smile. I'll go take a shower first. Shin Imo didn't look at her, he just nodded. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard Shun Mo's voice. Don't worry, I'm not one to gossip. Lin Wanwan didn't dare ask Shin Imo to keep it a secret. She couldn't bring herself to say it. But at this moment, Shun Imo suddenly spoke up. She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. In the end, Lin Wanwan still managed to utter those two words. For the rest of the time, Shin Imo continued to be busy with his own affairs. Lin Wanwan didn't speak to the other person either. She simply finished her shower quietly and then changed the sheets. They waited until Li Xia returned to her dormitory. She finally relaxed a little. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit strange? What happened? Li Xia approached Lin Wanwan and asked in a low voice. Lin Wanwan naturally shook her head in denial. Did she bully you? Li Xia asked with a serious expression. Putting everything else aside, Shun Imo has an eccentric personality, and Lin Wanwan, a seemingly weak and innocent girl, looks like someone who is easily bullied. She and Shun Imo weren't very familiar with each other. Naturally, they stood on Lin Wanwan's side, wanting to support her. No. Lin Wanwan quickly denied it. Under normal circumstances, Lin Wanwan would not be afraid of Shun Imo at all. But that happened just now. Now she can't afford to offend Shin Imo. So all he could say at that moment was in a low voice. We're in the same dorm, and Shin Imo is a really nice guy. Li Xia, this doesn't make sense, does it? Wasn't it always Lin Wanwan who brought it up first? Shun Imo has an eccentric temperament and seems quite different from the other students. It's best to maintain a safe distance. But now, why has your attitude suddenly changed? For the first time, she actually praised Shin Imo. Oh, it's really nothing, don't worry about it. Oh, right, I haven't asked you yet. Where did you go this afternoon? Lin Wanwan successfully changed the subject. I went out for dinner with Su Zhe. Li Xia answered somewhat awkwardly. It seems they don't really want to talk about this topic. But this actually piqued Lin Wanwan's interest. Isn't that a good thing? Suzerain is handsome, rich, and romantic. Lin Wanwan praised her. She was indeed somewhat jealous of Li Xia before. But now, I don't know why. I feel like I don't care much anymore since Su Yan appeared. Yes, it's pretty good. Hearing others praise your boyfriend is indeed something to be happy about. But for Li Xia, this date was definitely not a good one. When he was pursuing her, Su Zhe was truly a flawless, godlike guy. But after they established a relationship, the other person completely revealed their true nature. For example, when the two of them went out to dinner together tonight, to a high-end restaurant, his bossy attitude towards the waiters really displeased her. Besides that, after dinner, Su Zhe suggested that he invite her to go see a movie together. After watching the movie, the dorm doors will definitely be closed. Li Xia knew all too well what they were up to. But the two of them have only been together for less than a month. So after eating, Li Xia didn't take the other person's car and hurriedly took a taxi back. Lin Wanwan listened to Li Xia finish speaking haltingly. although he was somewhat vague and unwilling to make things clear. But Lin Wanwan understood immediately. Isn't it just because they're afraid of being chiseled? That's quite normal. However, Li Xia clearly lacked experience. Suze must be furious. After all, given his circumstances, he certainly doesn't lack girlfriends. If it weren't for the fact that she is indeed very beautiful, someone like Li Xia would be a rare find. They've probably run out of patience long ago. Just then, Beihuai, the last person in the dormitory, returned. She was still carrying her guitar on her back. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan and Shun Mo didn't react much, because both of them knew where Su Yin had gone that afternoon. Only Li Xia hesitated for a long time before finally asking, Beihuai, did Su Yin go to your club again today? Today. She took sick leave this morning. Su Yin definitely knew. After all, the two classes had a class together this morning. Moreover, Su Yin must have noticed that she wasn't there during the morning run. What Li Xia couldn't let go of was that Su Yin knew she was sick, so why didn't he send her a single message of concern? Beihuai glanced at her calmly. No. He said he had something to do and didn't go. Beihuai was also a little curious, as Su Yin had been practicing regularly all week. Why did you suddenly decide not to go today? She had initially thought that Su Yin had gone to find Li Xia, but now it seems that it hasn't. What could possibly be wrong with him? Li Xia started to complain. In her memory, Su Yin had almost no close friends or classmates. Whenever I don't have classes, I almost always revolve around her. I could send her more than a dozen messages in one afternoon, asking her what she was doing. But now, why does Su Yin suddenly seem a bit more mysterious? Chapter 41 truly touched my heart. The hotels are all open. Even though I'm all alone now, Su Yin was too lazy to check out. I plan to spend the night here. However, compared to the absurd scene that had just occurred, Su Yan's attention was now focused on the system's earlier notification. Although what just happened felt quite unusual, but I have to say, as expected of the GA La Gomu system, it popped up a whole bunch of rewards at once. The cash rewards alone successfully reached the figure of 100,000. In addition, one special CG for each of Shun Mo and Lin Wanwan has been unlocked. Most importantly, there was the special mission, The Dark Side of the Moon, that Su Yin had been worrying about. It was completed just like that, all of a sudden. This was something he truly hadn't expected. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. In that sense, he should even thank Shinemo. If it weren't for the other party's request for this turn of events, the mission might have ultimately had to be abandoned. Host, Su Yin, appearance, 70, an ordinary college student. Charm, 73, maybe some girls will like this type of you. Physical fitness, 74, a college student with slight signs of exercise. Personal assets, 110,158.68 yuan. Personal skills, basic running techniques, special skills, insight, LV1, golden ratio smile, LV1. Current badges, musical genius, silver, the true trader, gold. Backpack/items. Wu glanced at the panel and saw that his assets had indeed returned to over 100,000. Previously, he had given all his money to Hao Jingshu to test the waters of the stock market. The funds have already run out. Now they are slowly becoming wealthy again. Compared to before, the system is giving out significantly more cash rewards. But in Su Yan's opinion, 50,000 still felt too little. I wonder when his net worth will return to what it was in his previous life. The Dark Side of the Moon, special. Uncover the hidden side of any target's heart. Reward, special skill, steady aura, LV1. Mission complete. Would you like to claim the reward? It was completed in a special way, but Su Yin was still a little confused. Hiding another side of your heart. Does this refer to Lin Wanwan or Shinemo? Su Yin hesitated for a moment. The main thing is that the two girls seem quite different. At least from the surface, no one would ever guess that Lin Wanwan has that kind of constitution, and that she has such strong initiative. Shinmo's words, the other person collapsed in the cabinet. It would probably be shocking enough if it were filmed. Su Yin was too lazy to dwell on these things anymore. I chose to claim it directly. Congratulations on obtaining. Special skill, steady aura, LV1. Appearance +5. Charm +5. After the claim is completed, a relevant prompt will pop up in the system. To Su Yan's surprise, in addition to this special skill, his basic attributes also increased. Is it because of the bonuses provided by the skill itself? Or is it simply an extra reward? Su Yin realized that he had indeed done far too little research and development on the system. There are still many places worth exploring. However, After the event ended, both charm and appearance were already approaching the 80 mark. Su Yin couldn't resist looking in the mirror again. I found that things were indeed different. He used to be a hunchbacked, thin student who looked like a complete loser. Now he can actually be considered somewhat handsome. The changes in hardware and modeling are indeed real. In other words, this process is gradual. Otherwise, if Su Yin had appeared like this a month ago, many people probably wouldn't have recognized him. Stable Aura, LV1. It significantly enhances the host's infectivity, making people unconsciously feel convinced. This special skill seems rather ordinary. Compared to previous insights and the golden ratio smile, this seems to be on a completely different level. Of course, Su Yin was used to the system's introduction. As for the specific effects, we'll have to wait and see how it performs in practice. Based on the description alone, it's definitely not enough. Just like the golden ratio smile before, Su Yin only realized later how useful this thing really was. I carefully reviewed all the gains from this trip. After taking a shower, Su Yin went to bed early. These past few days, I've been on the front lines for the first time and have already encountered several tough battles. The key features and patterns are different. Hao Jingshu's water battle and Lin Wanwan's prop battle this time. I definitely need to get some rest. The next day, after Su Yin transmigrated, he finally managed to gradually develop a healthy biological clock. I finally felt the vitality that a young body should have. At 18 or 19, a good night's sleep is all it takes to fully recover my energy. After getting dressed and checking out of the hotel, Su Yin went into the school. At the same time, as usual, I went to the playground for a run. Morning. Upon seeing Li Xia, Su Yin instinctively smiled and greeted her. The golden ratio smile is in effect. Target, Li Xia. Current charisma, 118, plus 30. Li Xia's favorability, plus 1. Su Yin, what's going on? Why has Li Xia's favorability rating been rising all week? And it's so easy. If it were Angelica de Hurica instead, his strategy quest wouldn't have taken so long. Target locked. Li Xia appearance, 94 body, 85 current affection, 79 slightly fond of her. Hidden term, sensitive constitution. Special CG unlock progress, 0, no special CGs unlocked. Su Yin took a closer look. I just realized that the other person's favorability rating is almost over 80. Aside from Lin Wanwan, who is a special case, Hao Jingshu is currently the girl with the highest level of affection for him. Li Xia froze for 2 seconds. When did Su Yin become so handsome? This doesn't make sense. Li Xia felt that she must be a little obsessed. Because in her previous mindset, Su Yin was just a suitor with no redeeming qualities. Not only is she not good-looking, but she's even a bit short. A bit short. Aside from liking her for being affectionate, I can't see any other redeeming qualities in her. But now, she suddenly felt that Su Yin had become much more handsome. Just now, I could even clearly feel my heart racing when the other person smiled at me. Li Xia couldn't help but speed up again, running alongside Su Yin for a while. I couldn't help but steal glances at the other person's profile. Fine beads of sweat appeared at the boy's temples, glistening in the sunlight of the sunrise. That youthful, boyish feeling is completely overwhelming. He's really gotten more handsome. Li Xia confirmed her feeling. But the problem is, it's only been less than half a month. How exactly did Su Yin change so drastically? Is the added benefit of running really that significant? Li Xia couldn't answer. But all she knew was that she seemed to have really fallen for him just now. Chapter 42, I was here first. Li Xia hurriedly banished the thoughts from her mind. But at the same time, he found that he was now completely unable to keep up with Su Yan's pace. Moreover, the other party showed no intention of waiting for her at all. They kept quickening their pace. When Li Xia was exhausted and felt like she couldn't keep going, Su Yin has completed her 5-kilometer run. Without the slightest hesitation, he left the playground immediately, etc. Li Xia really wanted to call out to Su Yin, but then the voice suddenly became quiet again. She had originally thought that Su Yin would strike up a conversation with her, but the departure was so heartless. This suddenly gave Li Xia a huge sense of disappointment. I don't know why, but the boy who jumped into the lake for her before. Everything has changed now. Li Xia felt a little empty inside. Didn't Su Yin return to the dormitory last night? Li Xia was eating the breakfast that Suze had brought for her. Because the two parted on bad terms yesterday, Suze took the initiative to apologize today. I wonder what he's been up to lately. He's been so secretive. I often don't go back to the dorm to sleep. Suze answered casually, although it was very clear that Su Yin liked Li Xia. But he didn't care at all. Or rather, in Suze's preconceived notion, someone like Su Yin was not worthy of being his competitor. So of course there's no need to take it to heart. Is that so? Li Xia fell into deep thought. Su Yin has indeed changed a lot. Others might not have noticed, but she truly felt it. By the way, we don't have classes this morning. How about we go out for a walk? Suze tentatively extended an invitation. He regretted it a little. I used to think that all 4 girls in the dorm across the hall were so pretty. You won't lose out if you just grab one of them. After Baiji's attempt to probe failed, he simply switched to Li Xia. The result was that the relationship was indeed confirmed. Unexpectedly, Li Xia seemed carefree and didn't seem to care much about what she said. But their views are so conservative. Even now, it's still in the stage where you can't even touch it. It's been almost half a month already. In Suze's past experience, it was always the stage where he would get to the point of success, then get tired of the relationship, and then break up with the other person. The key issue is that if they retreat now, Suze feels that the sunk costs of the initial investment are too high. That's why he seems so anxious right now. Unsurprisingly, Li Xia shook her head decisively. No, thank you. I finally don't have class in the morning. I want to go back to my dorm to rest. She's not in the mood to go shopping with Suze right now. She didn't even have much feeling for her boyfriend, Suze. My mind was almost entirely filled with thoughts of Su Yin, who had suddenly become mysterious during this period. What the heck is this? Stop pretending. Suze watched Li Xia leave, and he became furious. If it were any other girl, he probably wouldn't have tolerated her anymore. But Li Xia is indeed quite different. The other party didn't even want his money. Li Xia refused all the expensive gifts Suze had given her before. For a cheaper price, Li Xia returned a gift of equal value. This made Suze, the rich second generation, suddenly feel somewhat constrained and frustrated, as if he couldn't unleash his full potential. Where is Angelica de Hurica? When Li Xia returned to her dormitory and took a shower, she suddenly realized that Baiji's bed was empty. Who? Lin Wanwan was still a little sleepy. What happened yesterday made her feel like she had experienced too much in one day, especially when she recalled the scene where Shun Imo stumbled upon some of her secrets. I couldn't sleep at all, so if Li Xia hadn't woken her up, Lin Wanwan planned to sleep until noon. Baiji, she left so early? Li Xia pointed to the empty bed. Have no idea. Lin Wanwan shook her head, somewhat bewildered. She must have gone to the guitar club. Just then, Shin Imo, who was on the other bed, spoke up. However, the curtains were not opened. You can only hear the other person's voice. Guitar club. Li Xia was stunned for a moment. Don't you know? Today is Friday. Since she doesn't have classes in the morning, Baiji goes to practice the piano early every morning. Shin Imo answered naturally. Li Xia was stunned for a moment. She was genuinely unaware of this habit of the other person, mainly because I hadn't paid much attention to it before. I only remembered to ask about it today when I noticed that Baiji wasn't there, etc. No wonder Su Yin left in such a hurry back then. He went to the guitar club. Li Xia suddenly connected the dots, especially when I think of Su Yan's back view when he left the playground. I suddenly felt a bit irritable. Was he in such a hurry to see Baiji? I only ever treated her like this before. But now, I was here first. Li Xia's favorability -1. Su Yin was naturally unaware of Li Xia's thoughts, but I noticed a change in the level of favorability. I couldn't help but pause for a moment. Why is it that the girl's favorability rating changes completely without any discernible pattern? Prices went up suddenly, and now they say they've gone back, and they've gone back. Good morning. Baiji and Su Yin unexpectedly bumped into each other at the entrance of the guitar club's activity room. Baiji was taken aback when she heard the other person greet her. Clearly, they were somewhat surprised that Su Yin had come so early in the morning. You're here so early today? Baiji asked. I don't have classes in the morning, so I'm just killing time anyway. Su Yin answered naturally. Baiji also noticed the changes in Su Yin. Why does this guy seem so much more pleasing to the eye now? Baiji was unaware that Su Yan's looks and charm had increased by 5 points overnight. So this inexplicable feeling really can't be explained in any reasonable way. In fact, Su Yin has already learned to play the guitar. At least he completed all the tasks assigned by the system. The reason I came here is because of Baiji's strategy quest. Tomorrow is the weekend. The settlement time for this week is approaching. If the level of affection doesn't change, Su Yin simply gives up. However, his deliberate attempts to get closer to her over the past few days have been effective. Su Yin naturally wanted to make one last effort. Target locked. Beihuai, appearance, 96, figure, 88, current favorability, 64, passerby. Hidden term, absolute rationality. Special CG unlock progress, 0, no special CGs unlocked. Su Yin hadn't expected that raising those 10 points of favorability would be so difficult. In that case, we really have to rely on some technology. Su Yin found the items he had previously obtained in his inventory. Special item, magic remote control effect, can briefly influence the target, giving them a corresponding suggestion. The success rate varies depending on the type of suggestion. Usage restriction this week. 1/1 This is the only item Su Yin has obtained so far. The idea of psychological suggestion sounds rather unreliable, but it's given by the system after all, and there's a limit of only one use per week. Su Yin hadn't used it before because he wanted to wait for the crucial moment. However, since he had never used it before, he wasn't really sure how effective the prop was. There was no chance to try again, so we had to go straight to the real thing. Chapter 43 We finally cracked the tough nut of Beihuai, Angelica de Hurica. In the past, on Friday mornings, Beihuai was usually the only one practicing the piano in the activity room. The sudden appearance of Su Yin today made her feel a little uneasy. But compared to that, the most important thing is, Beihuai realized that she had been distracted. She couldn't help but observe Su Yin, who was diligently practicing the guitar. The other person's progress, or rather, the talent they displayed, had surprised her more than once. Even so, Beihuai still found it somewhat unbelievable. Su Yin's finger technique and proficiency at this moment were truly unbelievable, considering that the other party had only been learning for less than a week. President, do you have some time? Su Yin's sudden words brought Beihuai back to her senses. Then he realized that he had been staring blankly at Su Yin, and their eyes met. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed for a moment. I'm used to being stared at. Now suddenly it's her staring at other people. They were even discovered by the other party. This feels rather awkward. Yes, you say. Beihuai tried to make herself look as normal as possible. Pretend that what just happened didn't happen. Fortunately, Su Yin didn't seem to intend to bring it up. Instead, he asked, I arranged the music for that song from before after I learned guitar recently. Could you offer some suggestions? Arrangement. Beihuai was stunned for a moment. I suddenly remembered that Su Yin was referring to the song he sang a cappella at the karaoke bar. This immediately piqued Beihuai's interest. He had even forgotten what had just happened. He nodded without hesitation. Good. Su Yin held the guitar and gently plucked the strings, seemingly trying to get into the right mindset. But he was actually multitasking and activated the magic remote in his inventory. Target, Angelica de Hurica. Use it. The system prompt popped up, and Su Yin selected yes, without hesitation. Because the effects of the items have a so-called success rate. Therefore, Su Yin naturally couldn't directly give the other party a hint to increase their favorability towards him. After listening to this song, Beihuai couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Su Yin then gave his hint. A lively guitar melody then filled the activity room. This prelude. Beihuai was stunned. Su Yin's explanation of music arrangement was something she initially thought involved using common chords and such. But now it seems that this is not the case. The melody is quite distinctive. Most importantly, it is very consistent with the melody and style of the song. She no longer doubted that the song from last time was indeed written by Su Yin himself. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I met you, your gentle and clear eyes appeared in my dream. Beihuai has been thinking about this song ever since she sang it a cappella at a karaoke bar. She was just too embarrassed to ask Su Yin to sing it for her again. This isn't like her style either. Moreover, she now believes that this song was most likely written by Su Yin for Licia. Only, why is he looking at me like that? At this moment, Su Yin was playing and singing Xiao Yu, while looking affectionately at Beihuai sitting opposite him. Especially when she sang the line, gentle and clear eyes, she made no attempt to avoid staring directly into Beihuai's eyes. No matter what the future holds, at least we are happy now. No matter how it ends, at least the person I miss is you. For some reason, Beihuai, who always remained absolutely calm at all times, was. My heart started racing uncontrollably. The melody of this song was unforgettable the last time she heard it. With Su Yan's guitar accompaniment this time, Baiji found it even harder to resist. He hummed the chorus softly. Although she couldn't quite remember the lyrics, she still remembered the melody because it had always left a deep impression on her. Baiji felt a little awkward at first, because Su Yin kept staring at her. But later on, she became somewhat engrossed in it. Regardless of the song at this moment, it was the same boy who was playing guitar and watching her. If you still can't believe it, it's really okay. I will leave quietly. After singing the last line of the lyrics, Su Yin became a little nervous. To be honest, he gave it his all. However, the system never popped up any notifications about increasing favorability or completing the task. Su Yin naturally couldn't relax. Although there was only one audience member, all you need is the approval of one person. However, the difficulty of Baiji's previous strategy made Su Yin feel even more nervous than if he were actually going on stage to perform. I simply couldn't stand Baiji's absent-mindedness. Su Yin took the initiative to ask, "President, what do you think?" Angelica de Hurica was only discovered belatedly. I then realized that Su Yin seemed to have already finished singing. Angelica de Hurica's favorability +10. Congratulations, host, you have completed this week's strategy mission. Please claim your rewards promptly. Su Yin finally felt relieved. Thank goodness. He thought the other party was truly sealed off with cement, giving him no chance whatsoever. Then this mission is truly hopeless. But he was clearly overthinking it. Baiji was completely still in a daze. It sounds very nice. This is my favorite song since I started college. Baiji suddenly spoke with a serious expression. There was no shyness that a young girl should have. He still wore that serious, even somewhat pedantic expression. She makes no secret of her love for the song. Of course, this is assuming that the favorability rating hasn't increased. Based on the impression Baiji had left on Su Yin genuinely believed that the other party simply liked singing. I have absolutely no other thoughts about him as a singer. I'm glad you like it. This song was sung especially for you. Su Yin spoke. Baiji's expression froze for a moment. She then realized that what she and Su Yin had just said was quite ambiguous. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two of them were confessing their love to each other. Just when Baiji was in a state of utter confusion, not knowing how to face the situation. But then Su Yin suddenly spoke up to explain, "What I mean is, you are the first listener of the official version of this song. If you say you don't like it, it would probably be a big blow to me." Su Yin seemingly effortlessly steered the conversation back on track. This relieved Baiji. If Su Yin were to confess his feelings to her, Baiji truly wouldn't know how to face him. After all, Su Yin was the first boy she hadn't really disliked since she was a child. She didn't want to lose such a friend. While feeling fortunate, Baiji still felt a faint, almost imperceptible sense of loss deep in her heart. "Do you plan to release the song? I can help you contact a professional recording studio," Baiji asked. She looked at Su Yin with some anticipation. Su Yin was still feeling emotional. We've finally cracked the tough nut of Angelica de Hurica. Chapter 44, She's Getting Anxious. She's getting anxious. Target locked. Baiji, appearance, 96, figure, 88, current favorability, 74, slightly favorable. Hidden term, absolute rationality. Special CG unlock progress, 0, no special CGs unlocked. Watching the changes in favorability rating above Baiji's head, Su Yin wasn't particularly interested. At this moment, he only had the desire for the mission rewards. As for the other party's proposal, I was thinking about hurrying back to collect my reward. So he said somewhat perfunctorily, "We'll see. I feel there's still room for improvement." Baiji was stunned for a moment. His expression immediately turned disappointed. She really loves this song. Aside from feeling it would be a shame not to release it, I also hope there will be an audio source so she can download it and listen to it when she's alone. Unexpectedly, Su Yin refused so decisively. Is that so? Su Yin did not notice anything unusual about the other person. With the mission accomplished, Su Yin naturally could no longer focus his attention on Baiji. This girl's strategy is too difficult. For Su Yin at this point, it's too much of a waste of time and energy. If it weren't for the mission, Su Yin probably wouldn't have had this kind of patience. Then, "President, I have to go back now. See you next week." Su Yin stood up quite naturally and said. For him, there was really no need to stay in the activity room any longer. All the tasks for this week have been completed. Of course, practicing guitar with a beautiful woman like Baiji would be quite nice. However, Su Yin had not yet completed his system tasks for this week. Time was tight and the tasks were heavy, so he really could not linger here. Aside from that, being with Beihuai is actually quite boring. The other person is clearly not the type to fawn over others. She is almost always serious and unsmiling, making her an ice queen that is impossible to approach. If possible, Su Yan would rather spend time with Lin Wanwan, who is more proactive. Beihuai looked confused, but before she could react, Su Yan had already left. Is something urgent? Beihuai couldn't help but think about it. The main reason was that she felt she hadn't even had a chance to discuss Su Yan's songs with him yet. I still have many questions to ask. They didn't even have a chance to speak. Moreover, this was the first time Beihuai had experienced such a feeling, because Su Yan was the only boy who stayed with her and then asked to leave. Most of the time, it was Beihuai who couldn't stand being bothered by others. He then politely said he had something to attend to and said goodbye. Otherwise, someone like Su Zhe could really keep bothering her. I strummed the guitar strings a few times. Beihuai suddenly felt a bit bored. Her mind wasn't on practicing guitar at all. After listening to Su Yan's song, I was completely unable to calm down. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, Beihuai packed up her things. He then left and returned to his dormitory. Why are you back? Li Xia was slightly taken aback when she saw Beihuai return. She was just imagining Beihuai and Su Yan chatting and laughing together in the guitar club. Before long, Beihuai returned to her dormitory. I'm not in the mood today. Beihuai gave a perfunctory answer. Where is Su Yan? You left him there all alone? On the other hand, this was the first thing Lin Wanwan thought of. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, even Shen Mo couldn't help but look at Beihuai. Beihuai immediately became the focus of the entire dormitory. For some reason, Beihuai sensed an inexplicable anger in Lin Wanwan's tone. But Lin Wanwan and Su Yan don't seem to be very familiar with each other, do they? The fish she raises, isn't that Wang Xiaojia? Why do I seem so concerned about Su Yan now? Several questions popped into Beihuai's mind. She also noticed that her 3 roommates seemed to pay a lot of attention to Su Yan. Shen Mo, in particular, has always been a very taciturn person. It could even be described as reclusive. They are indifferent to everyone and everything around them. Now, upon hearing Su Yan's name, he actually looked over with great interest? I guess so. If it were in the past, Beihuai might have just told the truth. But now, for some reason, suddenly I changed my mind. He simply agreed to Lin Wanwan's question. Lin Wanwan was about to speak up and demand justice for her master. But then he suddenly remembered his identity. So they could only pin their hopes on Li Xia, who was standing nearby. But Li Xia seemed to have expected this all along. It seems that Beihuai was not surprised at all to abandon Su Yan. Instead, they began to offer earnest and heartfelt advice. Beihuai, you are not short of boys around you, especially some outstanding ones. Actually, I think Su Yan is quite pitiful. Why don't you just talk to him directly and make things clear? Li Xia really seems to be doing this for Su Yan's own good. It even gives the impression of pleading with Beihuai on behalf of Su Yan. Beihuai smiled, which was unusual for her, and it was because he was so angry that he laughed. She didn't know why either. Perhaps they felt that a song like Xiao Yu couldn't possibly be written for a girl like Li Xia. Even though she already has a boyfriend, she still acts like she's doing it for Su Yan's own good. It's simply a matter of feeling that the other person is no longer revolving around them. That's why it turned out this way. This Li Xia is even more of a green tea beat *TCH than Lin Wanwan. If Su Yan remains the same as before, it's estimated that Li Xia wouldn't even bother to pay attention to this name, and might even avoid it at all costs. I do know quite a few outstanding men, but none of them were as special as Su Yan. Do you know what Su Yan's only flaw is? Faced with Beihuai's question, Li Xia naturally shook her head subconsciously. It wasn't because she couldn't find any flaws in Su Yan. On the contrary, it was because she felt that Su Yan was almost entirely flawed and had no strengths that she didn't know how to answer. His biggest flaw is probably that he once did something stupid, like jumping into a lake. I can laugh at him about this for the rest of my life. Beihuai never mocked Su Yan. Or rather, given her personality, she would normally maintain a certain level of decorum. But this time, Beihuai was indeed a bit intoxicated. Sometimes, these top students are very rational. When you're being sarcastic and insulting, that damage is absolutely maximum. Just like Li Xia now. She understood the meaning behind the other person's words instantly. This statement is essentially saying that Su Yan's only dark history is that he once liked her. You're talking nonsense. She's panicking. She's panicking. Seeing Li Xia's expression as if she was about to cry, Lin Wanwan, who was watching the show from the side, suppressed a laugh and commented in her heart. Li Xia and Baiji's ideas were completely opposite. Baiji felt that Su Yin was good in every way, except that he liked Li Xia and attempted suicide by jumping into the lake for her, which was his so-called dark history. But in Li Xia's opinion, Su Yin was too ordinary, even somewhat unbearable. Its only redeeming quality is its deep affection. He would jump into the lake for her. Chapter 45 College Life is really great. A residential area near Beihuai University. In the house that Su Yin rented. He was working tirelessly at that moment. Drilling a well is indeed a very physically demanding job. However, Su Yin's current physique, coupled with his accumulated experience, is already sufficient. In addition, Su Yin himself is a very patient person. Preliminary surveys and explorations are essential. Two round and enormous mountains loomed in front of us. Su Yin remained unmoved and simply used brute force to pry it apart. They then began to venture deeper into the area. We found a water source. The abundance of water resources brought a smile to Su Yin's face. What followed was the long process of drilling the well. Rhythmic sounds began to rise and fall. Once the water source is spotted, the process of water continuously gushing out follows. As the amount of water increased, Su Yin's movements became smoother. The initial period of patient cultivation has been completed. Final victory is just around the corner. Su Yin naturally entered the final acceleration phase. Hao Jingshu's body instinctively arched into a bow position. No wonder she's a fitness coach. She practices yoga from time to time. The flexibility of this body is truly breathtaking. Of course, maintaining this position is not easy, but the occasional twitching of the other person at this time is actually unrelated to the position itself. The waterfall plunges 3,000 miles, as if the Milky Way were falling from the ninth heaven. This scene made Su Yin's mouth drop open. This scene makes one feel that all the hard work and effort beforehand was worthwhile. Su Yin delivered the final blow. They completely knocked out the entire match. Hao Jingshu also crashed heavily onto the soft bed. He watched as Su Yin leaned closer again. Exhausted, Hao Jingshu quickly used her last bit of strength to wave her hand. I really can't go on. Take a short rest. Clearly, the decision-making power in this matter is not in her hands. After all, Su Yin is still in a state of high spirits and great ambition. How could they possibly let go of such a good opportunity to press their advantage? The ensuing outcome was, predictably, a crushing defeat. Hao Jingshu was completely unable to get up. Su Yin then fully accepted the other party's surrender. Hao Jingshu felt that the past few days had indeed been completely different. At the beginning, I didn't notice it. But as Su Yin's skill level increased, she realized that she had never truly understood her own body before. Putting everything else aside, even though she's already a married woman, Su Yin and her ex-husband are completely different. It's not just because Su Yin is a young person. After all, she got married quite young. At least in her married life before, she really didn't know. It's not that Lu Jing is too weak, it's that Su Yin, a freshman in college, is a bit too strong. Of course, since they are all different in size, the experience will definitely be vastly different. Or perhaps both. That's why Hao Jingshu felt such a significant difference. Every time Su Yin came to see Hao Jingshu, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder people say women are made of water. Hao Jingshu's constitution, which is like a water sponge, really broadened his horizons. However, there is one rather troublesome aspect. I'll need to stock up on extra bed sheets and other items for changing in the future. I glanced at the battlefield, which was in a rather horrific state. Su Yin felt that it might not be enough. By the way, I've had good luck in the stock market. The task you gave me should be completed ahead of schedule. After taking a shower, Hao Jingshu, wearing her pajamas, looked refreshed. Compared to when she first met Su Yin, she looked much more radiant. As for the reason, she naturally knew it in her heart. Really, Su Yin came here specifically for this reason. After all, the system's task was to earn over 10,000 yuan as their first pot of gold. The time limit is just too tight. With no other options, they had to take a gamble and let Hao Jingshu give it a try. Unexpectedly, the other party did not disappoint me. Look here. Su Yin glanced at it and found that the 50,000 yuan he had given to the other party had doubled after being invested in the stock market. I've made a few short-term trades in the past few days. Following your advice, I never expected to be so lucky, Hao Jingshu said with some joy. On the one hand, she hasn't been back in the workplace for a long time. This success proves that my abilities and judgment are still intact. On the other hand, it was also because he didn't disappoint Su Yan. If she loses money, she will truly have let Su Yan down. Mission complete. Please claim your reward promptly. I saw a system notification. Su Yan was naturally overjoyed. He hugged Hao Jingshu and gave her a big kiss. Sister Jingshu, you are truly my lucky star. Although the two had long been close friends like Guanzhong and Baoshuya. However, Su Yan's direct declaration of love still made Hao Jingshu blush. Actually, her personality is rather conservative. But after meeting Su Yan, for some reason, she felt like she had gone completely crazy. Every now and then I have the illusion that I've returned to my university days. Of course, Hao Jingshu is actually not that old, not even 30. Even 30. It's just that I've experienced too much in the years since graduation. That's why Hao Jingshu has become so mature and sensible. Sister Jingshu, I think it's a waste for someone with your abilities to continue working as a real estate agent and fitness coach. How about you come and let me? No, I mean, you come and do this for me. Su Yan corrected his slip of the tongue in time. But Hao Jingshu couldn't possibly not understand the meaning behind those words, and she immediately blushed. In fact, Hao Jingshu was also very clear about this. Su Yan is too young, and the relationship between the two is somewhat ambiguous. She never intended to be Su Yan's girlfriend or anything like that. Let me think about it. Hao Jingshu was somewhat tempted, but he didn't agree immediately. The main reason is because of her ex-husband's situation, which makes her feel insecure all the time. They believe that only they themselves are truly reliable. They don't really want to depend on others. Of course, this would happen if Su Yan knew what the other party was thinking. I definitely need to explain, although I do have some personal motives. After all, who would be willing to give up such a top-quality water baby? But besides that, her stock market operations also allowed Su Yan to see Hao Jingshu's abilities. Judging from the system's track record, he will inevitably start his own business sooner or later. Hao Jingshu, a capable person whom Su Yan can trust, would indeed be a great help. However, since Hao Jingshu said she needed to consider it, Su Yan didn't rush to urge the other party to agree. Anyway, I have plenty of time. He didn't want to repeat the situation of his previous life, and focused all his energy on starting a business and making money. Now that I've transmigrated and even got a romance system, I should naturally enjoy university life to the fullest. After all, university life is really great. Chapter 46. Wanwan is truly the best girl in the world. Because I have classes in the afternoon, Su Yan rushed back to school from outside again. Once in the classroom, he still had no desire to listen to the lesson. So Su Yan casually accepted some of the system's tasks. Bread is the foundation of love. Earn your first pot of gold. Amount no less than 10,000. System rewards are not included in the statistics. Reward. Cash plus 10,000. Bread is the foundation of love. Advanced. Establish your own company and officially start operations. Award. Mission complete. Please claim your rewards promptly. Cash plus 10,000. Congratulations on receiving 10 classic fruit tea recipes. Su Yan looked at the rewards given by the system. I couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. Especially regarding advanced missions, it was always a question mark before. Su Yan was still wondering what the reward would be. But now it seems that the reward is not quite what he expected. Isn't this some kind of hidden wooden system? Why are you suddenly giving me something like this? System, you've changed. It's a little strange that things have suddenly returned to normal. Su Yan sighed inwardly. But they immediately opened the so-called fruit tea recipe that had been provided. Succulent grapes? Peach oolong. Seeing these familiar names, Su Yan immediately understood. The reward recipe they gave me is just the same milk tea I used to drink all the time in my previous life, isn't it? However, according to the timeline of this parallel world, these things do seem to be quite valuable. Su Yan silently made plans in his mind. It's because when Hao Jingshu registered the company for him, she chose the food and beverage sector. So the system provided these milk tea recipes based on the type of registered company? Su Yan has a strong sense of execution. In my previous life, I was a company owner, both big and small. After a quick search, I found that at this point in time, although there are many milk tea shops in this world, there are still not many large chain brands. Most importantly, at this point in time, fruit tea is no longer considered a niche product. In fact, almost no one drinks it. The current types of milk tea are still just the most basic style of bubble tea. It's nothing like the previous life, where the industry was a red ocean where, apart from big brands that poured money into it, almost everyone else could only rely on franchising to fleece people. According to normal development, it will still be several years before fruit tea is launched and becomes popular. This is indeed the best time to enter the market. But it seems I don't have enough money. Su Yin couldn't help but think about it. Right now, he only has a little over 200,000 yuan in his own hands, plus the money Hao Jingshu has in the stock market. There shouldn't be any problem opening a milk tea shop. However, if we want to pursue a more refined approach, we are still somewhat strapped for cash. Further expansion will also require funding. Of course, Su Yin wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the system will definitely give you a reward. If all else fails, Su Yin does have other methods and means to make money. Take your time. Su Yin felt that she could no longer fall into that state of anxiety and impatience. He has only been in this world for about a month. The important thing is to enjoy the campus life that I've neglected before. As for starting a business, that's just something that happens by chance. If you focus on making money, you're putting the cart before the horse. After class, the weekend begins. Su Yin organized her task list for this week. I discovered that I had actually cleaned up almost everything. Even the special missions that I thought I was going to give up on have been completed. Now all that's left is the long-term task of daily morning runs and fitness. This puts Su Yin in a great mood. My previous complaints about the system being inhumane and the fact that the tasks in the second week were more difficult than those in the first week have completely disappeared. Wan, my treat tonight. Let's go out for a buffet together. Grinning face. On the other side, Wang Xiaojie started sending messages to Lin Wanwan. I'm not going. I don't really want to leave school today. Soon, Lin Wanwan's rejection message arrived. This made Wang Xiaojie feel extremely depressed. For some reason, it seems that Lin Wanwan has refused every invitation he's extended lately. Even though Wanwan was often busy, she would still date him a few times a week before. Even though they weren't a couple, Wang Xiaojie still treated their outings as a date. Lin Wanwan refused every time this week. The excuses they made became increasingly perfunctory. This made Wang Xiaojie wonder if Lin Wanwan no longer liked him. Or perhaps it's because he did something wrong. Go on. You call your dorm, and we'll have a get-together together. After all, Su Zhe and Li Xia treated us last time, so we should at least do something in return. Wang Xiaojie continued to pester him. Lin Wanwan, in her dormitory, was looking at the message. The message? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who's talking about us? She strongly disliked Wang Xiaojie's behavior of constantly binding herself to the other person. I had been feeling unwell for a while. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. This is even more true now. What if the owner hears this? But when the other party mentioned that the two dormitories had a meal together, Lin Wanwan suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. In that case, should Su Yin also go? So Lin Wanwan sent a cute emoji and then typed to Wang Xiaojie. But I don't have much money left for living expenses this month. I can't afford to treat everyone to a meal. How about next month? As Lin Wanwan expected, her message had just been sent. Wang Xiaojie replied almost instantly. Wanwan, what are you saying? We're going out together. How could we let you spend money? I'll treat you. And to the outside world, I said that we invited them together. Lin Wanwan was naturally satisfied to hear that Wang Xiaojie was willing to pay. But then they discovered that the other party wanted to include their name. She quickly replied, absolutely not. Since you're treating, you might as well just say so. I'm not that kind of vain person. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan's message, Wang Xiaojie was deeply moved. Wanwan is truly the best girl in the world. It's truly a blessing from my past life that I was able to meet you. Oh well, I'll go tell the people in our dorm. Remember to ask your roommates too. Wang Xiaojie typed with emotion. Lin Wanwan originally did not want to have dinner with Wang Xiaojie. But since it was a dinner party, and Su Yin was going too, she had no reason to refuse. After replying with an emoji, I got out of bed. He then looked at the girls in the dormitory, each busy with their own things, and a smile appeared on his lips. Wang Xiaojie said he's treating us to dinner. Do you want to go? Chapter 47 Dormitory, one of 4 options. Lin Wanwan's roommates seemed rather uninterested in what she was saying. Li Xia added, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to go on a date with Wang Xiaojie. They assumed that Lin Wanwan was invited by Wang Xiaojie alone. No, it's not that. It's that our 2 dorms are together. If you don't want to go, then I'll refuse. Lin Wanwan answered casually. But deep down, he knew very well that Li Xia was someone he couldn't possibly ignore. Both dorm rooms together? Is Su Yin going too? Upon hearing this, Li Xia suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly asked a question. Upon hearing Su Yan's name, even someone with Baiji's rare personality couldn't help but look over. Shinimo stopped playing on his phone and subconsciously looked up. Shouldn't you be concerned about whether your boyfriend Su Zhe is going or not? Why did you ask Su Yin first? Lin Wanwan asked the question knowing the answer already. A slightly mocking expression appeared on his face. Oh, no, that's not it. I just felt awkward meeting Su Yin. Li Xia explained for a long time, feeling somewhat guilty. However, the reasoning is clearly untenable. Last week, the two dorms went out together. Su Yin was also there at the time, and Li Xia didn't have such worries. It was entirely because Su Yin distanced himself from her this week and started getting closer to Baiji. Li Xia's attention to Su Yin became abnormally high. Is that so? Lin Wanwan said something with a hidden meaning. However, she still has a good relationship with Li Xia. At least they still maintain the facade of being best friends. So, seemingly with good intentions, he said, how about I tell Wang Xiaojie that you feel awkward seeing Su Yin, so you're not going? Li Xia discovered that Lin Wanwan had blocked all her paths. But what she really thought was, of course, I still hope we can go together. After all, during this period, apart from seeing Su Yin once during morning runs, there has been almost no communication between them. We won't even see each other for the rest of the time. Su Yin has stopped coming to see her altogether. Whenever I have time, I go to Baiji's guitar club. Seeing that Li Xia didn't answer, Lin Wanwan looked at Baiji and Shen Mo. What about you? Are you going? If none of them go, I'll tell Wang Xiaojie we can talk about it another time. Baiji and Li Xia have different dilemmas. She hardly hesitated. He answered directly. I happen to be free today, so it's fine for me. Even Shen Mo answered succinctly. Go. Upon seeing this, Li Xia suddenly felt a strange sense of loneliness. I feel excluded from the dormitory. Then I'll go too. Li Xia finally stammered out her answer. Isn't it awkward to see Su Yin? Although it was a question, Lin Wanwan's tone wasn't particularly serious. Their faces were all smiling. I felt that since you all went, it would be a bit awkward if I didn't go, as it might make people overthink things. Brother Jie is so generous. Upon hearing Wang Xiaojie's words, Chen Feng immediately began to celebrate happily. The main reason is that someone else is treating us to a meal, and they still ate out. This is indeed good news for someone like Chen Feng who eats in the cafeteria every day. Fortunately, Chen Feng was there to support him. Otherwise, given Su Yin and Su Zhe's indifferent attitude, he would have really lost face. Where are you planning to eat? Su Zhe asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaojie's tone softened somewhat. Let's go with the grilled fish place at the food street behind the school. It's too far, and it'll be troublesome for us to go there. It's better to find something more convenient. Last week, Su Zhe took them to that upscale restaurant. Wang Xiaojie knew he absolutely could not afford it. Although his living expenses are not low, they certainly can't compare to those of a rich second generation like Su Zhe. In addition, he would occasionally give Lin Wanwan gifts. Wang Xiaojie's financial situation was far less extravagant than he usually pretended to be. Oh, a hint of disdain flashed across Su Zhe's face. But she still said, anything is fine. I have no objection. Wang Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief. Although he thoroughly disliked Su Zhe's condescending attitude. But at this point, he was still worried that the other party was deliberately trying to undermine him. Since no one has any objections, I'll talk to Wanwan's dorm. Wang Xiaojie automatically ignored Su Yin. I think it's fine if he wants to go. It's actually better not to go. I can save myself the cost of one person. As for Su Yin, he certainly didn't want to go. He found such dormitory gatherings meaningless. Especially her three roommates. They are so annoying that just seeing them makes her feel annoyed. Su Yin was too lazy to maintain the so-called superficial relationship. Instead of wasting this time, it would be better to figure out what kind of tasks the system will give us next week. But just then, the dialogue box option, which wasn't very prominent, popped up again. Key plot points triggered. Warning. Host, please choose carefully, as your current choice will affect the final outcome. Outcome. Option A. Attend the dormitory social dinner and actively show your affection for Li Xia. Affection +5, cash +100,000. Option B. Attend the dormitory social dinner and actively show your affection for Lin Wanwan. Affection -5, cash plus 100,000. Option C. Attend the dormitory social dinner and actively show your affection towards Beihuai. Affection +5, cash plus 100,000. Option D. Attend the dormitory social dinner and actively show your affection for Shun Mo. Affection +5, cash plus 100,000. Note, you cannot select multiple options this time, and you must show a clear preference. Suyin? No, what does this option mean? Is there no option not to participate? Moreover, they have to choose one of the 4 girls in the dormitory. This made Su Yin feel that the system was enjoying the drama. But, if you say you won't go, for Su Yin right now, the 100,000 yuan in cash is still a bit hard to part with. You can earn 100,000 yuan just by going out for a meal together. I guess it won't be as easy to make money anymore. Su Yin admitted that she had fallen for it. She quietly changed her clothes. Then he and the other people in the dormitory prepared to go out. When Wang Xiaojie saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. I thought Su Yin had really changed. It seems that things are still the same as before. He's just being a bit stubborn. Judging from this, she probably still can't let go of Li Xia. As for what Lin Wanwan said before, Su Yan's plan to pursue Beihuai, Wang Xiaojie didn't take it seriously at all. After all, even among the 4 girls in the dormitory, Beihuai was the most beautiful. And she's also the one who gives off the most aloof vibe. He always had that indifferent attitude towards everyone. If Su Yin could win Beihuai's heart, he would kneel down and call her father on the spot. Chapter 48. One act of initiative leads to a lifetime of introversion. You even put on makeup? As they approached the back gate of the school, Li Xia looked at Beihuai with some disbelief. What? Is that not allowed? Beihuai replied calmly. She used to be too lazy to put on makeup. I find it too troublesome. Moreover, wearing makeup made him more noticeable, causing her more unnecessary trouble. But this time, I don't know what I was thinking. Perhaps it was because when she was in the dormitory, the scene of Su Yin playing and singing Xiao Yu for her in the activity room that morning kept popping into her mind. The thought of meeting Su Yin later made me a little nervous and excited. In the end, I couldn't resist putting on some light makeup. She even specifically found a long skirt that she rarely wears. Li Xia felt a little jealous. But faced with Beihuai's retort, she realized that she didn't seem to have much reason to say anything. All they could do was bow their heads in silence. But I've already started to feel a little regretful. I should have dressed up a little earlier. My mind was preoccupied with random thoughts, and I didn't think about this at all. On the contrary, Lin Wanwan almost always wears makeup when she goes out. As the one in the dorm who loves to dress up the most, she naturally did the same thing as usual. Shinmo's words were no different from usual. An all-black outfit that never changes. If she weren't pretty, she would be the kind of girl who gives off an impression of having no presence at all. Here, upon seeing Lin Wanwan's roommates, Wang Xiaojie waved vigorously and shouted. At this moment, the people in the 2 dormitories reacted differently. Wang Xiaojie still only has eyes for his white moonlight, Lin Wanwan. But she couldn't help but glance at Beihuai, who was wearing a black dress and looked elegant and intellectual. However, Suze did not see his girlfriend Li Xia. His eyes were almost always on Beihuai. Chen Feng glanced at everyone. Finally, his gaze fell on Shun Mo. He felt that he and Shun Mo were a good match, as they were both the kind of people who didn't have much of a presence. Moreover, compared to the other girls, Shun Mo was more like the obedient girl who devoted herself entirely to her studies. Finally, there's Su Yin. He simply glanced at it. Actually, I was a little distracted at that moment. My main concern was how to make my choice this time. The 4 options seemed to offer the same reward, but the potential long-term consequences are still uncertain. Furthermore, it is necessary to make corresponding preparations for subsequent tasks. As for the girls, all 4 of them looked at Su Yin with unanimous focus. This would have been absolutely impossible a month ago. But recently, too many things have indeed happened. Su Yin has changed so much. In addition to Li Xia, whom Su Yin originally had a crush on, he also developed different kinds of interactions with the other 3 girls. Xia, are you feeling better? Suze still hadn't forgotten his identity. She took the initiative to ask him questions, playing the role of a good boyfriend. What? Li Xia was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say this morning that you weren't feeling well, so you didn't go out with me? Suze spoke. Li Xia then realized what was happening. Actually, she left on her own after Su Yanchen finished running. So I'm feeling a bit down. At this point, he belatedly explained, maybe he just didn't get enough sleep. I feel much better after catching up on my sleep. Wan, you look so beautiful today. Wang Xiaojie continued to happily fulfill his role as a sycophant. Thank you. Lin Wanwan answered with a sweet smile. Compared to Li Xia, who is not good at hiding her emotions, Lin Wanwan is much more professional. No matter the situation, even if she was absolutely disgusted with someone, Lin Wanwan could still make sure the other person didn't notice. She perfectly maintained her pure and sweet persona. This dress suits you very well. To Bai Ji's surprise, Su Yan, who had hardly spoken last week, was. Now, she's actually taken the initiative to find her. And this is the kind of praise that comes right from the start. But it was different from Wang Xiaojie's obviously flattering praise. Su Yan's tone was indifferent. But it gives the impression that this is his heartfelt evaluation. It's all right. It feels a little strange since I haven't worn a skirt in a long time. Although his answer was very bland. But Bai Ji felt a little happy that she had never felt before. At the same time, talking to Su Yan, I felt a rare sense of nervousness, my heart racing. This novel experience was a first for Bai Ji, who had never been in a relationship, and it was really strange. But surprisingly, she wasn't particularly averse to it. Upon seeing Su Yan, he actually took the initiative to greet Bai Ji. And Bai Ji actually responded. They said such a long sentence, not just a simple thank you. This surprised everyone present. Su Zhe, in particular, didn't react much to what happened between Su Yan and Li Xia. But now it's discovered that Su Yan and Bai Ji are suddenly getting so close. His expression suddenly turned serious. Serious. Li Xia, who was next to him, had the same expression. For a couple, this scene is indeed somewhat strange and peculiar. I originally thought the dinner party was pointless and didn't want to come. Chen Feng, a slightly dark-skinned boy, mustered up almost all his courage. She nervously struck up a conversation with Shen Imo. Unexpectedly, Shen Imo only glanced at him indifferently. Then he simply ignored it and turned his face away. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. It was a one-time initiative, but it resulted in a lifetime of introversion. Wan, is it true that Bai Ji and Su Yan are together? Wang Xiaojie asked with some curiosity. Lin Wanwan didn't say anything. I just feel that I underestimated Angelica de Hurica. Could this vixen have really been seduced by her master? What if my owner stops punishing me in the future? Absolutely impossible. Lin Wanwan spoke resolutely, almost instinctively. I knew it. Like Su Yan. Wang Xiaojie made a casual complaint about Su Yan, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he only ever had Lin Wanwan as his goddess. But what if Su Yan really wins Bai Ji's heart? How can he laugh at the other person after that? Moreover, Wang Xiaojie absolutely could not believe such a bizarre thing. Target locked. Bai Ji, appearance, 96, figure, 88, current favorability. 74, slightly favorable. Hidden term, absolute rationality. Special CG unlock progress. 0, no special CGs unlocked. Seeing the panel, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Once the favorability rating reaches 70 or higher, you can still feel a noticeable change. Especially when talking to Bai Ji, one could sense that the other's attitude had become increasingly intimate. It really wasn't easy. As for why Angelica de Hurica was chosen, it's entirely based on cost-effectiveness considerations. First, there's Lin Wanwan and Li Xia. It's not that they can't be chosen, but it's highly likely that they'll clash with the two idiots in the dorm. Su Yan feels that this is just creating trouble for himself, and there's no need for it. Aside from that, Shen Imo isn't like a normal person. Su Yan still can't figure out her thought process. Therefore, in terms of stability, Angelica de Hurica is indeed the best choice. Secondly, the rewards given, besides the most important one of 100,000 yuan in cash, there's also the +5 favorability bonus. Su Yan has experienced firsthand just how difficult it is to raise Bai Ji's favorability. Therefore, it is obviously most worthwhile to use these kinds of rewards that increase favorability on the most difficult targets to win over. So it seems that Su Yan took the initiative to greet Bai Ji right away. But he didn't choose randomly. The choice was made after appropriate analysis. Chapter 49 Lin Wanwan. My master is really going to be taken away. Wanwan. How come Su Yan and Bai Ji are really getting so close? Could it be that Bai Ji is deliberately talking to him just to spite me? Li Xia couldn't help but move closer to Lin Wanwan. He asked in a low voice. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly. I'm still here just to annoy you. I'm so angry. If this continues, I feel like my owner is going to be taken away by someone else. That must be it. Otherwise, how could Bai Ji, with her personality, possibly be interested in a guy like Su Yin? Before Lin Wanwan could answer, Li Xia gave her answer to herself. At this moment, the group was walking together toward the food street outside the school. Throughout the journey, Su Yin stayed by Bai Ji's side. He spoke to Bai Ji as if he were completely oblivious to everyone else, acting entirely naturally. This scene left the other people in both dormitories somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with him today? Looking at Su Yin, who was actively discussing guitar sheet music with him, Bai Ji couldn't help but start thinking about it more. Unfortunately, Su Yin had joined the guitar club before, but to her, he had never been so proactive before. Even in the morning, she decisively rejected her suggestion to help the other party record a song. But now he's suddenly being so proactive. Could it be that he deliberately wanted to provoke Li Xia? Bai Ji, are you listening? Su Yin noticed that Bai Ji was in a daze and couldn't help but call out to her twice. Bai Ji was somewhat slow to realize this. He then came to his senses. He did not answer Su Yin's question. She couldn't help but lower her voice and asked with a serious expression, Su Yin, are you deliberately trying to anger Li Xia? Bai Ji has already prepared herself mentally. If Su Yin nodded, then she would really hesitate about whether to cooperate with him. Using himself to annoy other girls is something probably only Su Yin would do. In the past, Bai Ji would have agreed without a second thought. Anyway, this kind of thing has little to do with her. Whether or not someone helps depends entirely on their own mood. But now, for some reason, Bai Ji felt a little irritated and didn't really want to cooperate with Su Yin on this matter. What? Su Yin was stunned for a moment. He came here specifically for Bai Ji. Not only do you need to make your feelings of affection very obvious, Bai Ji and the others also need to see it. So he laughed and replied, am I as boring as you think? Although the tone was accusatory. But Bai Ji felt a strange sense of relief upon hearing this. Then Su Yin continued, of the two dorms, you and I are the closest. And I don't have much in common with other people. Besides you, who else can I talk to? Bai Ji was stunned for a moment. The main reason was that I didn't expect Su Yin to say something like that. Do you have average relationships with other people? It seems that's true. Although it hasn't been shown, Su Yin and his roommates don't seem to have a very close relationship. Besides that, there are 4 girls in my dorm. Only Li Xia and Su Yin have a complicated relationship. But the final outcome wasn't very good. Looking at it this way, Su Yin's only friend in both dormitories is her. After figuring this out, Bai Ji actually felt a little bit of secret joy in her heart. This was the first time she had felt this way. She got so close to a boy. Thinking about it carefully, aren't she and Su Yin the same? My relationship with my roommates is superficial. We hardly have anything to talk about. I only feel relaxed when I'm with Su Yin during meals. Even if it weren't for Su Yin, she probably won't even agree to attend this dinner party. I thought you were deliberately trying to make Li Xia jealous. Bai Ji muttered a complaint under her breath. I was only thinking about it in my mind at first, but she blurted it out unconsciously. After realizing what had happened, I regretted it a little, because the tone of her voice when she said that made it sound like she was jealous. She doesn't even like me. Why would she be jealous? Su Yin spoke indifferently. Bai Ji was even happier when she heard Su Yin's answer. The anxiety and uncertainty that Su Yin felt after leaving in a hurry that morning had completely vanished. She was still thinking about how to persuade Su Yin to give up on Li Xia. But now she suddenly realizes that the other party may have given up on Li Xia completely even earlier than she thought. If that's the case, then Su Yin and himself. Bai Ji couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. Careful. Su Yin was truly speechless. It's still a red light. Why does Bai Ji look so distracted? I don't know what I'm thinking. Although there was no danger, by the time she realized what was happening, she saw a car speeding past in front of her. Bai Ji was still startled. She then suddenly came to her senses and realized her current posture. Su Yin grabbed her wrist with one hand and subconsciously placed the other hand on her slender waist. Are you all right? Su Yin asked. Bai Ji quickly broke free from her opponent. This is the first time in my life I've been so close to a boy. Especially her waist. It was the first time someone had put their arm around it. Bai Ji's face flushed slightly. Thank you. Angelica de Hurica's favorability, +1. Seeing the prompt, Su Yin felt as if she had truly found Bai Ji's strategy manual. Once the favorability rating reaches 70, The difficulty seems to have decreased considerably. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Are these two flirting here? Because Su Yin and Bai Ji were walking at the front. So what just happened was witnessed by the 6 people behind them. Su Zhe's expression grew increasingly somber. As for Li Xia, she was in a state of utter confusion. I could only keep comforting myself in my heart. They definitely did this on purpose. This whole charade was orchestrated by Su Yin, with Bai Ji acting alongside him. But, given Bai Ji's personality, would she let a guy put his arm around her waist just because she's acting? The more Li Xia thought about it, the more insecure she became. We arrived at the grilled fish restaurant in the snack street. Wang Xiaojie had already booked a private room in advance. The environment here is definitely not as good as the upscale restaurant where Su Zhe treated us last week. However, because the food is generally considered to be delicious and the price is reasonable, it's quite popular. Almost all of them were students from Beihuai University and another nearby normal university. Wanwan, what would you like to eat? Just order whatever you like. Wang Xiaojie naturally handed the menu to Lin Wanwan, who was sitting next to him, as the first thing he did. It's worth mentioning that the table is noticeably smaller this time. The group of people were all standing quite close together. Wang Xiaojie and Lin Wanwan sat together. On the opposite side were Su Yin and Bai Ji. On either side of them were Shen Imo and Qin Feng, and Su Zhe and Li Xia. I'm fine with either. Lin Wanwan gave a casual reply, seemingly uninterested. However, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yin and Bai Ji opposite him from time to time. If I don't take action soon, my master will really be taken away. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Wanwan's eyes. Chapter 50. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Bai Ji suddenly realized that the dormitory dinner wasn't as boring as she had thought, because she doesn't need to pay attention to anyone else. You can just chat with Su Yin. I really suggest that you come with me tomorrow and we go record this song. Otherwise, it would be such a pity. Bai Ji was still trying to persuade him. The main reason is that she really likes Su Yan's song Xiaoyu. Let's talk about it another time. Su Yan wasn't in a particularly high mood. The main thing is that he doesn't plan to become a singer or anything like that. Recording songs is a waste of time and doesn't bring him much benefit. Holy crap! Su Yan suddenly froze. I couldn't help but shout it out in my heart. What's wrong with you? Bai Ji noticed something was wrong. Then he asked in a low voice. No, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something. Su Yan answered. Try to make your tone as natural as possible. But he was genuinely startled. I couldn't help but sneak a peek down. Sure enough, I saw a clean, white little foot. At this moment, it was restlessly rubbing against things. He subconsciously looked up, seeing Wang Xiaojie fawning over Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan didn't listen at all. After their eyes met, Su Yan's, an innocent expression appeared on her pure face. However, the barely suppressed smile on her lips betrayed that she was the owner of that foot. Lin Wanwan did cross some lines, but she still remembered her identity. Therefore, the force with which I stepped down was not particularly strong each time. It was less of a stampede and more of a trampling. It's more like an alternative form of massage. Su Yin did have some practical experience. But at this moment, I couldn't help but feel my mind wander. Lin Wanwan was sitting right across from them. She looks innocent and cute. He would occasionally hum in response to Wang Xiaojie's questions. But actually, she hadn't stopped moving around under the table. Only one foot remained inside the sandal. The other foot, meanwhile, was restlessly challenging Su Yan's authority. Of course, Lin Wanwan did it on purpose. He even wished that Su Yan would punish him severely for this. The grilled fish here is delicious. Brother Jie invited us here once before. You must try it later. Because he was sitting next to Shen Imo, Qin Feng felt extremely nervous and uneasy. After being turned down at the school gate, he finally couldn't resist and started his second attempt to strike up a conversation. Unexpectedly, Shen Imo only tilted his head and glanced at him again. He then ignored it. Some people, out of sheer boredom, started playing with the chopsticks in their hands. Okay, the second time I took the initiative, I got the same result again. Qin Feng's face also turned bright red. He looked extremely restless. Suddenly, Shin Mo's eyes lit up. She noticed that Lin Wanwan's posture was a little off. How could someone be so close to the table? He glanced at Su Yan's expression again. Suddenly, everything became clear. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but let out a soft hum. What's wrong, Wanwan? Wang Xiaojie immediately became concerned. Lin Wanwan seemed a little flustered. No, it's nothing. although she had been taking the initiative the whole time. But how could she possibly feel nothing at all when she's being stimulated like this? At that moment, besides being startled, my body also gave the appropriate response very promptly. But Lin Wanwan did not stop it. Instead, she gently brought her legs together, helping the other person to hide. Compared to her completely novice-like footwork, the opponent's technique appeared quite skillful. Every movement and position was perfectly timed. This caused Lin Wanwan's originally fair face to quickly turn red. But because I felt that this was Su Yan, she dared not have the slightest thought of resistance. We can only let the other side run rampant. Rampant. Lin Wanwan quickly realized that although she had the advantage of striking first, she still had no chance of winning, because her skills were clearly much better than hers. Finally, although Lin Wanwan felt that there was nothing wrong with losing to her master, she had no choice but to surrender prematurely in order to avoid being discovered by others. She pulled her foot back, put it into her sandals, and then stood up, her steps a little unsteady. I need to use the restroom. Lin Wanwan spoke, trying her best to avoid letting others notice anything unusual about her. Wanwan, are you really all right? Wang Xiaojia, who was standing next to her, looked worried. From the beginning, Wang Xiaojia noticed that Lin Wanwan's expression was a little off. But I don't know why. I just thought the other person was really just feeling a little unwell. Lin Wanwan quickly waved her hand. They quickened their pace. But when he passed by Su Yin and Bai Ji, he paused for a moment, because she suddenly noticed that Su Yin was sitting with his legs crossed. So, the foot that attacked her just now wasn't Su Yan's. Lin Wanwan was feeling somewhat confused. Without lingering, he hurried toward the restroom. Su Yin was also stunned when he saw Lin Wanwan leave. I've been persevering all this time. So how come the other party suddenly ran away? This is ridiculous. Lin Wanwan's sudden departure. This drew the attention of everyone present. At that moment, Shinemo suddenly stood up. He began, I'll go check on her. Well, Li Xia was stunned for a moment. Something just doesn't feel right. Logically speaking, she and Lin Wanwan should have the best relationship. If you're going to go see it, you should go by yourself. Moreover, Shinemo and Lin Wanwan didn't talk much before. Given her reclusive personality, why are you suddenly starting to care about Wanwan? However, since Shinemo had taken the initiative to go, she didn't think much of it. Only Su Yin couldn't help but look in the direction Shinemo had left. He fell into deep thought. Lin Wanwan went into the toilet stall. Looking down, I realized I was in a complete mess. The key is that every kick he landed hit her weakness perfectly, but because there has always been a layer between them. So that feeling of being scratched through a boot was what made her most uncomfortable. Bang! Lin Wanwan hadn't reacted yet. The unlocked cubicle door was pushed open. Who? Lin Wanwan was startled. I turned around instinctively, and then I saw a face right in front of me. Shinemo? When she realized it was the other person, she was completely stunned. At the same time, he suddenly remembered his current posture, especially that small piece of fabric, which had already slipped down to her ankles. He started to panic. What are you doing? A slight smile appeared on Shinmo's lips. There was no response. Instead, they forcefully pushed the other party against the wall, while covering Lin Wanwan's mouth with his left hand. His right hand swiftly and precisely reached inside. Lin Wanwan's eyes suddenly widened. His expression then became complicated. As Shun Emo moved, her toes also unconsciously rose up. Finally, he simply closed his eyes.